friends, and welcome to episode 261 of the Noclip podcast. It's Game of the Year week here on Noclip. Over on Noclip 2, we've been posting videos of our own personal favorite games of 2025. There we go. Got the first one right. Let's see if I manage to do it for the rest of these pods. And because we were late to the party on this, that was down to me. Apologies. I know the guys talked about it, and I was on Twitter about it. I had to head home a little bit early because of a family issue, I guess. Somebody died. Is that an issue? I don't know. It's a family event, let's call it. And it really just threw everything whack on my end. So massive thanks to Jeremy, Jesse, and Frank for pulling it together in December, and I'm delighted to be back. But because we're late to the party on this Game of the Year stuff, we're just going to get them out. So the next 3 days, we're going to force feed you Game of the Year content, and you better open your mouth and be ready to ingest all of these amazing video games we're going to talk about over the next 3 podcasts. So first of all, shout out to all of our incredible Battle Pass holders. We've also lost a few. This is like the in memoriam section of the Oscars, which does mean that we have openings for the first time in a while. So if you ever wanted your name read out, jump on over to patreon.com/noclip and grab yourself a Battle Pass. Who knows what other random things you might get. One time we sent out Blu-rays to people. That's probably not going to happen every month, though, I'll be honest. Actually, no. Before the Battle Pass, Jesse, I forgot how to host. I've not done it in so long. You're the one wearing the cap. You don't need a cap. You've got great hair. You don't need to cover.
Thank you for now. I just entered my 30s, so who knows how much longer I'll have this.
Well, let me tell you what my birthday was this week, motherfucker.
What? You turned 40?
I did.
Whoa! Congrats.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm officially old.
You're officially old.
It's happened. You guys will always be young. You're like the younger siblings to the older washed up.
Yeah, but you're the younger sibling too. That's why you got your Xbox controller cake. Did it taste good? Did it taste like layoffs? What did it taste like?
Did it taste like corporate consolidation and closing some of my favorite studios?
Was the recipe put together by Copilot? What was that? I don't understand.
This is good shit. I missed you guys. Yeah, I did. My brother and sister, we had a nice birthday celebration in Ireland. Had a few of them actually with my mates and stuff. It was good fun. But yes, they brought out the cake at the end of the meal, and it was in fact a classic like birthday cake, like vanilla birthday cake flavor, but in the form of an Xbox controller, which we devoured afterwards.
Was it an Xbox 360 controller? Was it an Xbox One?
Was it a Duke?
I think it was a modern. I remember there being like this select button. What is that weird boxes button? We never fixed options. There was an option button. My nephew called dibs on the analog sticks. He wanted to eat those. My daughter got the D-pad. She was like, "What's a D-pad?" I'm like, "Okay, now we're talking. Let's talk about directional pads." Yeah, it was. It got devoured. My brother-in-law was like, "Are you sure this is appropriate?" And my sister was like, "Absolutely." He will.
I can't believe you guys didn't boycott the cake. That's unbelievable.
I know. I should have abstained like a vegetarian.
You're canceled.
Something. I know. I'm going to be hearing this from Chet Falasek over the next couple of days or something. Frank Howley. What I know. Frank Howley, what would be the most delicious Xbox pad you would eat?
One with like Kasumi on it from Dead or Alive. They did original Xbox action figures of Dead or Alive characters wearing like Xbox latex leather. They had like Booth Babes in real life, and then they had figures of the characters wearing the Booth Babe outfits that they used to promote the game from Tokyo Game Show. So
wow,
anything Dead or Alive themed. Yeah.
Was it it was on the pad?
Yeah. Well, it's not different times because they still have Booth Babes at Tokyo Game Show. So.
Do they really?
Yes, that's why I want to go. Yeah, it's September. Please. Yeah.
All of Frank's favorite things.
People don't talk about Japan's game industry properly. It's so good. It's so good. And it's, we don't have E3 anymore. It's yeah.
Maybe they should hire people who are trained to talk about the games then, and not models. I don't know. Maybe that'd help. I don't know. Who knows? Jeremy Jane, if you had to model for any game, what would it be?
Oh, that's a great question. I would dress
One
up.
you've thought about, I'm sure.
I would dress up like a small American boy to tout Earthbound.
Oh,
And I would wear my little cap, my little stripy shirt, and
Extra, read all about it.
stand
Japanese
in the
man
corner,
makes good video games. Check it
selling
out,
newspapers and killing rats with baseball bats.
beautiful. I love it. That's a great answer. Looking forward to your Halloween costume later this year. Jesse Grasha, is that a Luigi cup?
Mario's on the other side, but I like the Luigi side.
Ooh,
Okay. Are you sending a
that's
political
sick.
message with that? Is that
I don't know
your-
what you could be implying by saying that. Tastes good, though.
You know who is sending a political message? All of our Battle Pass holders who support the party, the video game documentary party of Noclip. Shout out to Lil Toast, Lovepreet, Yacht, Dwayne the Rock Lobster, Anthony Thomas, Nico Passateri, It's a me, Ferrario. You should get a mug with the two of them on it. Senator Armstrong, Redredge, Harry Flanagan, Juice, Arno, Matt Pearson, Mark Rojas, Quote, Tucker Morgan, David McGarry, Goddison, Sven Huster, Pez, Bone Mold. Welcome, Bone Mold. Although I really want to say bone mold. There's something very evocative about moldy bones. Especially if they're still inside. That's pretty fucked up. That's how I want to go. My only regret is having bone mold. I lost it. John Akers, John Nate, Tim Robinson, Forrest Pruitt, Dark Insanities, Jonathan Kremen, Eric Hamilton Schneider, Christoph Atui, Enox, Grizzly Mug. Another option for a mug there, Jesse. Cameron Laird.
Wow.
First of the year. Got it. You know, you gotta put in the work. Zachary Snader, Alex Goucher, George Sakotis, Jacob Godserve, Entheogen, who has actually changed their name on Patreon to Entheogen. So now I won't. There's no way we'll get it wrong this time. James Med and Ryson, thank you all so much for your incredible support. And for the in memoriam section, some of the patrons, this is not a name and shame. I want to make that clear. Some of these people have been with us for a long time, so I wanted to make sure we give them the dues. Thank you so much for the incredible support. Some of our Battle Pass holders who have exactly will throw for the video people will salute you all. Jesse's going to hold the salute. That's even better. For the whole podcast too. It's crazy. Massive thanks to all of these folks for all the support they've given us. Corey, Tiny Tal, James Brown, and I'm afraid to say it, Tohir Tiliev. I will not be able to say their name anymore on the pod. Massive thanks to all of you. Many of you have been patrons in the Battle Pass for a long time. It is a significant amount of money, and obviously we want to make sure people are taking care of themselves and doing their January budgets. So just wanted to make a shout out and say thank you so much to those folks for the incredible work. They have allowed us the incredible work they have funded. Let's give myself a pat on the back there. You know, give us all a pat on the back. But we're not here to pat ourselves on the back. We're here to pat the backs of video juegos that came out in 2025. And let me tell you, folks, there's quite a lot of them here on our list. We're going to do, it looks like 3 podcasts. Today is going to be figuring out our top 10. And the next 2 podcasts are going to be similar to what we did in the past, where we gave awards to in the past we gave awards to the top 10. What we're doing this year is we are giving awards like categories. We're going to have categories, and we are going to give awards to games within those categories. Some of those games might be in the top 10. Some of them, I assume a lot of them won't be. We're going to be having categories that are sort of a bit traditional perhaps, and then other ones that are going to be a bit untraditional and essentially trying to reward games for things that maybe don't make the cut for a top 10 thing. You know, games that are shorter. A lot of those we play on Noclip too. Games that are a bit more avant-garde or artistic, that perhaps do something special that isn't something that maybe all 4 of us are going to be into, that type of thing. And we think it's a good way of honoring those games in a way that also allows them to stick it on their Steam pages or whatever if they want to, which is always fun. So yes, that's what it's all about, marketing. Okay, so let's fucking dive into this pool, this soup, if you will, of video game, a melange for our French listeners of video games. I'm gonna I'm gonna throw it open. I'm gonna put the scrum ball in the middle of the room. I'm gonna throw it at the scum ball. Yeah, ours is a scum ball.
Yeah, we use a system called Scum. We don't use Scrum.
It's 2 M's, pioneered by Lucas. So I'm gonna throw it in the air. Who wants to catch it and talk about a game they liked? Maybe a game for the top 10.
Oh, it's so tough because it's like, do you pick a heavy hitter right off the bat, or do you warm it up a little bit? You know?
Yeah, no. What do you feel like? Jeremy looks like he's throwing himself forward. So we'll
you spoke first. That means you have to do it.
You did.
I caught the scum ball.
You did. In his mouth too. It's weird.
It tastes terrible. All right, let's start. I want to start with a complicated one.
Okay.
I want to get real warm real fast here. This is not my game of the year, but it is on my game of the year list. I want to talk about Elden Ring Nightreign.
Okay.
It's a weird fucking game. I am a FromSoft shill. I am sad that I don't have a Switch 2. I don't want a single Switch 2 game except for Duskbloods. I've played every game they've ever made, with the exception of like I think Kingsfield 3 and 4 and all of Armored Core. And Cookies and I've never played Cookies and Cream either. I'm sorry. I will someday.
I've never heard of that until now. So
they FromSoft, who make Dark Souls, also made a game about cute little animals named Cookies and Cream. Unless I'm pretty damn sure. Anyway, Nightreign is, if you took it, like, I am such a Souls fanboy that any Souls game, any modulation, any change you make, any pivot in the series and the franchise and the genre that you make that FromSoft is behind, I would play. Nightreign to me was the first one where I was like, fuck this. I don't want this. I know some people might want this. I don't. This is like some like Zoomer working at FromSoft was like, what if it was like, what if Fortnite was Dark Souls? And Miyazaki was like, I don't fucking care, man. Like, let's do it. That was my perception and my cynical perception going into it. But I still wanted to play it because my dream has always been to have a, like Elden Ring seamless co-op is fucking incredible. It is a completely different game than playing Elden Ring. Playing a Souls game with other people has always been sort of a, it's part of the experience that it is not seamless co-op, about like, bringing summons in, and sometimes they're your friends, and sometimes it's like some guy named Rick who has the craziest sword you've ever seen. But something about Nightreign being this like, doing away with the atmosphere and the pretense of like a contiguous world, and like it has narrative to it, but there is something very sort of immersion breaking and atmosphere breaking when it's like, young Tarnished, are you ready to queue up now? And it's like, come on, man, like this isn't fucking Dark Souls, this is like some multiplayer slop. I fucking loved Nightreign. I played it. It was one of the games I played the most this year. I adored it in spite of my sort of like going into it skeptically, primed and ready to dislike it, primed and ready to say that FromSoft fell off. It won me over. It is a fun, frenetic, fast-paced distillation of what Souls games are about. And sorry, jump in because I'm curious.
Did you play it with anyone else, or like what is it about it that like that is different? I guess I've not played it at all. So like, okay. what is it about it that is like sort of gameplay wise felt really interesting, know, not just an extension of Elden Ring?
I did play it solo and I did play it with friends. Both of them were great experiences. And when I say solo, I mean like queuing with strangers. I did not play. You can play this game solo, and they added like a duos mode, which I've also not played. So basically the short pitch of Nightreign is there's a hub world. You can sort of like pick from a set of like precast characters that are sort of different character archetypes.
Heroes.
Yeah, it's a hero shooter. And they all have different abilities, different loadouts, things like that. You can sort of customize them a little bit with like relics you get. They're mostly sort of stat modifications rather than like, so you're not getting like a new set of armor that you're permanently holding on to. And then sort of like melding a bit of extraction shooter and a bit of battle royale and a bit of all of these sort of like other popular multiplayer genres. Where
it's like
where are we dropping, boys? Yeah, it's round based. You drop in. There's a circle closing. Very familiar tropes. You go around. You defeat bosses. You pick up new gear from them, And there's sort of a 3-day system where circle closes, fight a big boss, circle opens, run around fighting smaller bosses, getting stuff, circle closes, big boss, and then day 3 is like final boss. There are multiple sort of final bosses that you pre-select when you start a round, and that's kind of the structure of it. And if you have a good run, it can go pretty smoothly. It's a relatively difficult game, which is fun to play with. Like, I think it's best with a dedicated group of people. If you have 2 friends who are really into Souls games, or now 1 because of duos, this is like, it is shockingly fun to have the sort of, you know, like E3 Call of Duty presentation experience where you're like, he's on my 6, but for Dark Souls, it is shockingly coherent and fun. And yeah, it's just a goddamn good time.
Nice. Is this has anyone else played it on the
Yeah,
team?
I played a little bit of it, and we did that video for Noclip 2 now.
Yes.
Yeah. It would have been Crew when we did it. I don't know. It was in that weird interim. Yeah, I really, really liked what I played of it. I think my thing is I just didn't like Elden Ring very much, personally. I didn't like I'm not a huge on the Souls combat, but I did like the multiplayer parts of Nightreign. Like, I thought it worked really well. The way that you can interact with other players in ways that, like, I haven't really done any multiplayer for any of the Souls games. So the way that you do it in Nightreign of like, you can queue up your big special attacks that are sort of, they have cooldowns, right? Like, that feels really good when you line those up and sort of take down a boss way faster than you normally be able to alone. Or even like when somebody can lead you along and show you the route to take or what items they pick up. It's in a way that I feel like most other multiplayer games like that, like extraction shooters like Arc Raiders or something, they can capture, but they don't do it in a world that I feel is as visually interesting or willing to be as like dynamic in its height. Like Elden Ring Nightreign is all over the place with how up and down you're going all the time. The verticality is ridiculous. So seeing big cliffs that you can just sort of jump off of, and you know, have someone who like Jeremy can just be like, hey, come over here, jump off this hill. And then if we go in this building, this church has this item. And like, that is a really fun experience. It made me want to go back. I didn't do it, but it made me want to go back and play multiplayer Elden Ring, which maybe is its greatest strength, is that it makes you want to play a game that would probably be better if I liked it more.
That's right. It is funny how so much of what you're mentioning is triggering Arc Raider stuff in my head, but then that might also be just because I've only been playing that for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah,
exactly. That's awesome. Do you think this is this a top 10? Is it a maybe? What are your feelings?
This is, for me, this is in my personal top 10. Am I going to like fight tooth and nail for this to be in the team top 10? We'll have to see. We'll have to see how crowded it gets. This game is not on here because I'm like, wow, it's actually pretty good. This game is on here because it is one of the games that I played the most hours of this year, that I enjoyed the most, that I had probably my favorite multiplayer experience of this year.
That's fair.
Excellent. Okay. I like it. I'll stick it in the maybe section for now. We're going to, on the doc, I've got like top 10, maybe not, and not. So it's in level 2, let's say, and we'll see. Because I honestly, it's funny. You're like watching your Game of the Year videos. There are some years where I feel like we're going to be fighting tooth and nail for the top 10. I'm not quite sure about this year because like I have like 2 games that I'd put in the top 10. You know what I mean? Like there's lots of games that I liked, but there's other ones that I'm not sure. So I think there's going to be a few in here that we maybe get consensus on that'll push them in maybe, but I think most of the discussion is going to be between the maybe and the top 10. So we'll see how this goes. Okay, cool. Let's keep going because we got a lot of games to talk about here. I will go next if that's all right. And I'll go with one that I think is my favorite game of the year, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. The Seance of Blake Manor. I talked a bunch about this on the podcast already. Since then, I think some of you have played it, so I don't want to go on too much from my own perspective. Suffice it to say that from a purely gameplay perspective, I love this thing. I could not put it down. The writing was fantastic. The art style was way more gripping than I thought it would be. I really settled into it. I love the character designs. And I loved the way they handled puzzles was so interesting with the conversation stuff filling in, which reminded me a lot of the what are those puzzle games, Jesse, you got me into? the Golden Idol games,
the Golden Idol,
right? Yeah, reminding me of those. The research, all that sort of stuff. And then just like I felt like I learned loads about. I felt like I went through like Jeremy's first like 101 religion class or something in college. Like I got like a little bit of insight into all of these different aspects of religion and faith and mysticism that existed in the late 20th century, or is that right? No, 20th century, right? No, 19th century.
This game takes place in the late 1800s or early 1900s.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. So 19th century. Yeah. And obviously, then there is another element to this for me personally. This is the best game that has ever been about Ireland. It I was in tears at the end. It touched upon stories that I was told as a child. It touched upon so much of current day Irishness and how we look at ourselves in terms of where we came from and the people and how religion has been worn into the fabric of Irish society in different ways over the years. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Lots of like very specific historical references. Lots of use of the Irish language that I found really compelling. Just as a piece of art from Ireland, I think it is significant and deserves a lot of praise for that as well. Jeremy, you hadn't played it and you did for Game of the Year, right?
I played it shortly after you talked about it. I think I was on vacation when you talked about it on the podcast. And it was it had been on my list. It was a game I was interested in for obvious reasons. It's about I like mysteries. I like inference games. I like the occult. I like history. It sort of casts a wide net on interests of mine. I loved this game. I played the whole thing in a few days. I think I missed one thing at the end. It gives you sort of a score, and I think I only missed like one mystery was unsolved or something. So I was very meticulous about this shit. I got a little OCD about it because when you're early in the game, it's kind of like, I can go like explore freely, and there's like a time mechanic. And then as time goes on, it's like, okay, where the fuck is this guy? Like, is he in the fucking parlor? Because like, I don't know how long he might die. Like, he might be in his room for the next 6 hours, and I won't see him. So it was, as the mystery tightened, this became a slightly more stressful experience, which is fine. Like that's sort of part of, an esoteric murder mystery, is that like the twisting of the knife a little bit as it progresses. But yeah, especially in the early phase of this game, the feeling of just like of openness, of possibility, of freedom, to just kind of interact with this like interactive story mystery world was like, it felt like interactive fiction felt like the phrase that kept ringing in my head. It felt like I was in a sort of like early 1900s mystery, like gothic horror novel or something. And yeah, I don't know. You know what it actually made me think is, I've always thought that a Haunting of Hill House video game would be fucking fantastic based on the novel. And I feel like this is the closest they've ever come to just like a bunch of weird, quirky characters from all over the world gathered together for like a sort of supernatural event. And you're just sort of poking and prodding and keeping a low profile. I also like that it didn't do, I was a little worried that it would be like ImSim stealth, that it would be like...
Yes.
Right, like you go into someone's room and then they come in and you're like crouched behind the dresser for 20 minutes. Like I was a little worried it was going to be like that, but instead it does this very sort of clever like hourly phase mechanic where people will change positions. So if you're in someone's room and the hour changes, they might walk in on you. But basically, if you go in there and no one's in there, you're safe as long as the clock doesn't turn to the next hour. So it walks a fine line between, you have the freedom to explore, but there is sort of like a persistent pressure, a time pressure, and a pressure to like, when you're examining the room, there's like a time cost for things. So it's like, if there are 20 things in this room and you have 15 minutes remaining in the hour, then it's like, I don't know when the next time I'll get in this room is. I really need to think about, are the shoes important? Do I need to look at all the shoes?
Exactly. How many cupboards should I open here? And which one's going to have the diary that has the exact them admitting to a crime? I also like respect that like they played loose with that trope. Like they were kind of, everyone in this game writes down all of their sins in their diary. It's like, it's pretty funny. So it gets away with it. I would put this in the top 10 Does anyone have any strong feelings about that? I will say this isn't a lock. I'm just saying for now, this would be in a top 10 for me. Of those of you who've played it, does that feel like
Makes
where
sense
it
to
should
me.
go for now?
Yeah, it's a great game.
Definitely.
All right, we'll stick it in for now. The Seance of Lake Manor. Frank Howley, let's come to you. What do you want to throw in here? Which game either spoke to you a lot or is one that you just want to chat about a little bit?
Yeah, I'll mention my actual favorite 2025 new, not port, not remaster, not ongoing is Death Stranding 2.
Nice.
Yeah, primarily because it coming out presented the urgency to finish Death Stranding 1, and Death Stranding 1 was a game that when it came out, everyone was playing it, everyone was chewing on it, and everyone was like, is this fun? Is this weird? And there was a wide spectrum of opinions, and I put maybe 50 hours into it and then I stalled on it and then never finished it because I got too close to home with quarantine, what we were going through. So when Death Stranding 2 came out, I ignored all the trailers of all the because I didn't finish 1, so I didn't care or want any context.
I love that you think watching trailers for that game is going to give you any insight into
because it's I was at the I don't know what you call it, the Summer Games Fest thing, and Kojima came out and showed a 10-minute trailer of Neil Vaughn or whatever that character's name is, his backstory, and it doesn't matter, but that didn't sell me on the game. But Death Stranding 2 coming out, everyone being excited for it. It's let me finish Death Stranding 1. And then in me rushing through Death Stranding 1, the game clicked and I was oh, I really like this. Again, 5 years later, I feel like a different person. So I feel like the game spoke to me today as opposed to when I was younger, it didn't. So I finished Death Stranding 1, went on a long hike, just like in the game, and then it came back down and started Death Stranding 2. So carrying that, that's my favorite thing to do is when you're catching up on media and you don't have to wait years between things. So I finished Death Stranding 1, clicked download, went on a hike, came back, started 2, and then started playing that. And then same thing, maybe after 30 hours, stalled on a bit and then didn't finish it till our end of the year wrap up. But collectively, yeah, just the joy of Death Stranding. It's such a weird, bizarre adventure. And the cutscenes are always crazy. The actions, Death Stranding 2, way more than Death Stranding 1, has way more emphasis on the action. The gunplay is incredible. You're fighting giant kaijus that are emerging out of tar pits. It's so ridiculous, but it's awesome. And then there's robots with swords. There's a guy with a guitar gun that it's so there's so much ridiculous mech shit in this one that wasn't in the first one. So it's way, 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 way more cool. But then the subversion of Death Stranding 2 is the joy of it are the quiet moments. It really is tinkering with your loadout before you set up, like putting ladders down, engaging with the ridiculous physics system, again, going on the long coastal drives, like delivering items. There's like bats and all these crazy things that just keep happening. But it was, yeah, I think like 50 to 60 hours, but the entire time it was like such a fun experience. And then you're always shocked by these ridiculous like cinematic set pieces. So yeah, I really loved it. I don't know how long it'll be until we get like another Kojima Productions game, but yeah, it grabbed me. I really liked it, and it was cool to come back to a series that I dismissed like years ago, and then finally really clicked and appreciated it. And then yeah, I played both games in Japanese audio, so
nice.
that was good too. Just hearing Atsukara Deshita after every delivery.
How's Norman Reedus' Japanese?
It's good. Yeah, it's good. I'm trying to think, like, the one thing that's a bummer is like you don't get Australian accents on everybody, because the game takes place in Australia, but when you're playing Japanese dub, it's just you don't get like a Australian Japanese accent.
Guy.
Yeah,
which there are a lot of, so they should should have mind that one.
Yeah, it's only like 6 hours. Like it's so, if you're in Australia, it's so much closer to get to Japan. Yeah, so I really like Death Stranding 2. This I think would be in the top 10. It's like there's not many games I would vouch for like collectively, but like Death Stranding 2, I really liked it. It is also technically for a year at least like one of the only like PS5 exclusives that you have to get a PS5 for until you wait for PC. But yeah, so I really like Death Stranding.
Nice. Yeah, I also stalled on it right when I got to Australia, which was silly because the opening of the game is just like an extended tutorial essentially to get you back into it. And then a couple of friends of mine said that they were like, people I respect were saying, oh, it's actually very different and good once you get into it. So I pushed through, and yeah, it's a different flavor. I think it's more of the same in some ways, in that the vibe and I kind of played Death Stranding 1 to see the weird cutscenes, like, that was like the the carrot on the stick for me was like how, and I didn't like I thought the story was bad, but it's I think I said on my review, it's like a Lars von Trier movie where I'm like, once it's over, I don't know if that was good, but it was definitely interesting. It felt like a sequel in that they solved a lot of the cul-de-sacs that were maybe or like boring parts or pacing. The combat stuff is way better. I think it took me a while to realize that I should be engaging with that stuff more, because in the first game I was you kind of have to be combat averse. It's kind of how that game plays out. It's a super game. I need to play more of it. I'm not even maybe I'm a third of the way through, I suspect, based on the first game. But yeah, I can see it being a contender for the in the top 10. Yeah, that seems fair to me. What about the J Crew? Have you guys touched on this one at all?
Not a second of it.
Still on the first one.
Okay, cool.
I haven't even played Metal Gear Solid. I don't know who Hideo Kojima is.
Oh shit! Have you not played Metal Gear Solid?
I've never played one of them.
Do you like those style of games at all? Like, are they interesting to you?
Like stealth games or third-person action?
Yes. Yeah, stealth, military, narrative, that type of thing. Yeah. Like a Devil May Cry, would you play, or like
absolutely love
Devil
May Cry.
See, this is the thing. We're just going to steal all of Giant Bomb's content ideas, but I would
Metal Gear Solid.
Metal Gear Solid, yeah. That we should that I would love to watch you go through the Metal Gear games.
Sure. Sorry, Drew, we're stealing your bit.
Exactly, yeah. Insert blinking white guy meme now. I'm sure he won't care. He doesn't know, but I have a drawer of blinking white guy car fresheners in my house.
What fragrance are they?
What's it smell like? Yeah. Peaches?
Oh God, I couldn't even tell you. I think there's multiple flavors. I bought it from some. It popped up on like a meme store or something. I don't know how the fuck, like on Instagram or something. And I like never buy any of this shit, but I was like, yes, I am buying these, and I'm buying a lot of them so I can give them to people. But I haven't told Drew. So if he's listening, I don't think he listens to this podcast. So don't tell him. But they also threw in a bunch of that like Greek smile guy face. You know that guy? The like old man who does the weird.
Okay.
You know that guy? They just threw in a bunch of those.
Yeah.
As well. So
okay.
I got like 6 of those as well. So
I feel like if I saw the image, I would know what you're talking about. But Greek smile guy face does not bring up a recognizable.
It's Greek.
I don't think he's Greek. He's just he evokes a sense of Grecian.
He's a Grecian smile.
Yeah, I think it's like a Shutterstock like guy who they did a bunch of pictures of, and he just has a very weird smile.
Try
it's like
uncomfortable old man meme. Try that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That might be.
Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Now I know this guy.
You know that guy? Yeah, I got a couple of him.
I'm thinking we take some of the images from Greek smile guy face results though, and we start a new meme because there's some good stuff here. There's some raw materials here.
Okay, we're going to crack open the Greek smile guy. We're going to make a meme. We're going to generate a meme.
And then we could sell air fresheners off the back of it.
Perfect. Love it.
You know Danny's 40 because he's saying stuff like, we're going to generate a meme.
We're going to generate a meme, okay?
Now, could you show me how to log on and generate a meme?
But that's literally what they say in Metal Gear Solid too. Like that's...
all right.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
It's perfect. We'll do it. Okay, Death Stranding 2. We'll stick it in the top 10. Thanks very much, Frank. Jesse Gracia, your turn.
Sure. Let me get excited about Absolum real quick because
okay.
Absolum goes crazy. Did anyone else get a chance to get in there and punch some people, throw some swords?
I played a good chunk of it. I enjoyed it a lot. I felt like I was sorely missing a co-op partner for it.
That is fair. If only you knew someone who played 100 hours of it. Anyway,
nice.
So I would love for you to be my Sherpa in Absolum.
Yeah. I have also played maybe 5, 6, 7 hours of it. 6, 7 hours of it. Okay.
All right.
I want to be young.
It's over.
Okay.
Give it up. Give it up. Yeah,
closer to 67 than you are to say it's 6'7".
True. He's not even wrong. Don't say that. That actually made me uncomfortable. God. Ugh. So, okay. Absolum is a really, really good video game. I think it is probably the thing I spent the most time dedicated playing this year. Other than maybe like Arc Raiders or something, I played Absolum. Basically, that was the only thing I played for like 2 weeks straight. I played it for hours every night. It is a 2D beat 'em up side scrolling game. where you are playing as a cast of characters in this sort of fantasy land. Has this beautiful art style. It's done by the team who did Streets of Rage 4, but the art is done by an animation studio outside of the games industry. I think this might be their first game, maybe their second.
It's terrific.
It's gorgeous.
Looking.
It's amazing how good it looks. Like in the cutscenes, clearly they are flexing their animation muscles, but all of the character art looks fantastic. And for a beat 'em up game, which the genre is so reliant on being able to read small interactions in what is essentially a mess of visuals, and this is the messiest. And not to be derogatory, but it is like the messiest.
It's busy.
Very busy. But, you know, visually, if you look at a screenshot of late game, you might as well not be looking at anything. It's just a bunch of particle effects and like visuals and stuff. It looks amazing. It plays really well. Its roguelike structure, I think, builds on something that the beat 'em up genre, I'm surprised there isn't more of, basically, because this structure of having it be repeating you going through these different levels, like everything is set up in a sort of forked map setup where like, oh, okay, you go through, you do a couple levels, do some combat, get some pickups, find new items that enhance your build. Maybe you get like fire and now your weapons do fire, or you get water and like you put enemies in bubbles if you do certain combos. So there's stuff there to build out your builds, but because of the way it's structured, you're always going through the same areas over and over again, much like a beat 'em up. And that works because every time you come back, now you have new information about how the boss works. You have an easier time getting through the earlier bits of the content. And it does have the sort of Metroidvania, the sort of meta progression system that a lot of roguelites use, where you get like, now you do a little bit more damage, you have more continues, more health, all that sort of stuff. But I never found it to be repetitive in like a monotonous sort of way, because they always introduce new story beats or new conflicts. They change up the mini bosses. Things show up earlier in the game that you're not used to. Like there's quests that you'll maybe learn about in a later area that requires you to go to an area earlier in the game. So you can't even finish the quest until after you've won or lost your run. So I had so much fun playing it completely solo. I never played with another person. I went online for like 2 seconds to get the achievement and then went offline immediately because I just loved, to me, beat 'em ups, I did not like this genre. I think maybe the greatest compliment I can offer to Absolum is that it took a genre that I kind of hated a little bit for the most part. I did not like beat 'em ups.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it made me like them so much. I went back and played Streets of Rage with my buddy. And it turns out the problem I had, and I think we talked about this when I talked about Absolum for the first time, is I was playing them alone, treating them like fighting games instead of just playing them with a friend and drinking some beers. That's the way to play that genre. And I had a lot more fun with it. So it has introduced me to a genre that I did not enjoy. And for that reason, I'm in. Don't call me Kevin O'Leary, actually. I wouldn't do that.
I want to quickly sort of echo that, because I'm in a similar spot where I grew up in the era of like Streets of Rage, Shinobi, like Final Fight, like a lot of these games. And when I played them in the arcades, it was fun because it was like a quick little experience and you try to get as far as you can. Usually with like my brother or a friend or something like that. But I always struggled at home to be interested in these games. Like it was the art, and I wanted to see what was cool about the next area. And like you said, this genre mashup is the most like, oh, why didn't we think of that before? Genre mashup I've seen in a long time, where it just completely works. Like it's Hades meets a beat 'em up game is the most, sort of stripped down version you can say. But there's even some like sort of thematic and aesthetic stuff that felt a bit Hades to me as well, and like talking to people and things like that. But that's not derogatory. That's like it's a great inspiration. And yeah, I like the pathing, the splitting paths reminded me of my time with Mugenics last year, where you have some agency over where you're going to go next and stuff, which is kind of less so the case in Hades too, I feel like, because you're kind of definitely going into those biomes. You can sort of deviate a little bit, but you're not like choosing a proper path like in Absolum. It's another game I need to play more of, but the sentiments that you have about it, hit me on the heart big time as well.
Yeah, it's a genre that I feel like it has so much to it, and I want to go back and play the rest of them. But every time somebody tells me, oh, beat 'em ups are like, I played Street Fighter 6 a bunch. Someone was like, oh, you should go play Final Fight. That's what the old Street Fighter games were like if they were beat 'em ups. And I was like, no, it's not. It doesn't feel like that. Every time they're like, it feels great. It's really flashy and fun and punchy. And I'm like, yeah, like sort of, but it's not, you're not giving me what I want. Absolum is giving me what I want. It feels fast. It feels like there's so many more options in combat. You have like dodges, but there's so much quality of life to those little things, even like the dodge that you do. if you time it properly, you do a dodge to get out of the way of an attack and then immediately dodge back to get back into combat. So you're not just being moved out of the way to avoid damage. You get to go right back into battle. Like, it's not one of those things where you're just making a choice in combat and slowing yourself down. Every single thing you do in the game is momentum focused if you want it to be. Or you can go slower, or you can play around traps. Like, every style of play you want to have in Absolum can work and can be augmented the further you get into the game. I absolutely love that in roguelikes, and I think they nailed it here and gave you a really fun system, even from the start. The combat in Absolum with no other upgrades feels better than like 90% of the beat 'em ups that I've played so far.
Nice. Jeremy, did you say you played it?
Yeah, I played a few hours of it. I really, really enjoyed it. I sort of felt like you said, this is a genre for me that mostly my experience was, playing Super Nintendo as a kid with my brother, going to the movies like 2 hours early and just playing arcade games in the lobby of the movie theater. And for me, beat 'em ups are a very sort of social experience. So I have a good friend who I co-op games with that I don't know if owns this. Jesse, I would also love to play it with you if you're not sick of it after 100 hours.
I'll play it for 100 more.
Okay, cool. Well, you might have to, because I love these games. To me, it felt like I was like, I had an experience with it. I was like, this is obviously brilliant, and I want to sort of reserve the remainder of this to experience with a friend, because that feels like the optimal experience for me.
Jesse, where do you feel this goes? Is it in your top 10? Is it a maybe?
Put it in my top 10 personally. It's like probably number 5 on my personal list. It's great.
Okay, so we don't have too many people playing it. I'll put it in for now in the top 10 section. Eventually we'll be pushing some stuff out, I guess. This one to me feels like a victim of, I just need to play more of it. But everything you're saying, it solved the problem I think that I have with beat 'em ups that a lot of people have, which is that like eventually you lose and you feel bad. And the thing about the roguelike structure is that they've sort of hacked that in our brains, that like, at least you leave with something, or, dying is part of the process.
Sometimes the Skinner box is fun.
Exactly. There you go. We're all just pigeons. Yum, yum, yum. I'm going to go through some of mine that I think aren't going to get into the top 10, just to kind of move it along a little bit, if that's all right. I'm just going to rattle through like 3 or 4 of these probably. I absolutely adore Cesto. I've never played anything like it before. The art style is... I am so happy I live in a world in which this art style was made. It is so unique and weird and childlike and like I don't know. The word Gnostic comes to mind, but I don't think that's like the right word. But it's like ancient and forbidden is the way this game looks. It's like, I'm not meant to be I'm not from this culture. I'm not meant to be in this place and time. And it just sets you in this like, I think the art style of this game is a big part of it. And then, essentially the game is, I don't even know what you call this genre. It's like a puzzle game, roguelike thing, but it's just so weird, and like the things you're being asked to do, like you're essentially trying to kill rows of these baddies, but like from a each layer in the cave that you go down to it has increasingly esoteric weird shit going on, and I just think it's a wonderful piece of work. I don't think it's going to make the top 10. Has anyone else played much of it or anything? Or
Oh yeah, it's great. They got a bunch of updates coming out over the last little while. I think 1.0 is supposed to happen this year. I think it's
cool.
Visually, you're totally right. It feels like playing something that's like in a Mesopotamian cave that no one was ever supposed to find, or like the licensed game version of an Edgar Rice Burroughs book I never read. Like it's such a weird visual style. The upgrades you get are teeth that go into a mouth in the game's UI. Everything has a disgusting hand that reaches out to you. When you go to die, or well, you don't do it on purpose, but like when you make a choice and you die, the screen is filled with this like something awful forum's face that just fills up the screen. It is such a unique, bizarre art style, both in the scratchy, childlike look of it, and then also where it's pulling from. I think Cesto, just on its visuals alone, is one of the coolest looking games of this year. I agree.
I'll put it in, maybe not for now, because I don't think it makes the cut. I think similarly, there's 2 games in here that I have that I played some of, but I really didn't play enough of. And I really enjoyed them, but I don't think they're making the top 10. The first is Schedule 1. The second is Abiotic Factor. I I think there's a world in which I play Abiotic Factor with somebody and I have like this amazing Half-Life, online experience with them. From my initial playing with it solo, I don't think it works. I think this is a game, some games work really well solo and some, I can happily play Arc Raiders in solo and I'm fine with it. But there are some games that I think require co-op a little bit more. And when I watch videos of people playing Abiotic Factor, I'm more excited than when I play it on my own. So I feel like this is a game I'm going to try and put some more time into this year. And then Schedule 1, I had a great fun with it. It's such a weird little game. It's a funny, like I grew up we play games like Drug Wars or like, these types of counter-cultural, bad games or whatever. I enjoyed Postal 2 back in the day. Games that are sort of like, anti-social, I guess is probably what I'd say, actually. Anti-social games. And yeah, it's a fun way of doing it with like this weird sort of South Park-esque art style, which I think leans into it very funnily. And I had fun with it, but I wouldn't necessarily put it in the top 10 for me personally.
That's fair. The electric weed didn't work for you?
The fact that you can breed the weed in it will make all these incredibly stupid strains. I also want to mention I met the developer for it in Australia, and he's like a 21-year-old dude, and he did it all himself.
And he was like $1 quadrillion. Good for him.
He made an insane amount of money, I'm sure. And he was talking. He's very sweet and like humble, and just a normal guy. And he was one of these people I met. I was happy I'd met him because you worry about people when they have like a really big success or they earn you obviously not worry too much about them, but you worry that it'll send them in a direction that might be challenging down the road or whatever. But he seemed really level. He seemed like he had his feet under his legs, and he was like asking some of the other developers about, I kind of want to hire another engineer, like a second person to help on the game. And he's like, but he didn't know how to do it because he's like super young. So I thought that was pretty cool. So
that's awesome.
Fair play to that guy. And he also had to like deal with a bunch of weird political stuff around that game, in Australia and globally, just with regard to a game about weed. I also believe that he has never smoked weed. I asked him, and he said he's never, which I think is like also a game made by somebody
very
who
fun. Doesn't know anything about drugs.
Someone who has done some drugs. It does feel. I mean, that's part of the charm, though,
Yes,
is that it's
totally.
this cartoon version of drugs and sale of drugs.
Yes, that's actually, now that you say that actually makes a lot of sense. And then I'll stick another one in here as one that I haven't played enough of, but maybe one of you has, but I think it's fantastic, is Mars First Logistics.
Mars First Logistics. You did something to me, Daniel. I don't know. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know why you would present to me this video game. I spent 30 hours. My Steam has the wrong hours because I keep playing in offline mode. I have 30 hours in this game now. Wow. I can't stop playing it. I have finished the first 5 contracts. I spend forever.
Jeez, you're just like mastering these things,
dude,
are you?
I love... So, okay, Mars First Logistics is a game about building a Mars rover and doing some logistics on Mars. You're essentially ordered to deliver products from one location to the next. And they're usually like wacky, simple things that you wouldn't expect to see on Mars. Like one of them is deliver a pizza. Like a pizza in a box. One of them's deliver a donut, like a big donut. Like what? When you deliver oranges to one spot, they build a tower on Mars. Like it doesn't make any sense, but it's so much fun to build this Lego Mindstorms little rover. Basically, you have a total freeform control to build your own Lego. Basically, it's Lego.
It's like Mobius Lego.
Yeah. Oh, like the art style. Yeah. I was like Mobius, like the strip, like it's an infinite, like it was an art style. Yeah. It's got that Mobius sort of art style, bright colors. It's like a very good looking video game, very straightforward and cartoony. The colors are all like, it just has a really great palette to it. It looks fantastic. The music's really great. The sound effects are all really good. It has this tactility to the building that both feels and sounds amazing. When you snap little pieces on as you're going, like every little individual piece, you want to put a block there. You want to like add a 90-degree turn to add an item onto it, like everything there. Yeah, exactly. Like all the great noises you would expect from that. It feels, sounds, and plays so good, and it introduces like my favorite thing about any problem solving or puzzle game, where they'll show you how to do something simple, and then show you how to do that simple thing with like one little layer of extra challenge on it that somehow seems simple, but then takes you an hour to figure it out. Early on in the game, I talk about this in my Game of the Year video. Early in the game in Mars vs. Logistics, there's a quest where you've got to like deliver a box from one point to the other. Simple enough. It's a box. And then there's another one where you got to take the box and put it on a shelf.
Yes, yeah,
like,
I think that's the first one, isn't it? Yeah.
It's like the second little side contract you get, I think. That should not be a challenge, right? That should be a fairly easy thing to do. That took me an hour to figure out how to do. And I was doing it with pieces I didn't have yet, things I didn't understand. But it was so much fun to waste all that time trying to see and fiddling with like pivots and rotors and like, how do I spin this and get it to go where I want it to go? It's just such a fun little engineer-brained video game. I absolutely adore Mars vs. Logistics.
Excellent. So yeah, I think one of the things that I like, because it sits somewhere between like sort of Ratchet and Clank nuts and bolts, and then like
Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah. Right? Oh yeah, of course. Banjo mentions. Hey, click your bingo card.
That's nuts and bolts, right? It's not Ratchet and Clank. Is it Ratchet and Clank? Am I losing my mind?
Oh, did I say Ratchet and Clank? Sorry, I meant Banjo. Okay. No, you're right. Sorry, Banjo. Yeah. The 360 game. Kind of between that and then like more complicated physicsy, builder games. It's not quite there, but what I love about it is that you can basically edit your rover kind of like on the fly, and it's so snappy. Like you can go in, just change some stuff, and then pop back out. Like they do a really good job of just like letting you do the thing, because I think this game's art style also is in its favor, because I think it is more accessible than most or like a lot of buildery type games.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I have enjoyed this, and I can't play those really difficult ones. They're a little bit too much for me. But this, I think it's so fun and playful, and it kind of feels like they wanted to make a game and they had an image in their head and they nailed it. Like it doesn't feel like there's any fat on this thing or that it has any loose ends. And even just like the physics and art style are so good that even just watching the rover bounce along the dirt and like leave its little tracks and like all that stuff is just like so satisfying.
Pulling the camera back and watching the clouds of like Mobius smoke come off of the back of the rover is just such a like bizarrely nice experience. You could just take screenshots in this game and sell 1 million sci-fi novels. It looks awesome.
And I think that actually helps people. I think this year I've realized, and this is something I'll talk about during my chat about Arc Raiders, that like my wife is playing Fortnite upstairs. My nephew was playing it over Christmas. Frank's nodding. He's like, yeah, another one. We got her. Ladies and gentlemen, we got her. My nephew was playing in Dublin, and she was like, oh, I might give this a go. I'd never played it before. The aesthetic of Fortnite turns me off so much that I just can't play it. The aesthetic of PUBG, for whatever reason, I felt really comfortable in, and I played a lot of time in it. And I feel the same way about Arc Raiders. And I feel like Mars vs. Logistics is another game where outside of the art style just looking good, it's not a style over substance thing. I think it really matters for that type of game to get you to be comfortable there so that you tinker away with it. I think if it didn't have that heart that the art style gives it, I would find the process of doing all that building, like you said, the popping and the thing and all that, all of it sort of like settles you in and invites you. It's like a warm feeling that I think was missing from some of those more simmy games. That I think works in its favor. Yeah,
it's so lighthearted. It makes you want to fail, because like you kind of want to watch the rover flip over. You're like, oh, that was cute. That little idiot flipped over. It's not my fault. It's the rover's fault.
That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, it is. It's so like fun and not self-serious that you kind of failing is kind of hilarious. Where do you think it goes then? Because you're hotter on it than I realized.
I was like, I think in the video I made a joke about like nobody's gonna want to play these games on the team, but I mean, hey, I would love for this to be in the top 10. I love this game. I'd put it in maybe. I would put it in maybe.
Stick it in maybe. Okay, we'll stick it in maybe for now. We'll see how we're feeling about it. Jeremy Jane, do you have a few you can go through?
Yeah. Let's see. All right, I'd like to talk about one that I think is really good, but probably not top 10.
Okay.
No, I'm Not a Human.
Yes.
Really, really enjoyed this game. This is a like social deduction sort of I don't even know what genre wise. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's reductive to call it anything. It is its own thing.
It's a COVID like.
Yeah, it is a COVID like. This is a game where this is a very like Eastern European game where you're in your weird little sort of like apartment house, tiny little house, and an apocalyptic event happens where basically like imposters posing as humans pop up and start killing people, and the world descends into sort of like an apocalyptic scenario. The government is rounding people up in suits, and basically a bunch of people come to your door, and they're all these sort of like, you know, like a terrifying Eastern European version of the cast of Guess Who, the board game, show up at your door, and
oh my God, you're
they're
right.
like,
It's
they're
Bill.
like, hey, my roommate, he turned into one of those things, and I had to get the fuck out of there. Can I stay with you for a while? Now you would think, why didn't you just turn away everyone? Easy game. But there is a weirdo fucking monster man who shows up. Who, if you look up the game, he's like the weird like rib cagey looking guy who he looks like a dude who like works a really white collar job at an office. But then you're in the office gym and he takes his shirt off and you're like, why is this guy built like a fucking like a barrel? Just a weird looking dude who could probably kill you with his hands. And he shows up and he's like, hey, are you alone in there? And if you are alone in there, I can't remember. It's been a while since I played this now. I can't remember if it's the first time or if it takes 2 times. But regardless, if you were alone in the house, there's a risk that the run ends. And this is a game where you cannot save freely. There's the save system, much like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. You need a beverage to save. In this game, it's kombucha. So
Which I also love that you drink beer to make the time pass. Just
Yes.
like, amen, brother.
yeah, it's fucking great. It's to kill your remaining energy and go to bed.
Go to bed, yeah.
So yeah, it's a really interesting game. I think the reason it's sort of like a Game of the Year candidate for me is it has this atmosphere and tone that is very, very unique. It's a combinatory recipe of all of these different factors. It's the weird like theremin music that's always playing. That's like it's not horror movie music. It sounds like something that would be playing in like your Eastern European grandmother's parlor while she serves you tea or something. Like it's weirdly upbeat, and the characters that show up are like they're not all just like bleak and depressing. Like you would think, oh, this game is going to be so bleak and depressing, but it has little pockets of humor and quirkiness and weirdness. There's one dude who shows up that I love, who's just like he says bro in like every sentence, and he's talking about like grind set and, you know, making money.
Yes.
He's like,
Oh yeah.
He's like, how are we gonna make money off this, bro? We gotta fucking make hay while the sun's shining, bro.
And then there's some like really sad ones where like you know, and the way they depict these people as basically like they're just like sort of PNGs that sit in the various rooms that you enter, and they're like haunting looking, and like, you know, like a girl, like a father who's like turns up with his daughter, but then like you put someone else in the house and then you go asleep and then they are both murdered in the night and you don't know which of your people did it. Like it's, yeah. And then like, or like you get the daughter comes and then the daughter ends up, I shot one of the little girls thinking that she was one of the things. And I think, does it tell you? I think it does. It tell?
Yeah, there is a confirmation if you kill someone who is, yeah.
Yeah, and she wasn't, and then the dad turned up 2 days later.
Oh no!
Yeah, it was awful.
It's horrible.
Awful.
Yeah, and it is a feel bad game in many ways, in a fun way. Like it is an enjoyable experience, but it is torturous. That if you're not sure, like you can check people's like teeth and their eyes and their ears. You watch the news and you learn all these characteristics of like the monster people. That I think they're like the outsiders or the others or something like that.
Which is very COVID, isn't it? Because it's like, remember in those early days where we're like, wash your groceries and fucking don't do this.
Don't
and
touch
like,
your
like,
face.
He's sweating a little bit. Yeah. Leave him outside.
Yeah, I remember going to the grocery store with like 3 bandanas tied around my face, which probably did nothing because they're just like cloth. Like I probably sucked as much COVID in as I could on that grocery
Don't buy
trip.
those masks, buy these ones. Remember, like we all learned what an N95 was.
Oh yeah.
You
We
know?
were saying a lot of words that nobody remembers what it meant at that time. Yeah, I'm
To
immunosuppressed.
that point, I think it was the World Health Organization, some large like global organization just literally did an update the other day, like a week or two ago, that was like, hey, by the way, like surgical masks, they're probably not effective. Like if you're masking, you need an N95. And I'm like, like, what year is it? Excuse me, what the fuck?
late on
This
that one.
long?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that to me is sort of the feeling of this game is like, you don't really know in the midst of a crisis. You don't know if the information you're getting is useful, if it's real, if it's verified.
Yeah.
And so even when you check someone and their like armpits are all fucked up and moldy and their teeth are yellow and rotten, it's like, am I going to shoot a nun in the face because she has bad teeth? You know?
And they'll say like, I've always had bad teeth. You know, like they'll plead their case, or some of them will be really weird. Like there's like a religious sect I kept inviting in. There was like 7 of them or something. And then one of them, and then they started dying. And I'm like, I don't know which of these like Mormons is the killer. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Like it was awesome.
Yeah, it's a really good game. It is cusp for me. There are other games that I will fight much harder for to be in the top 10. I would say this is right on the verge.
We'll stick it in the maybes. Yeah. I think you like it too. You got any more you can get through here? Couple of ones, maybe ones that you don't feel as passionate about. Well, I mean, they're all game of the year stuff. So
yeah, this is one I feel very conflicted about. Look Outside, I think, is one of the best games this year, far and away. I wish it clicked more with me. I felt like the way people were talking about it, to me, felt like I understood where all of the passion was coming from. I experienced the artistry in this game. I thought it was like unbelievably weird and esoteric. It is a sort of like hardcore old school RPG with limited saving, where again, another apocalypse game. I wonder why there's so many of these the last few years. Where you go out from, there's basically, if you look outside, you turn into a horrible monster, which is the joke of the title. If you do the thing the title tells you to do, you die instantly. Which
don't shit your pants.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
exactly.
Shit your pants.
And then you venture out from your apartment and you're sort of like wandering around the apartment building, and it's very like open-ended and freeform, and I love so much about it. But something about it just like it wasn't hitting for me as hard as it did for other people, and I felt very conflicted about it because I could recognize the brilliance of this game while also recognizing that personally, for some reason, it just wasn't landing as hard for me as it should have. But I wanted to make mention of it because it has one of the best soundtracks of the year, has some of the best art of the year. It does like cosmic horror without doing tropey cosmic horror. It's not like Lovecraft bullshit. And I think it's brilliant. I think everyone should try this game just because it didn't click for me. I think I will give it another try at some point as well.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. That's a good one. Frank, let's bounce over to you. Sorry, I stuck it in maybe not for now, but we'll see how we're feeling about it. Frank, you got any more you can get through here?
Yeah, Like a Dragon, Pirates Yakuza in Hawaii is 2025's Yakuza game. Yeah, I loved it, but it's essentially just an expansion to Infinite Wealth. Infinite Wealth basically gathers most of the characters in Yakuza universe, except Majima, but then Majima gets his own story here, and it does tie back into the core story stuff. Yeah, I loved it. I platinumed it in a month. It has everything you like about Yakuza games and Sega stuff. Like it's just incredible. The entire time playing it too, you like with all the Yakuza games, but you unlock different soundtracks. So the entire time playing it, I also had like Outrun soundtrack playing, so just old school Sega chiptune music. So it's super, super delightful. But yeah, it has the weird like footnote of just like phenomenal game, but it is like an expansion, like essentially, it's way more than DLC because it is like a 40, 50 hour game and it is a standalone thing, but it's not like, here's the brand new Yakuza game. That's what Infinite Wealth was. So I loved it. It's definitely like my top like 2 or 3 games of the year, but it's not like a team top 10, but I loved Pirates Yakuza. So
gameplay wise, Frank, what's is this like the turn-based? You said it was turn-based, right? Yeah.
It's so this one, so Infinite Wealth was turn-based. This one is hack and slash.
Okay.
Yeah,
like
and like they lean into it even more. Like it's almost way more Devil May Cry because you can like juggle characters. You have like pirate. I don't know why a pirate has a hook. You have like hooks. You have
I don't know why he has a hook. There's a whole guy.
He can throw like
how do boats stop? I guess that's an anchor.
I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, so it's crazy like chain combat stuff, which is really, and like 3 different fighting styles and stuff like that. So so it's like the most hack and slash Yakuza's ever been, and which was a nice change of pace from Infinite Wealth and Like a Dragon back to back doing the turn based, which was really awesome. But like after cumulatively like 140 hours of doing that, like it was like, oh cool, back to just mashing square. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I wish I need to play it, but I still need to finish Infinite Wealth. I think Jeremy's in the same boat, aren't you? You haven't played Infinite Wealth yet?
I'm still on Like a Dragon, man. It's gonna take.
Oh,
This might be a Persona 5 situation.
Love it. Yeah, cool game. Great to see them making that stuff, and I love it from a game development perspective that they're able to utilize all the work on the first game to sort of make something interesting while using at least some of the work that they had done before. I think that's cool because it gives fans some more stuff to play. And allows the developers maybe to fuck around a bit more with some new ideas. So yeah, I like the way they make games like that. It's pretty cool, and it shows just how fast they are getting stuff out as well. It's pretty remarkable. Any more for you, Frank? You want to stick another one in here?
Yeah. So Donkey Kong Bonanza, that was like this year, 2025. So Switch 2 came out, and like there was Mario Kart, which was good. I don't know. I think there was a new Pokemon game, but Donkey Kong Bonanza was like the truly only like, I don't know, system seller or a game that was like, oh, this is really marvelous and really unique for a platformer. Yeah, like I always say, I'm always like a little dismissive of Nintendo only because I spent the first like 10 years of my life playing everything Nintendo, and by the time so it's like I've already like, I don't know why I have this weird thing with it, but so I don't stay close to Nintendo these days, but I'm always curious when they make something awesome. And yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza, what I really liked about it is like, just in terms of a game to like zone out and relax again, much like Death Stranding 2, the fun of Donkey Kong Bonanza is you can literally destroy the entire level. And as you're doing it, you're getting progression. You're finding bananas, you're finding little like coins that you can then use to buy bananas to level up, which makes you destroy the environment even faster. So you can ignore like the golden path and just destroy shit and find secrets and things like that. It's kind of like Mario Odyssey, where every corner is a little thing to unlock or collect. And I haven't even. Do
you know what it reminded me of? And as an Xbox fan, you'll probably appreciate this. It kind of reminded me of Crackdown.
Yes. Yep.
It's just like, it's a game where you like, it's a lot of it is about exploration and getting to places and leveling up and then having increased ability to go places and see more of the world. You know, it felt a bit like that kind of throwback in that way. I also think the redesign of DK is very good. I like the character model for him.
Yeah, it's super expressive. Like again, it's wild to have like Switch 2 in 4K, because like Nintendo's always been like a generation behind with like their graphics and stuff. Or not always, but in the last few consoles. So yeah, it's super pretty, super fun, super relaxing. It's such a big, deep. There's so much like things to unlock that I haven't even beaten it. I'm like saving that for like plane rides and stuff like that. But yeah, I thought it was really novel and fun. And yeah, I was like blown away by it. So like it's like on my video, it was like number 2 or 3. So like I think it's worthy of being in the top 10, but also it's Nintendo, so I don't have to fight for Nintendo. I don't care that much. But like, but yeah, so I thought Donkey Kong Bonanza was really fantastic.
Am I the only other one who's played it, or Jesse, have you played it?
Well, Jeremy would love to play it if he had $1,000. I played a good little bit of it. It probably the first like 2 or 3 levels. I don't know how they describe it. You know what I mean?
I think
like,
I'm the same as you then.
Yeah, not too far into it, but I was really enjoying it. It's a great like 5-minute pickup and sort of you can accomplish a couple things sort of game. Nintendo used to be pretty good at that, and then Breath of the Wild, everything is just Breath of the Wild. It's a big, you got to spend 5 minutes walking between stuff. Here it's just like, here you go. You're Donkey Kong, man. You want to get to the other side of that wall, like Frank said. Fuck it, just punch your way through it. I love playing Wreck-It Ralph. It was a great game. It's like, I think.
God, you're right. They did make Wreck-It Ralph. What it is.
Yeah. A little girl on his back and everything. I really, really like the combat, the punching. I like how freeform it feels also. Like that was the thing that I found myself being really surprised by. Again, like Nintendo has done games where you sort of are allowed to do whatever you want. Literally Tears of the Kingdom was like, you just make whatever you want. I don't care. You make the game, you do it. But here it's like, okay, how do you want to solve this problem? You have an enemy in front of you. You can throw a rock at it. Maybe you want to do something else. Maybe you want to punch it. Maybe you want to knock the thing that it's on down. Using Red Faction Gorilla, no pun intended, to make like a Nintendo-style collection game works really, really well. And I'd love to see them continue to build on. I know they did DLC pretty quickly, and I want to go back and finish it because I was actually really enjoying just that beginning part. I hear it gets a lot better near the end, but even just the beginning couple of levels, I was shocked how much I liked it. It's really, really charming.
Yeah, I really enjoyed what I played as well. It's not quite top 10 for me person, like it wouldn't probably be near the top 10 for me, but it's not, it's just because I probably haven't played enough of it, I think. But it was definitely, it was better than I expected. It was like people were hot on it, and I'm not a huge Nintendo. I go in with a degree of uncertainty with most Nintendo games, like Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't like. I there's plenty of them that I sort of bounce off of. But DK was the one I had the most fun with for the past couple of years, for sure. So yeah. We stick it in maybe for now. Seems like it could be a top 10 contender. We get some consensus on it. Okay, let's I'll do another one. Okay, let me do the other one. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about Arc Raiders.
Oh, brother.
I have 150 hours in this game.
Yeah.
I was in Ireland with my MacBook and I did the Jeremy Jane.
Yes, did you?
You streamed it?
I streamed it.
Yes, that's how you know the fucking sickness is in you.
Yes. This is like Jeremy and was it Baldur's Gate?
Divinity Original Sin.
Divinity Original Sin.
I played like 145 hours of it on GeForce Now.
Now imagine you're playing an online game.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Over GeForce Now on a MacBook, which doesn't have an Ethernet port, and I don't have the cable to do the thing. So I was just on my siblings' and parents' internet, as close to the router as I could, playing GeForce Now Arc Raiders over the break. I think I played 50 hours while I was in Ireland. Mostly at nighttime whenever I went to sleep and I could just be on my own and veg. This is my, so like the Seance of Blake Manor is my favorite game of 2026. Arc Raiders is one of my top 10 games ever. I absolutely, it feels like a game I'm going to be playing for years. And I like caveat, Chill Zone. We obviously did a documentary on this. I didn't know this game was going to be what it was when we were doing it.
I just wanted the money. I just wanted
exactly right.
I didn't care.
Frank didn't know. Frank knows that when we played it, even it wasn't this. When we played it at Embark back 2 years ago now, technically. I guess what to say about this game? It's basically multiplayer emergent gameplay. Like every single time I go into this world, I don't know what's going to happen. It starts with the arcs themselves, the machines, the fact that they are all physically based, and have, very readable ways in which they operate, but then the combination of like where you find them, what weapon you have, how many of them there are. Some of them are able to call in support. Some of them are, big beasts that multiple people are trying to take down. There are tricks to killing those. And the game just doesn't tell you anything. It's like the most figure it out ass game I have ever played. There's no numbers on anything. If you shoot something, you don't know. Like the way it communicates to you is visually and with sound. And I think that's the main reason why I find this thing so compelling, because you are just watching and deducing and trying to strategically figure out what to do based on what you see and hear. The UI is not like your friend in this. It's off to the side. You hit an arc, you know by the noise it made or the hit of the bullet, whether or not you took off one of its rotors. You can tell if you've been spotted, what level of how you've been spotted. You're raiding in one of the rooms and you can hear people opening containers. You can hear what they've picked up some of the times because they have special sounds from when you pick them up. The social aspect of it I found to be fascinating. I am in the good boy pen. My games, you hardly ever shoot people. Like once every fucking 25 games maybe, somebody fires a gun at me and then I try my best not to run away screaming. I fucking absolutely assassinated a guy yesterday because he was, I guess he was trying to jump me, but then he at the extract and then he got confused and shot another guy and then I just turned the corner with my sniper and shot him right in the fucking head and he went down. And I was like, why'd you do that? Because I wanted to res the other guy. And he was like, it was a duel, man. It was a duel. What are you doing? It was a duel. I was like, what the fuck do you mean it was a duel? He was like, come on, man, it was a duel. And I was like, well, fucking, pray to your God. Bang, bang, bang. All like the fucking the amount of like stories that I walk upstairs and tell my wife, like, you're not going to believe what just happened. Like yesterday I was looking for this frequency modulation boxes so I could get for my the thing they've put in to make players wipe themselves, right? The expedition thing. And I couldn't find one forever, but everyone keeps spawning into the same map to try and get them in Stellamontis, because there's just like 2 areas where you can get these things, and always they're all gone by the time you get there. And I went and I found not that, but another item that I needed, and I waited around because I felt bad that I found these items that people need for the mission, to see if somebody would need it. So I just waited, and then another guy came and I told him, and he was like, oh, I'll just back you up. So we just hung out there for like 15 minutes waiting for someone to take this item, and nobody did. But at one stage a guy came over and he was like, which items is it? And I was like, oh, it's the ion sputter. And he was like, do you have the other one? And I was like, oh, the frequency box. No. And he was like, oh, I found one earlier. Here, there you go. So it's like, perfect. You get in these like amazing like social moments that I've never experienced in any game, like because of the PvE, PvP, VE nature of it. There's a guy walking around the spaceport just playing a fucking guitar, just like jamming it. And then you take out your flute and the songs synchronize. So you're playing the same thing, and then people come up and start dancing and they synchronize. Like the level of detail that's in this game blows me away. And then I think I mentioned it earlier, from a purely aesthetic standpoint, I just love the world. I love this type of hard sci-fi aesthetic. It's kind of Tales by the Loop-ish. It's kind of interestingly tech military. I love the design of the arcs. And yeah, I'm rinsing everything. Like I've already completed all the quests the second time. I've almost done my whole second caravan. I am going up in the trials. Like they had the trials are like another progression layer that you can do that unlocks extra stuff. And like one of the thing was like, collect as many fucking plants as you can in a map, and you can only do it. It's only one round. So I went into like a freezing cold level because you get double XP, and just went around the outside of the map collecting as many fucking whatever they're called, Nernroot, the fucking plants they use for making sterilized bandages. And I just like, you just end up playing the game in the weirdest way. Or like throwing snowballs at bastions was one. Like, because they added snowballs. So I got into, I spent one map just going, because I thought I didn't know the snowballs respawned at those snowball points. So I walked around the map for 25 minutes collecting as many snowballs as I could. And then I came in the next map with like fucking 30 snowballs.
I love that you can bring them back, but I found that so funny. I thought they would have melted.
Yeah, you can just, I have one in my radar cache for like weeks now. Yeah. So like, I got that back in Ireland. And yeah, I found a spot on the roof with the bastion. It just was like fucking peppering it with snowballs. And then people started shooting it. And I was like, no, don't shoot it. I need to hit this thing with as many snowballs as possible. Yeah, it's a good time. Yesterday I went into a map with a bunch of wolf packs to destroy a bastion. And then I didn't want any of the stuff. I just wanted to have a good time. So I set off a bunch of fireworks around it and played my guitar on top of the bastion while everyone else looted it. It was a good time.
Perfect.
Yeah. So Arc Raiders, it's I love it. It might be my favorite multiplayer game ever. Like I think about Counter-Strike and Quake 3 and how important those games were to me, and PUBG in recent years was definitely the one that I was into the most. But this just hits me right where I like it, and yeah, I'm besotted with it. It's a fun thing.
Yeah, I won't go on forever because you've already basically explained. Well, you've already gone on forever about Arc Raiders, but the game is still very good. I've been playing it a lot. I think I have like 110 hours. It's fantastic. One thing that I found very strange, I went to my friend's house for Christmas. I entered the room, and the two guys who are usually there, my friend's boyfriend and his brother, technically, were like, don't shoot. I didn't know they were playing Arc Raiders.
That's crazy.
They just did that at me. And I was like, hey, Raider. And it was like we were emoting at each other in real life.
That's
and
wild.
They were telling me their stories of playing the game. They were like, do you have any goop? They're quoting content creators about this game. Like, this has
burnt peanuts on everyone's
fucking... They love burnt peanut. We're going in. This game has escaped mainstream. Like, I don't know how an extraction shooter has gone from this like very niche, very like high level thing that only a specific number of people end up liking into this success that has escaped like video game enthusiast spaces and has just gone to like guys who only buy FIFA and Call of Duty are buying Arc Raiders and playing it and talking about
12 million
content. That's like, that's not what you would assume an extraction shooter would have. I bet Sony is like, Marathon must sell 100 million copies now. I mean, it's us, right? I was just, that was so strange to me. And also they said they watched a documentary on the game.
No
and
way.
I was like, oh, is that the one with the Irish guy at the start? He worked. I was like, the guy that I work for, he made that. And they were like, no, dude, we were watching one with like the people who made the game. And I was like, yeah, there's an Irish guy named Danny O'Dwyer at the start. And they're like, oh, whoa, that's your, and then it was like a totally different situation. They thought you were just like, I was like, yeah, my YouTuber friend read a Wikipedia page and we called it a documentary. Like, no, it's the real deal.
That's wild. Yeah, 1.5 million views on the series so far. One of my cousins was watching one of his streamers, and they started watching the doc during the stream.
Whoa.
And he was like, "What the fuck?
Is that you?"
Yeah, I don't think he knew exactly what I did for work because there's like 40 cousins or whatever. Yeah, I need to also mention the voices. We've talked about it before on the podcast. Because I've played through it a second time now. And I don't know whether or not they have patched some of them or whether or not I am now just noticing the difference between the generated ones and the red ones, because there are definitely red ones in there.
Yeah.
Like, I think all of Lance is not generated. Like, so, or maybe not all, but like, which is weird because he's the robot man. Yeah. You'd think he'd be the one that
anyone was going to be AI generated. It would make sense for robot.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about that. I've heard people also, I have not used this. Do you know about the voice changing tech they have?
Yeah, those guys, the ones I was talking about earlier, my buddies, they use it all the time, but only for proximity chat. So they'll be in party chat with their normal voices and then they'll be talking and the game will, it's not 1-to-1, but like pretty quickly it'll like maybe like half a second delay. We'll process what you've said in your own voice, turn it into, I'm assuming, turn it into text, and then modulate it to sound like one of the 6 or 7 voices in the game.
Yeah.
So he'll be like, hold on, buddy, I'm going to yell at this guy, and he'll be like, hey, what's going on, bro? What are you doing over there? Like,
that's so
such a
funny.
Weird, unnecessary thing, but I guess
voice box thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard some people, like women, for instance, or
that
like
makes a lot of sense.
Like I've read a post from a trans person who also said that their voice, they feel like they get targeted more if they speak with their real voice, so they use this thing. So that's a different.
Yeah, I guess it's an accessibility feature to solve a problem that probably shouldn't be a problem, but it's fine.
Yeah, well, that's 100%. And I've just realized I said that after talking about the voice quest stuff. I'm not trying to trying to forgive one thing for another thing, but I do think that it's interesting how this tech, and then you can talk about the ML that they use for the Leaper, for instance, which is, I think, works because that, like, the Leaper's kind of stupid. Is the funny thing I think about that tech is that, like, the Leaper can get anywhere and that's cool, but it's not like a smart robot in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I guess some of them are and some of them aren't. Like, the drones are, I feel like. They're pretty smart. They're able to, like, flank you and do shit. Yeah. But the Leaper just, like, will fruitlessly try and get into the extract over and over and over again, you know? So I think they've had some successes in using some of this new tech and some failures on it, for sure. Yeah, and I totally accept that people, if they, with the voice stuff, even if those are the actors that they're working with, they feel weird about it. It'll be interesting to see what happens over the next year when presumably they are adding new. There was a leak about some swamp, I think, thing coming in March, which which would be connected to that quest line that they go about the barrel in the dam. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
So presumably they're going to keep extending the world in that way. So it'll be interesting to see how they do that, whether or not they change any of their processes with regards to the voice and the quest and everything.
Can I recommend an article that I read over the holidays that is relevant to this? So the machine learning stuff is obviously a separate conversation from like generative AI, and it's tough to talk about because all these things do sort of get like lumped together just
this
because
is all
it's
AI,
like,
brother.
It's
all AI,
we've had AI since old video games, bro. There was AI in Pac-Man, dude.
And you go to CES, man, they're making AI paper now.
So
wait,
Alan
are you actually
Iverson,
making
I
someone
don't know,
paper?
maybe.
Okay.
So there was a fantastic article. I think it was Edmund Tran who did it.
Oh, really?
It was definitely This Week in Video Games.
Cool.
I can't remember if this specific one was him, and his name is not at the top of the article, but maybe it's at the bottom. But This Week in Video Games has a fantastic fucking article called "How the Cost and Effort of Human Voice Actors Compares to Generative AI."
Oh, that's cool.
On thisweekinvideogames.com. Highly recommend it. I'll send you guys a link so we can stuff it in the description here. But it is interviews with. They've done a couple articles like this. This one specifically is interviews with.
Is Troy
actual
Baker in this one?
Voice actors. I don't.
I saw a
remember.
quote from him flying around last week about this, but I couldn't. I didn't know what it was from, so I didn't read it because I didn't. I wanted the wider context of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe,
I know
maybe not.
Sarah Elmala is in this and a few other voice actors. But basically, it's just sort of talking about because a lot of the conversations around this are people who are video games enthusiasts or people who make video games, people who come from different angles. But I feel like talking directly to voice actors is sort of a critical perspective that I have not seen a sufficient amount of, given that they are, the people most impacted by this and the people who can speak most acutely to like the validity of the claims, whether like, oh, it's a cost saving measure, it's a time saving measure, it's like a pipeline issue. And it's very interesting to hear people who've done dozens and dozens of games be like, oh yeah, no, a single video, like doing an entire video game voice act that is like 4 hours of work at most. Things
For
like
them.
that. Well, right, for sure. Obviously, this is
yeah.
your mileage may vary. Also, the type of game varies and stuff. But like having hard, fast data about specific instances, I think is very interesting. And them talking about like, is there validity to the fact that like, oh, well, we have to do like all these individualized lines. They have to be like specific. They have to be context aware, things like that. Obviously, that changes it slightly. But to hear voice actors address those specific things, I think is really interesting and relevant.
That's cool. Thanks for sharing it. Yeah, I'm interested to read that. They also, obviously, everyone in this conversation has their own bias and perspective. And obviously, if you're somebody working within that field who wants to do that type of work, it makes sense that they speak their truth. Yeah, I'd love to read that. I was thinking about this recently with a lot of the Golden Globe interviews that were going on, and some of the actors were talking about working with different directors. I think I was watching something about One Battle After Another, and they were talking about that Paul Thomas Anderson does allow for a bit of what's the word, like
ad-libbing?
Ad-libbing, that type of thing. And then you've got the sort of the Anchorman sort of level of ad-libbing that goes on, right, where they basically record a couple of clean versions and then spend 50 minutes ad-libbing, and then you have the I don't know who'd be a director that doesn't allow people to ad-lib, like David Fincher maybe or something, who's just like, no, we're going to do it on the book and we're going to do it 70 times until you get it right. And I was thinking about that with regards to some of the games in this conversation. That's not a forgiveness of it, but like you can imagine how much more damaging it would be in a game like Hades, for instance, if you manage, like that game just does not work if you use generative stuff.
Yeah, it needs that humanity in it. Speaking
from like a creative standpoint, I think the moral argument is obviously trumps all of this and is ultimately the more important thing. But yeah, from a purely creative perspective, it's it's annoying that we have to think about any of this shit. But we have to think about it. We have to consider it. So fuck it. Where do we think Arc Raiders goes? I mean, for me, it's top 10.
You can't put it on the list, Danny. You're in the documentary for the game. Like it's. You can have your own opinion. Like it's. I'm not going to tell you to not do it, but like to me, it's just like I don't know. If the head of IGN was making the top 10 list, it was like I did the documentary for the game that this is on. That would just be weird to me. That's just a personal thing. It's not. I'm not telling you to agree with me necessarily, but.
Yeah, I would say with the way that I've handled myself and the business we've done over the past, not business, but the work that I've done over the past 15 years, I've always been pretty dogmatic about church and state. But we can not put it on if it makes people feel. I just don't necessarily.
I'm not
think
uncomfortable
that
either way. It doesn't matter.
Noclip's top 10 carries much weight, other than it's like house cleaning for us. But
it is also a massively popular game. That
I mean,
think,
outside of my perspective, does anyone else feel like they like this game? Sorry to cut you
Yeah, I
off.
love
Jeremy.
it.
I did not like it, but I feel like this is not the place for me to list all of my grievances about. Like, it's like, I feel like this is the place to celebrate games, and it's that I think we specifically have made a choice as a team to not do a let's debate what games deserve this type of show.
Right.
It didn't work for me. I did not like it. I understand why other people would like it. It felt like the things that I could see as potentially appealing felt to me like lesser versions of other games that I have played. But I again, I mean, it's like you can't account for taste. It just it didn't work for me. I could see why it would work for other people.
It's like me and Nightreign. It's like there's just we have different. Frank, what's your perspective? I mean, you also worked on the production.
I mean, if it's your favorite game of the year, it should be on the list. Like, my favorite game is Death Stranding, so I don't know.
Oh no, I mean about how do you feel about our creators?
Oh, I had to play like the opening tutorial 6 times, so I'm never doing that again. I fucking hate tutorials. That's it.
You can skip it now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. So, like, the game itself, I don't like extraction shooters. I don't like playing multiplayer games by myself traditionally. I like the aesthetic, the sci-fi world of it, but yeah, I hate feeling like penalized for losing. I know that there's like the safe pockets or whatever, but yeah, I only played the game like, in the beta. I didn't play the retail release of it, but
maybe that's probably not. Well, I guess the beta was public, but yeah. But then we had access to other weird versions of it earlier on. Should we? What do you think? Well, I put in. We can admit it. I don't mind admitting it, but like, I mean, Jesse, you played 110 hours, so it sounds like it's even if you take me out of the conversation, it's probably in the maybes at least,
I think it would be silly for us to omit it from the top 10 given the strength of passion for it on the team. I think at most we could put a little flag next to it, like, and it links to the documentary and says, by the way, like,
Shill Zone.
This is a Shill Zone special.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, I feel like that's more honest than like removing it from the list entirely or something.
So the other thing that I've been sort of like thinking about with this is like there's a world in which I don't talk about games that we cover at all on here or on Twitter or anything. But to me, that seems more duplicitous, kind of like I'm happy to like not talk about a game that I don't like, regardless of it. I don't spend time talking about games I don't like, right? Like none of us do really. I don't like dunk on games that I didn't enjoy. Maybe if there was a series I really enjoyed and I'm disappointed by it or something like that. So yeah, I felt similarly about this where I was like, I love that I've recorded like clips of this game. I've had loads of fun. Like, I'm not hired by anyone. I haven't been since fucking like 8 months ago or something. So like there's no, contracts were signed 2 years ago. There's no like, there's no reason for me to be doing any of that. And I don't think a social media presence that would even, put it much in my favor regardless. But I felt that way too, where it's like, I'd rather just like express how I feel about this and people can take it or leave it, than sort of construct a version of myself online that is, I don't know. Anyway, that's more of a me issue than it is yours or no clips or anything. But
I will say that having known Danny the longest of anyone in this call, that you are a person who really values integrity and makes a concerted effort to separate these things. I remember when we were working at GameSpot at E3, I got a Destiny shader and sold it on eBay on the show floor, and you were like, that's kind of fucked up, man. You were like, you should not be doing that. And I was like, well, I really needed $200, so I...
Well, that was, and I look, and that fair. Thank you. That's kind of you to say that. I also do. I took the step over into doing white label work.
No,
so,
yeah,
I mean?
I understand. I just mean that like
I used to not take swag bags back then. I used to donate all the swag bags. I still don't really. I don't look them out or anything. But like at E3 in particular, I wouldn't take any swag home. We'd We'd do a giveaway or something. I'd hand it all over.
I just want to be the character witness that like I lose nothing by saying I don't think we should put our creators on the list. I think that it's not, I don't know. I don't see it as a like, I don't think you stand to gain anything by like putting it on there. Like I don't think you're like, hey, Embark, by the way, like if another game comes out, it might be on the next year's top 10 list.
The finals too. Let's fucking do it.
God, I fucking hope not.
Yeah, I wonder if that game's doing any better. Who knows? All right. Okay, who should we? Jesse, sorry, I believe you're next.
Sure. Let me yap about Clair Obscur Expedition 33. While we're talking about AI-generated games, let's talk about another one.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Clair Obscur Expedition 33 is a game that I saw a trailer for 2-ish years ago or something, right? The first trailer for it was just a teaser where they were like, this is what it looks like. Here's the gameplay. Here's the voices. I hope you like it. And I loved it. And I thought right away, I was like, finally, they made a Panic at the Disco JRPG. I love this so much. It's great. They're appealing exclusively to me. This game is just fantastic. I think this is probably one of my favorite modern RPGs, maybe in a really long time. It's a turn-based RPG in the style of like maybe like Final Fantasy 13 onwards Square Enix. It's like visually a lot more high definition than you would expect from that era. It almost feels like a PS3 game that never came out that got a remaster for some strange reason. Visually, a lot of bloom, a lot of particle effects. Very French, aggressively so, developed by Sandfall Interactive. Some people who previously were at like Ubisoft, a lot of developers who have a lot of love for the JRPG genre, wanted to make something that was in their own direction, their own style, their own like love of the genre coming through in what they do with it. Like the turn-based combat feels both like Paper Mario in some ways with the reactions that you can do in the middle of combat, but also it feels like it's inspired by modern roguelikes and that you can like design your team to play based off the skills that you enjoy more than any of the others that I've played of this, like of JRPGs in general. Like you can think, oh, I like this character when they're played as this specific role, but like if I wait 3 turns, then this character, like you're thinking so far ahead more than you do, or more than I do anyway, in most JRPGs, where it's like maybe you got to think of the next 2 or 3 turns, blocking attacks and stuff.
Yeah.
This is like you're setting up this character to set up this character to set up this one to do 1 million damage in a single hit. So all that stuff, the gameplay alone to me is like I could just play that and I would have had a good time. But then outside of that, it has one of my favorite stories of last year.
Yeah.
Like I think the story that's told within there from the beginning all the way to the end. I also think the ending is fantastic. It's just so specifically told in a way that I love the melodrama. I love how melodramatic this game is, how self-serious it is to the point of almost being parody. It even laughs at itself at times though. Like it's incredibly self-serious, and then it plays like this funky bass beat that you've never heard in your life in a video game, played over top of a monkey man with a staff who shows up like halfway through the game. It's awesome. It's amazing. Your airship is a guy with a mask on who talks to you in this incredibly funny voice. Like, it's everything about the game has this style to it that's so singular. Like I haven't played anything else that feels exactly like this combination of things. And then narratively and presentation wise, the places that it goes in its story, the ideas of like love and loss and grief, and not just representing that on screen of like, look how sad it is to lose people and the hardship you go through, but like what lengths people are willing to go to establish their own grief and not have to deal with it in any meaningful way. And like the story of the game just goes in so many interesting directions that I wasn't expecting it to go in by the end. And the novelty I thought would wear off. Usually when I play a game like this, I go back to it again and I'm like, oh, that was kind of dumb once I played it the second time. This one, I did the opening again, and there are things that I missed the first time around because, like, obviously I was so caught up in it that I was like, oh my God, that's so meaningful. Like this character talking about their difficulties with fertility, or like not wanting to have a child because they're worried about the future. Like there's so many things like that makes so much more sense when you're done with it, and like why that would come up. I don't know. I again, games like this, I feel like are so long also. That's maybe the last point I'll make is like Expedition 33 took the JRPG genre, something that is almost impossible for people to get into if they're not willing to dump like 60 to 100 hours and really not have that much fun for most of the time. And they figured out a way to tell a story in a size and a package that's like reasonably approachable. It took me like 45 hours or something, which for a JRPG is like, might as well be an hour and 30 minutes. Like, forget about it. That's a tight 90 of the genre.
It's a breezy duration.
That's a nice afternoon for a JRPG. No, it's great. Did any of you guys play it at all? I know, Jeremy, you said I'm not touching this. It's too French and Japanese.
No. I'm not a Francophobe.
All right.
No, I am interested in this game. I felt like there were so many games to cover.
There's a lot of games to cover.
I had to make an executive decision to either play Expedition 33 a lot or play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 a lot.
I'm glad you made the call you did, because I can cover this, but I don't think anyone else can cover Kingdom except for me and you. So
it felt like I would have. It felt like the choice for the team was to spread out the expertise, and also like I'll play Expedition 33 someday, but it felt like it was I didn't want to just play like 2-3 hours of it. Yeah,
that's fair. I played, I think, a third of it so far, like the first 2 weeks it came out, so I've not touched it in a good while. When you're speaking about the person who this is accessible for, I mean, all you guys, Jeremy, Jesse, Frank, you guys have played a lot of Final Fantasy games, a lot of like big RPGs, Yakuza, all this sort of stuff. These are games that I've always tried to get into. Like a Dragon was the first one of the Yakuza series that I finally felt like cracked the nut for me. I really don't like the aesthetic of the Final Fantasy stuff, and they just seem so long. But this one totally worked for me, just because, as Jesse said, it's, the aesthetic worked for me, but also it's not as, there's no grinding really in it, I think is probably where it comes from. I think the inciting event and the world is really interesting. It's like a new trope I hadn't thought about before, so that was cool. You don't often get those. The UI and the sound and like how the camera works in combat is just infinitely, what's the word you always use, Jeremy, for the extra sauce? Like,
juice.
This game is dripping. It's like it's like viscous. It's so full of juice. It's got that rizz. You know what I mean? I'm trying to be young. Here we go. 6-7. It's got that,
dying, folks.
When they talked about this game being like a sort of a Belle Epoque inspired look to it, I was expecting something very traditional, I guess. It's so not. It's so like fantastical and, sci-fi-ish in some ways as well. And the other thing I like about it is that a lot of RPGs I feel like take place in worlds that are like safe but have dangerous spots in them, and you are maybe a fish out of water, or like in Final Fantasy you're like exploring a world, right? And there's cities and there's valleys and there's places, or like Yakuza is in a city, but like the character probably knows the city and you're just kind of like learning it and stuff. Expedition 33, you feel like you are constantly walking deeper and deeper into a scary cave. Like it is each new area is you're taking your steps lightly. And there are some safe spots like the house and stuff like that, but like it feels like you are pushing the boundaries of where you're meant to be. And I mean, narratively, you also are, right? You're like coming across previous expeditions and stuff. So I thought that was very cool. It made the world feel intimate and small, and what I was meant to be doing very attainable and reachable, and not, there is obviously a grand mission, but it didn't feel like I had it wasn't the start of Oblivion where I'm like, fuck, there's going to be so much to do here. It felt like what I was meant to be doing was only 20 minutes away. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think that really helped me. Yeah, it's a fantastic game. I
think it's like you're actually touching on something that I've thought about with the game for a bit that I haven't really seen brought up much. Is like, this is maybe the first apocalyptic RPG. Like, it's currently happening. It's not the first, but the first that I played for sure. Like, it's currently, you're not in the aftermath of it trying to, save the universe. You're not in the lead up to, like, it is currently happening, and your goal is to stop that from happening. And it's such an interesting, the way that they tell the story and the way that it progresses again over time, and what you learn about it is like, I don't know. the ending of this game, like, you guys, if you're going to play more of it, Dan, you got to get there. I got to
keep playing it.
It goes places that I would just love to know your reaction to what it does. Like, if you get mad or not. I really, really like it a lot. I'm glad that you enjoyed what you've played of it so far. And I really do think you should see it through to the end, because it is, like you said, I don't think it ever stops doing this, the sort of RPG that's for exactly you. It's like, it's doing all the things that the genre does, I think, well enough, but in a package that's like not 14-year-olds, being a little flirty, which is fine. Right, I love that stuff.
It's young people like me,
young spry people in the prime of their life.
Yeah, exactly. 30-year-olds, just like Dan.
Actually, I will say that, like, in the world of Expedition 33, I'm not alive anymore. Yeah. So, I
guess, for a couple of years.
Exactly. My expedition didn't work out too good.
For those who come after, brother.
Exactly. Yeah. The world building, all that stuff is so good. I also want to mention, because It's come up already a little bit. The voice acting and performance in this game is absolutely stellar.
Yeah.
Really, really good. And I believe also in French you can play it. And also that stuff is really good.
Funny enough, you probably should play it in French.
Oh, really?
Like, you should play it in English because the voice actors are really good.
Yeah.
Like Jennifer English, right? Voices.
Yes.
I can't remember her name.
I don't know any of their names.
Yeah, she's great. Like Ben Starr is great, but then there's also like Andy Serkis is in the like.
Andy Serkis is in this
Andy
game?
Serkis plays.
He plays
what
the
you
weird
would
guy,
understand to be.
He always
villain
plays
of
the weird
story.
guy.
He is always.
That's his thing.
He was the weird guy in Heavenly Sword. That's maybe one of the greatest performances in video games. Go watch some Andy Serkis and Heavenly Sword cutscenes.
Have you
They're very
played
funny.
Enslaved? Isn't that the name
Odyssey
of
of
that
the
game?
West? Yeah,
Chelsea
Yeah.
loves that game.
Yeah. It's just Monkey, isn't it?
It's just
Monkey.
Monkey.
Yeah.
he's
Love
having a good time. Yeah, everyone's great in that. Yeah,
it. We stick it in top 10, I'm guessing.
I'd like it there.
Okay. Is it time for a break, folks? Who needs to
Sure.
be? Okay. We will take a quick break, folks, and we'll be back with more Game of the Year in just a second. Hello, welcome back to our Game of the Year podcast. We're doing our top 10. As you know, was I the only one who went to the bathroom?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm just an old man. I got that tiny bladder. I'm already waking up 15 times in the night, it turns out.
Can I tell a story on the air that I just
Please.
told Jesse off
Oh
the air?
no,
But now
I wouldn't
I think
say
it's
this
funny.
one.
Really?
Please.
You think it's
You
that
have
bad?
It's
have
not
to
that
now.
bad. It's just really funny.
It's fucking funny.
like a
I think
privately funny.
I'm not embarrassed
All right.
by it, so I'm going to
Good.
tell it.
Rock
One
and
time we
roll.
were recording an episode a long time ago when we
Okay.
didn't have cameras on, and it was a very long episode. I don't know if it was Game of the Year or if it was like a rank 100 games, but it was like one of those like 4-hour marathon podcasts, and we were at like 2.5 hours in, and I knew there was not a break coming for at least an hour and a half, and I was exploding with piss. And since we had no cameras on, I pissed in a bottle under my desk.
Brilliant.
And I watched the meter on my mixer to make sure it was not registering any of the sound because I was
good.
afraid that my piss would be recorded.
That's commitment to video game podcasting that you're just not going to get from most people.
It's true, and also the statute of limitation of shaming me for that has passed. So it was years ago.
No,
now.
it has not.
It's great.
bring
I
up
think
We'll
that's-
see. The jury's still out on that.
All right.
I support that. Although also I support you letting me know that you need to go to the
Yeah,
bathroom.
that would
would've
be
been
the
fun.
preferred.
That's true, but I
raise your hand next
kill the
time.
flow. Listen, truckers. A trucker. You got to make it on time to that distribution center before the sun sets.
Oh, they piss and balls all the time. You got
That's why
it.
you see bottles everywhere on the side of the road.
Any-
That's just just a blue collar podcaster. I'm like a trucker, okay?
Exactly. You gotta do it. You gotta let it flow. We're gonna let the video games flow right here. I'm gonna knock off some of mine quick here. PIGFACE. How do I feel about PIGFACE? PIGFACE for me is a maybe. I really like PIGFACE. I didn't think I would like it as much. I played it at the demo at the summer. What did we do, Frank? We were at that place in.
It was
that?
the Mix LA as a
That's
part
what it
of
was.
Summer Games Fest.
Yeah, and I was like, it's all right. It's a little throwback thing. Yada yada yada. I love the loop of this game. I love going back into levels. The headshots are just delicious. It's a good time. I'm not going to put in the top 10. Has anyone else played it? I would. Yeah.
I played a bunch of it. I liked it a lot. It's definitely not top 10 material for me, but I had fun with it. I think it's interesting. I think it's cool tonally and atmospherically, and it's gritty and weird and grindhousey and interesting. I would recommend it to anyone, but I wouldn't say it was a top 10 of the year for me.
Cool. Yeah, I would say the same thing. It'll probably pick up something somewhere else. I think as much as I hate it, I'm not sure. Baby Steps I adore. I think Baby Steps is fantastic. I'm not sure if it's going to make the top 10, but it might. Jeremy, you're saying nodding your head there. What do you think?
I think it's cusp for me. I think the way that it is very rare to me that a game so cohesively merges its mechanics and its themes like this, and also I think comedy in games is something that is sorely lacking. And usually when comedy happens in games, it's like a Ron Gilbert style point and click, and it's like, oh, this is like a funny pirate. He has a funny name and he's saying funny things. It's very rare that the mechanics of the
Don't stop talking shit. All right, come on.
no, I meant that. That was all positive.
Yeah, okay.
No, I was not. That was not like a send up. I'm saying that like
It's just funny
when
the
I
way you
think-
set it up. You were like, yeah, like some Ron Gilbert game with a pirate who's funny. Oh,
No, I'm saying
I
that
know.
like
Name.
We all know.
I'm saying that the humor in video games is often in. And it's not that it's it's not legitimate humor. It's that it is expressed in a way that is like more literary or like spoken. I think fucking
jokes.
Ron Gilbert is great. Yeah, jokes. It is very rare for me that the mechanics are the expression of the humor. And Baby Steps, every time I took a misstep and just like that fucking caked up 35-year-old dude in a onesie fell on his ass in the mud and then the mud stays on him. It's like, it's so fucking funny. And it's funny in a way that is like, it's so sincere. It's such a mechanical expression of this idea that like, no matter who you are, no matter how big of a fucking loser you are, all you can do is literally just put one foot in front of the other. And that is an easy thing to express narratively. It is a very difficult thing to express mechanically. And I think that this game is like, you know, that is a level of artistry that I rarely see in games, is mechanical expression of profound themes.
Yeah, it's a cusp for me also, because I didn't finish it. I bet if I did, I probably would have been over the moon about it, but I don't know, so I don't want to put it up there for that reason. But I do know that playing it in front of my wife, someone who got hit by a car when she was very young and had to teach herself how to walk again,
oh my God,
was like a very exposing, like she's super open about that, and we'll talk about it all the time. So I don't, you know, it's not like I'm revealing her information here, but like she was explaining to me while I handed her the controller, because she was like, I don't understand why you're playing this. This looks stupid. And then she started playing it and was like, oh, this is what it was like for me when I was learning how to walk. She's like, this still is dumb, and I don't know why anyone would play this game, but she really opened my eyes to like a part of it that I hadn't even considered, of like not just necessarily the metaphorical sense of like progression and how everything that you do is always, like Jeremy said, just one foot in front of the other. Even when you have setbacks, you know that you did it before. What's stopping you? But this is literally like, you don't know how to walk. It's a video game where something that we take for granted in every game, movement, is the thing that you're trying to become used to again. And for her and other people who live with disabilities, it's like, it's such a major hurdle to get over. And to see that put into a video game, maybe not in a literal sense, but in at least a mechanical one, is like, there's really nothing I've played like, other than maybe like To a T, that's tried to show off what it's like to live with anything that makes you not, you know, society's version of normal, and how challenging that can be. That was an amazing, that was such a profound thing for me to see her go through. So it was awesome.
That is an incredible perspective that I had not even considered, but something that it makes me think is that like there is this parallel between mechanical design that is very frictional and experiences in real life where you have like setbacks or injuries or illness. Like I was so sick over the holidays, and it was the first time I've been really sick like that in years. And when I got better, I felt like I was on like morphine. Like I was so euphoric to just feel normal that I was like, I felt like I was like on pills. It was the weirdest. It was freaking me out a little bit, because I was like, why am I'm just delighted to sit up in a chair and not just like lay in my bed eating 100 calories and sleeping for 48 hours, 48 days would be.
Whoa,
bad.
Jesus.
But it's like, you know, you get like a canker sore, and it's like when the canker sore goes away, the negation of a negative, of friction, is so delightful. And I think that that's like the power of frictional design in games, is that like, you know, we'll talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance too in a little bit, but like it's games that commit to putting you through the shit a little bit, I think can yield these like really profound experiences. And it risks alienating people, because it's like, oh, this game like sucks to play. This game is like fucking hard and shitty, and I'm bad at it. But I think that like it challenges us in ways that can yield really profound sort of like experiences like that.
I just want to also mention as well that like, unlike games like Getting Over It or QWOP, or you know, games that have these sort of you know, frictional control schemes, let's say, I felt like I had total control over this guy. It was the world that I didn't have control over. That like I felt confident in once. I mean, at the start you don't. At the start you're like, how does this game work? But like after a couple of hours, it's like Dance Dance Revolution or Guitar Hero, where like suddenly your fingers just do the thing you want the pad to do. And it was never that I'd put sometimes you put your foot in the wrong spot, but like a lot of the time it was not knowing where I should put my foot, or like trying to figure out the balance, or where the weight should be, or like how wet is that ground, or, you know, like, and that was cool, because I thought it was going to be more a lot of times in these games where it's like tough controls, sometimes you can kind of like fumble your way through it and cross your fingers, and to me this game didn't feel like that. It felt like very solid in what, you know, how much control you had, and also what you were meant to do, and I thought that was really cool. That's probably why I enjoyed it so much. Okay, we'll put it in the maybes. We'll stick it there. Okay, let's go to someone else. Jesse, why don't you pick one?
Yeah, let me go over the altars real quick because I went back to it. This is the inverse of Expedition 33. I went back to it and I was like, yeah, all right, I get it. Like it was cool the first time around. It's less cool the second time. This is a survival crafting management game where you play on a Stanislaw. Is it Stanislaw Len? Is that the author's name of The Invincible? I think that's right. A version of that sort of sci-fi world where it's a big dark space where you are playing as I can't remember the character's name. It's been months now, but you're playing as this Polish guy basically who's on a mission for a mining company looking for a resource called rupidium or unobtainium if you want to be an Avatar fan. And it's like weirdly, it's more of a game about managing personalities than it is a game about resource management. I mean, it is that, and it becomes quite stressful near the end of the game, but you're trying to build resources and machinery around this big base that you have that's like a giant wheel that you're using to like literally survive and run away from the sun because the sun will just destroy everything on this planet. And you have a limited number of days broken up into separate chunks throughout the game. And it's your goal to overcome these different blockers, basically. There would be like narrative bits where, oh, you can't get past this because you don't have this tool, so you have to invent it. But how do you invent it? You're alone. You're stranded on this planet. Nobody can send you anything. So the game's resolution, and the reason it's called the altars, is your character can clone himself and create other versions of himself based on the timeline of his life. He can look back and find branching points on this visual timeline and say, okay, when I was 18, my dad went out to get eggs and I didn't stop him. And like, this is the split point. You could stop him or you could go get the eggs with him. And like that lets you create like if you go get the eggs, now you're making an engineer or like you're doing something different based on those splits. And it's just cool to see how that plays out and see how all those different characters, versions of the same character interact with each other. Like it's funny because they have to do it in a way where it's obvious who you're talking to, but also it is the same person. So you'll be talking to a character who has the same name as you, but has like rock star hair and glasses. And it's like, did that come out of the cloning machine? Did they make those for you? Are those organic material?
It's like a game about the Gary vault and
almost literally. They just don't just keep saying John Malkovich over and over again. It's I thought that was a really cool novel way to do it. The story gets a little like weird sci-fi, like weirder than even the setup of it is.
Okay.
Very esoteric near the end of it. But it overall, I think it sort of falls apart at the very end. I wasn't huge on the conclusion ultimately of the story. And I think the crafting gameplay part of it, it's probably the only version of that I felt makes sense in the world when you're doing it. Like when you're mining, it's all in real time, but because the mining speeds up as you're doing it, your time for the day, like you start at 8 a.m. and you finish by like 6 or something.
Yes, that was cool.
It actually speeds up instead of it just being like you drew really fast because it's a crafting game and it would be boring if you did it in real time. So I thought that was an interesting way of handling that. And the resources never feel too hard to get a hold of, but there is a good amount of challenge. There's like enemies in the areas you need to be concerned about, and destroying them also cost resources. So there's a lot of that management, but again, it's more about the personalities and seeing how they interacted with each other. I love the story there. I love the way it played out. And it was sort of like the one thing I like about David Cage games is like, I kind of want to go back and see what it would have been like if I'd made a different choice. What if this character was here? Or what if this character wasn't here when I got to this point in the story? What would happen? That's the coolest part of the game. And it works really, really well. I wish there was almost a version of it where you had unlimited resources and you could just see all of that. They have been making changes. Like there's an easier mode now in one of the updates, but it's not quite what I want, which is basically to just watch people's YouTube playthroughs. Maybe I should just do that.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. It tickled something as well that I think like almost Death Stranding didn't. Like there's a feeling of exploring that world on foot and the dread of it. There's so much like dread in that. You're not, I thought that was
your radiation's really high and you got to like, oh, you're going to die, but you got to go out there because this guy's going to die and everyone's mad at you if you don't get him enough food. It's made by the same people who, I don't know if it's exactly the same team, but at least the same studio that did This War of Mine. And you can feel a lot of that lineage there. Right? It feels not too dissimilar. It's not quite as harrowing, but actually I guess it kind of is, but in a different way.
Oppressive,
Yeah.
If I was doing a GameSpot review, my byline would be This World of Mine. I just
you're so good at that. Why did you quit? Oh, right. They don't pay anything.
Because I started taking Fridays off and then I quit.
Shout out to Tyroot.
Shout out to Tyroot.
Should we stick it in maybe then? Is that where it feels for the
If you're
moment?
feeling positive about it, sure. I would probably personally put it in maybe not, but you feel good about it, so maybe's all right.
Yeah, okay, we'll stick it maybe for now. Okay, Frank, you got a bunch here. Let's rattle through some of these ones. Maybe ones that you don't feel strongly about, and then land on one you feel strongly about.
All right, WWE 2K25. I really like this game. This is the first one that allowed intergender wrestling. Vince McMahon was removed from WWE. Since then, all the WWE games became way more experimental and fun and good. So yeah, I really like the WWE games. The gameplay keeps getting faster every single year. And the reason these are always worth, if you're a wrestling fan, they're always worth getting just because the online servers allow people to make their own wrestling games. So like, as I said, it's the Gary's mod of wrestling. So every year I get them. The trick is wait a month once WrestleMania happens. They discount it so you can get it like $40 like clockwork every year. And it's always a blast to just like, yeah, for like in my case, populating the game with like WCW and Joshi Wrestling. I don't touch the WWE mainline roster stuff, although now WWE keeps poaching Joshi talent from around the world. So now all these Stardom wrestlers are appearing authentically in the WWE game. So it's really funny to follow. Like as someone who goes to all these indie wrestling shows, wrestlers I'm seeing in person in like the Ukrainian center of LA are now showing up in my video games is like crazy.
That's so cool.
So I really like this game, and like, yeah, every year they get better and better. And so like during the 2010s, like WB 2K15 or whatever sucked. They're bad. And then there was one year it was so bad they WWE had to come in and like quality control. I'm like, all right, stop making a game for 2 years.
Yeah.
And so ever since they had that like cataclysmic reboot, the games have gotten really good. So I really like it. But again, it's an annual franchise. It's not a brand new thing. But I just want to make because sometimes we'll get comments like, doesn't Frank know the WWE games suck? No. Play the new one. It's good. I don't know, like if they're good now. So I have to vouch for it. So I do feel strongly about that.
I played a bit of this because I wanted to make sure that we had some coverage on this. Yeah, it's vast is the thing I would say. There's so much to do. The online stuff is crazy. I had a lot of fun putting different matches together. I think I was playing some of this with my nephew as well in Ireland. He had it too. I played it here on my own. I played it against him. I think for me, these aren't the wrestling games for me because they're just so much about knowing a million buttons, and once I got into it and learned some of the things here and there, it was better. I will also say that the story mode stuff is like it's very cheap and cheerful. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of like low production quality, I would say, which was fine, I guess. But I was, I made my fucked up wrestler and he looked hilarious, so that was pretty good. So it's still got its rough edges. But then look, like you said, annual franchise that has like 80 modes in it. What do you expect from these people? They're only human.
So it's a delightful game. But yeah, so it's like my top 10. It's not like a team top 10 game, but I think they're awesome and I'm always excited for more. Silent Hill F I really like just because like when this got announced, it was like, okay, every now and then they'll try making a new Silent Hill game and they haven't been good. I think Silent Hill Downpour is like the worst game I've ever actually finished from start to finish. I hated it, but it was a new Silent Hill at the time, so I played it. I really like Silent Hill F. Again, the main reason I really liked it is like they changed the Americana setting and put it in specifically 1960s Japan. So it was like just all the specifics of that was really, really cool. And then the game almost has like, again, like I guess like all Silent Hills, there's like the real world and then the nightmare world. And I thought this game did a cool way of like splitting it up. I like the ground, like the actual parts where you're going through the village way more than like the underground hell chambers because the puzzles got so tedious and frustrating. But every time you were in the surface area, it was incredible. And then I like how your character evolves and gets like mutant arms, like crazy stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. You can upgrade your character. You can equip different like accessories to change your play styles. There's melee combat, no weapons. But I thought it was really cool and weird. And like even now at conventions, you're seeing people cosplay as both the main character and the screwed up like mannequin girls.
Funny.
So I like that it's adding to the iconography of Silent Hill F. So yeah, again, one of my favorite games.
Jeremy, did you play some of that?
I did. I played the entire thing.
What'd you think of it?
I think that the highs were high and I think the lows were very low. I'm curious, Frank, so there was when the game first came out, I played it very shortly after release, and the combat was so sloggy. Like there was not the like pace of the combat, but the amount of combat that there were, especially towards the end of the game. It was like, okay, now like run from here to this other location, and it was like run a little bit, combat arena. Here's like 17 guys and like a mini boss. Run a little bit. Here's another combat arena. These like mandatory combat arenas. And it was like it was awful. It was fucking like terrible. To the extent that they patched the game and like tuned that shit down a lot. So I have not played the version of Silent Hill F that is available now. I have not played. So I am curious. Do you know if you played it before or after that, or you're not sure?
So I know they added like a simple mode or whatever. But when I played it on easy, so which already reduced the amount of like duration. So I played it on easy. I was like, this is good. Like some of the fights were not too long. And then I think I started New Game Plus on simple. Everyone dies in like 1 or 2 hits. But yeah, I played it on easy, so it wasn't like padded. But yeah, early on I was like, do I have to fight everything? And then my weapon's broke, and it was like, oh no, you're allowed to like keep running. I was like, oh okay, I got it. But yeah, I played it on easy. Combat difficulty and then puzzle difficulty. So for me, I was like, "Oh, this is good. This is good. I'm liking
I think
this."
that I like hard combat encounters, and in fact, I thought some of the boss fights were like genuinely interesting. I thought it was like it was a little weird how much it was like it's kind of like it has a Souls like element to it, and not to be. I hate when everyone is just like everything is Souls like, but this literally is like dodge iframe windows and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I can totally see why someone would love this game. I think some of the stuff that it does with the multiple endings that I won't get into is really, really fascinating. Because the game changes as you play it more and more. And structurally, I think it's fascinating. I think that the story is really, really good and interesting. And yeah, I mean, I've only played Silent Hill 1 through 4. From what I gather, it seems like this is probably the best Silent Hill game in a very long time. I have very mixed feelings about it, but I recognize that there is a lot of greatness in here that was sort of weighted down by a lot of the like heavy focus on combat. So it's interesting that the difficulty, I think, may have been like the differentiating factor for us between the two.
Yeah, that is fascinating. Where does it feel like it goes?
I mean, like
in the maybes, or
yeah, it's a maybe. Like I don't think it's like a team top 10, but I thought it was like just the celebration that there's a good new Silent Hill game is like a miracle in gaming. Like that deserves its own award. And I don't know, that's a notable achievement. So it's worth just nominating. But yeah,
I just want to double check. You have 2 games here that looks like Jesse put in aren't in this year. Did you write that, or Frank? Did you write that? The dates. Who did the dates?
Yeah. So
you did. Sorry, Jesse, your cursor was beside it on the dock, so I thought it was you. Sorry,
I'm not a monster.
Yeah, let's not spend time on them if they're not from this year. Was there anything you quickly wanted to say about either? Were these games you played this year that came from previous years?
No, I don't have to mention any of those.
Are you sure? Oh, okay. How about here's an interesting one. Monster Hunter Wilds you have here. I forgot that came out this year. That was February of 2025.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The only thing was like I was just out of cycle with any of my friends playing it. So like the last 2 Monster Hunters, those were quarantine games. So I played like a year's worth of with friends, and then this year like none of my friends got it or we like. So it's like, oh shit, like I'm still I don't know. So it's fantastic. But then what I really enjoyed is just jumping in and playing with random Japanese players because they're so insanely good, and it was delightful. So yeah, I thought it was a fantastic game. It was just weird that's like they made the best Monster Hunter ever, but this was the one where it was like the friends that I'd spent the last like 6 years or so playing the games with, like I just like one was a girlfriend that like we didn't play this one together, but it was like, oh shit. So really loved it. If I had that multiplayer experience, I'm sure I'd be buzzing it the same way like people are buzzing about Arc Raiders. It's fantastic. There's never been a better time to jump into Monster Hunter. So it was just weird. It was like the least one, the least amount of hours I put into Monster Hunter, but it's definitely the best one. I thought the Switch one they did, like 3 years ago, was like phenomenal. Monster Hunter Rise, I think that one was like so casual friendly. This new one, I think, just like takes that and just makes it even better because they built it from the ground up for next gen. So I really liked it, but yeah, I just didn't have that like the multiplayer magic, those memories with friends, the quarantine like laughs and all that stuff. Like that element wasn't there for me this time, but it is a fantastic game. And so if you're intimidated by Monster Hunter, like it's worth checking out. And again, like I feel like all multiplayer games now can solve this, where it's like, even if you play single player, like it's easy to jump in, like even like World of Warcraft Dungeon Fighter, it's like almost the same system. You can queue up for missions, see other people on it, you're immediately playing with people. So it's fast, it's accessible. I think they still update it. Monster Hunter Mania is so big in Japan, like it's more popular than like Street Fighter, like it's crazy. So yeah, really awesome game, but I didn't have the multiplayer magic this year, so it's not like, I wouldn't nominate in the top 10, but I think it's like definitely has potential if you play with the right group of friends.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Jesse, let's go over to you. Pick another one of these guys.
Yeah. Did anyone get a chance to play Keep Driving, or is it still? Am I the only driver out here?
I played a bunch of it when it first came out, and I played a little bit more during the break.
All right.
I unfortunately did not.
That's all good. I feel like, I'd love to know more thoughts on it. I think it's just a great game. Keep Driving. Very, very good. Like, I guess you could call it like an Oregon Trail style. I'm not an Oregon Trailer myself. I don't know much about that. The origins of video games. But Keep Driving is like I guess you could say like FTL style adventure RPG sort of game where you are using different items that you collect along the way and keeping track of your gas in your own vehicle. It's a 2D side-scrolling adventure. It's like a coming-of-age story. You play as a young person out on their own for the first time in a beat-up car, trying to go to a music festival, and then along the way you meet hitchhikers and bring them in, and they become like they become like party members. I think the thing that Keep Driving does really well, more than most other games that I've played this year, is like systematizing and making narrative beats that line up with their own mechanics, like stuff that's from other games. Like team members are hitchhikers. It takes everything and turns it into a car. Your armor is, or like your I guess it's like your armor. It's like the body of your car. Your energy is literally your own energy. Like you have to worry about your gas, literally your gas as your resource to get between locations, and not just like energy, right? Like all that stuff is really cool. But then also the way you upgrade your cars, like you change your tires, you change out engine pieces. The music also, like that is maybe the highest point for me, is like the way that this game evokes a sense of wanderlust and like nostalgia, but for something that obviously, I mean, I'm 30, like I have nostalgia to some extent for road trips, but not like this particular style of it. It's I think it's Swedish rock bands. A lot of the music, a lot of it's original also. Like there's a character that you unlock that gives you music. Just the way the music impacts the story and the feel of the game. Like as you're driving through these big winding areas, and like the views you get in the background, the parallax effect of like all these mountains and these trees, and like that, just the vibes alone. It's such a vibes game. It's such a like, where am I and what am I doing in this space and how does it make me feel kind of thing. When you meet someone and like you lose them, but then like you find them again later, like a hitchhiker, maybe you finish their quest and like they show up again. That's such a fun feeling. There's so many things like that. Or like it's another thing where I think making a game where you can like evoke some sense of what you get to do when you have that freedom for the first time. Like when you get to go be your own person and make your own decisions, that can also mean you're free to do whatever you want and like make smart decisions, but also you're free to do whatever you want. Yeah. Maybe now you're going to do drugs. Maybe now you're going to drink and drive like a jackass, or you'll do some cocaine that you found in the woods. Like it's that kind of game where you can do the things I just said are actual things you can do in the game. And like you get punishments for them, or you see interesting things. Like it goes in a lot of weird directions I wasn't expecting it to, but also it does the sort of thing that I think the game was almost, it desperately wants you to feel as though you are free. Like in a game sense, you can do whatever you want and go wherever you want, but there are risks involved in that. You have to be considerate of the resources you have, money and everything. I loved playing it. So it's funny because I hated it at first because I was mad that it wasn't letting me do, like I was like, why does this end? Why does this end? That's so stupid. Why would I want to do it again? And then I played it a couple more times and I was like, it ends because everything ends, jackass.
It's like
Jesse having I was going to say, this is Jesse having a conversation with God right before he's reincarnated.
Literally. Why does this end? Why is it over?
Why does this end? Yeah. Well, I don't want to do it again.
He's so like, stupid.
Wasn't that the thing you liked about David Cage games 20 minutes ago?
No, yeah. That they let you like, I almost want to go see what the other thing was. But the frustration here is like, I got to go back and I got to find him again. And I got to do everything again. It's not as fun.
Yeah, cool. So what do you think? Is it a top 10, do you think? Is it...
I mean, how did you feel about it? You're the only other person who gave it a shot.
So here's the thing. I respect what it does. I think in the way that it is a vibes game, sometimes they just don't resonate with you as strong. And I think I tried to get into it a few times because I love a road trip, but for whatever reason, it never quite grabbed me. Maybe it would at a different period. And I see the quality in the game, and I love the art style on it. And you're right, there are these moments that are really exciting, like a road trip where you meet somebody or something interesting happens, or you get in a crash or whatever, or you get a ding, or you can't overtake somebody or whatever. But yeah, I just could never get in the flow state with it. That was the only thing. I wanted to like it more than I did, if that makes sense.
That's totally fair. That's basically where I was. Like I said, when I started playing it, I was like, I don't get it. I don't really like. I like the idea of it, but I don't like where it's going. And now I do. But it's one of those things where you're totally right. Maybe because I'm 30 and I just started driving recently, I kind of get that feeling of like, oh, this is what it was like. This is what it would have been like if I started doing it when I was 20 on my own instead of like just going with buddies or family. I'd be cool with putting it in not, just because, it's just me.
Sure?
And I'm not like super, I'm fairly passionate about it, but not to the point that I would say, we got to bump something down or whatever.
Okay, I'm going to knock some of mine down into not. I forgot about not, and I had a bunch of other stuff here that I want to put in not, so I'll do that. Jeremy, go ahead. What you got?
Oh, can we talk about Ooh really quick?
Let's talk about Ooh.
Ooh is like,
Ooh's so good.
Ooh is maybe the best game of the year. Ooh is just I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's just a perfect game. There's nothing to change, nothing to add, nothing to take away. It is I don't know. It's like this Zen game design that just like the developer found this set of mechanics, iterated every conceivable possible like expression of what it could do. Some of them feel like they were discovered by accident during development. Some of them feel very intentionally part of the design of these mechanics. And there's such a limited amount of mechanics, and it just feels like it does everything it can do, and then it ends. It is a puzzle platformer. I guess it's sort of like a Metroidvania, but I don't know. People might debate whether this really counts. There's only 2 power-ups in the whole game, 2 bombs. You start with a bomb, you do a bunch of puzzles, you get a second bomb. The bombs create momentum, and they explode in the order you lay them. So you lay a bomb, you lay a second bomb. When you hit detonate, the first bomb explodes. If you're sitting next to it, it propels you sideways. If you're sitting on top of it, it propels you upward, et cetera, et cetera. Very, very simple.
But not like in a free-form physicsy way. It's kind of like in a grid way, right? Like correct. You can't stand slightly on the edge of the bomb and go diagonal or anything like that,
Right, exactly. Which is important because that constraint is very essential to the sort of like puzzle design language of this game. For example, like if there's a little slot in the side of the wall, you can't stand below it on a bomb, explode upward, and then like just hold right and slot your way in. You have to shoot yourself through momentum laterally into it. So yeah, that constraint is very important. This is not like a free 360 degree sort of like physics puzzle kind of thing. Yeah, it's definitely not Gish. Very different expression of that sort of game. But Ooh is just like, I don't know. I said this in the Game of the Year video I did, that I played Super Metroid for the first time this year, almost at the exact same time I was playing Ooh. And Super Metroid was so ambitious and amazing and like atmospheric and cool and cinematic and like all these things. And it's such an achievement. But the experience I had with Ooh was so much more to my preference, because it felt like it wasn't a game where the world was so big that I was like, how far do I need to backtrack? Do I need to like go shoot missiles or shoot my scanner at the wall like 3 hours back? Am I in the right biome? Ooh is of a scale and scope that like you almost always know what to do. And if you don't know what to do, it is sort of like you look at the map and intuit. And it's like, even Animal Well, like I think Animal Well is fucking brilliant. Yeah. But there were moments where I was like a little in over my head, even as someone who played that game start to finish continuously. It wasn't like I took breaks from it and forgot stuff. I was like marking the map. I was in it to win it. And something about Ooh is just like, it's just elegant and seamless and cohesive. And then you beat it and there's like secret stuff I won't even get into that is so fucking hard and so demanding of you that like I 100% did this game, and I think it was, I don't know, just one of the best games I've ever played in my life.
Yeah, I haven't completed it yet. I play, which is silly because it's like 3 hours long or something. Right? Like, how long is it?
It's
Yeah,
like you
2
can
3
probably do
hours,
it in
yeah.
2. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm like at the end almost. I think I got hung up on one and forgot to get back to it. Yeah, you said everything. It's about as refined a video game as you can get. It does exactly what it says on the tin, and it's every solution in every next puzzle feels like a step. There's no plateau. Just feels like it's always doing something different.
Yeah.
And then you feel cool. Yeah,
And when you
it's
have
really
to
sweet.
backtrack, it's like you realize, it's those moments that like,
Oh, yeah.
oh my God, you just said the name of the game, Jeremy. It's completely
Super
left my
Metroid?
brain. Sorry?
Super
Metroid?
Metroid?
No, the oh my God, Animal Well. Oh, what is wrong
Oh,
with me?
yeah.
We've been
yeah,
talking for 2.5
yeah.
hours. My brain stopped working.
You got
Yeah, Animal Well, when you go and do something again, or you go to an area and you have a new item or a new piece of information that you've learned, you re-observe the area. Ooh is just doing that the whole way through. You either are learning something new or re-examining a place you've already been and realizing that the world is a different shape from the one that you were in previously. It's my favorite thing about puzzle games that are in this structure, that are more like of a platformer style, or like Lorelei and the Laser Eyes or anything like that, where it's you're moving through an environment and re-examining spaces or blueprints, right? You see things from a new perspective once you've got new information. Things that you could do the whole time, but you wouldn't know because you're observing the world with your own biases and seeing it the way that you have because of all the games that you've played. It's like a cumulative knowledge kind of thing. It's that is what I think makes Ooh work so well, is like it forces you to reconsider obvious stuff. Because every eureka moment in that game, in the 2 hours it took, I was like, oh, obviously it works like that. I was overthinking it more than anything else. It's such a cool experience, man. Especially just cram it all in that tight time window was, really impressive.
It's maybe one of the only games that gave me the like Metroidvania feeling of Outer Wilds, that when if you go back and play Outer Wilds, it's so funny how you can just be like, oh yeah, and you do this and you do this and you do this and the game's over. But when you play it the first time, it's this epic odyssey that you're
Totally.
on. That's,
Yeah.
and replaying
It's like
Ooh-
life, isn't it? It's like when you're a kid, you're like, what the fuck is going on?
Dude,
And
it's like
then
when you
you're
go into
old,
a
you're like,
classroom again for the first time and you're like, this is way smaller than I remember it being.
Yeah,
totally.
it is like that. Replaying Ooh was so funny
yeah.
because when I replayed it for the Game of the Year playthrough, I played it in like an hour just because it's like you just crush it, and that was including moments where I saw skips that were available that I was like, I know how to get past this, but I'm not supposed to know how to do that yet.
That's
and
cool.
yeah, the pureness of the design that you hit the end of a biome, and it's just like, all right, you don't get a power up, you don't get anything, you just know more now. It's just confident and pure.
All right, stick in the top 10.
in
You want
there.
to do another one while you're there?
Yeah, for sure. Let's talk about White Knuckle briefly.
Sure.
It has been a while since I've played this game. I did revisit it to prepare for Game of the Year. I got ludicrously obsessed with this game. I needed to complete it. And it is a hard fucking game. White Knuckle is a climbing game where one mouse button is one hand, the other mouse button is the other hand, and you're moving the mouse and hitting WASD to like move. And so
I think it was at our meeting yesterday. You said you had a problem with your mouse where if you click the middle button, it clicks. Sometimes it clicks all of the buttons.
yes,
Did you have any-
this could be a hack for White Knuckle now.
Playing it on hard mode.
They're gonna get kicked out of the White Knuckle Championship for fucking spoofing. I loved this game so much, and I was so obsessed with it that I have been afraid to revisit it now that they've added more to it, because I just don't know if I can take it. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if my body is capable of enduring that, because the way White Knuckle works is you're climbing through these biomes. And eventually you hit a point where it's like, all right, you found a disc, or you can purchase a disc, you can save here. And then if you die past that, you revert to the save, but the save goes away. So it's not necessarily a pure rogue-like. There are sort of like moments of stop gaps or whatever. But they're very limited, and this is a very knowledge-gated game as well. There are points you get to where it's like, oh no, I'm in the dark, and I have like a flare gun, and something's chasing me, and I'm in the elevator shaft, and I don't know where to go. Where do I go? But the thing is chasing me, and should I use the flare to shoot the thing, or do I need to see? And you're like, the flashlight, you have to like crank the flashlight to see, and you're like, and it's so overwhelming and fun, and that when you start to get a handle on those things and get into a state of flow, it feels so fucking good because it truly is like, it's like stepping onto, it's like you step on the field with a bunch of like NBA players. They don't play on a field, but you know what I mean, of the court. And you're like, I could never keep up with these guys. And then you try for 10 hours and you're like, all right, I just fucking like juked Allen Iverson. Like that's incredible. I don't know. There's a feeling of mastery and flow here, and the novel control scheme really contributes to that. It is a novel set of motions, of muscle memory, of mechanics that like it does not translate previous video game skill. It feels like you're starting from zero, and I just had a wonderful experience with this game.
Yeah.
Where does it feel like it goes? In the maybes?
For me, this is
top 10.
I
this is a pretty
personally
strong
also
top
would put
10.
it top 10. I think White Knuckle is just revelatory. It's such a good video game.
Yeah,
I loved it. I think I got scared by how
I remember doing
challenging it
the
got
quick look
later.
with you. Yeah, you were like,
Yeah.
you just physically you couldn't handle it. You were like, I can't
Yeah.
watch you play this game. Like it's making me uncomfortable.
I think originally I thought it was because of the height aspect, but I think it is the chase.
Yeah.
You are constantly feel like something is at your heels, whether it's the rising sludge or something you've seen or. Yeah, but what I love about it as a climbing game is that it is like, for a game that's like, doesn't have that much physics stuff going on in it. Like everything is kind of set, and then you can like obviously put bolts in places and do all that, but it feels super physicsy. It feels very like jumping across. Even
the high
though,
level
like,
stuff does get physicsy too, though, because there's
there's cool
you can
stuff.
you can
Ropes.
boost with certain items and stuff, and there's like
Right.
rope darts where the ropes are physicsy. You can like throw a rebar down, and like I've seen speedrunners who just grab a bunch of rebar, they jump off a gap where it's like it would take you 20 minutes to climb around, and then they just like rebar, and they just like triple
Wow.
jump across gaps.
They're
and shit.
rebar
So-
jumping.
Yeah, it's like rocket jumping,
yeah.
rebar jumping.
Yeah. Sorry,
yeah.
it didn't click for me what
Sorry,
you
it
were
took a
saying.
second. See, the old brain.
Yeah.
The old brain.
Jeremy, you looked at me like
Still
I
have
just
it.
like said a slur.
No, I thought there was more to that
Just said the
sentence.
R words. It's
I
crazy.
thought it was like a pregnant pause. I was like, yeah,
Go on.
speak on that.
Yeah.
Speak on that.
Fuck, I was going to say something and now I forgot. I think it just because, like, again, we have entered the world of vibes. Genre is dead. So much of what video games are about now is how they make you feel. For a climbing game, I was more of a Hypogea person this year. That was like, that was the
interesting.
level I was at. I was just
fair.
like,
Chiller.
We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling.
A similar, like weirdly, like a cousin of White Knuckle as well. They're both
100%.
very gritty, rusty, climbing-y, platformy games.
Yeah, Hypogea
Yes,
will ask
they-
you to go like smoke a blunt after Thanksgiving dinner, but White
Yeah.
Knuckle will ask you to go like hit a rail. You know,
Yeah, White Knuckle's doing
100%.
key bumps in the bathroom.
100%. Okay, cool. We'll stick that in the top 10 as well then. That's awesome. Let's go, Frank. What else you got? Is there any of these that feel like something you're like super that pops out to you? That's like the one you couldn't have done without this year, or are they all feeling pretty like 80%?
Once Upon a Katamari is fantastic. This is like the first new Katamari we've had since like the Vita stand that like spin off in like 2014. Again, not made without Kenta Takahashi's approval or consent or whatever, Like, but it's fantastic. It's a colorful, delightful Katamari game. They added power-ups, which makes it like there's a little bit of like Vampire Survivoriness with it, where there's a power-up you get that's like a magnet that just sucks in everything, but it allows you to like it feels like they just made it faster. The gameplay's even faster. And you could 100% the entire game in like 15 hours. So again, I appreciate games that aren't too long or too demanding. So the soundtrack was also really fantastic. They got like a bunch of like, hip contemporary artists to collaborate, make stuff. So like I think Chemicals in this game, they did like anime theme song music. The soundtrack's fantastic. Again, the reason I like Katamari, it's so colorful, like serotonin positive. Like I love it. All the cute chibi art, like. It's like the perfect game to me, and there was like no fault with this game. I loved it, and so much so it's like, make a new one next. Just keep churning them out. I don't care. I love these games. So I thought it was fantastic. Again, but it's the same thing where it's like it's a sequel. It's a also like a legacy sequel. So it's not like this defined 2025 as a brand new game, but like legitimately like one of my favorite games of the year. But so I just wanted to mention Once Upon a Katamari is fantastic.
Excellent. Any other one in there? How did you find Ghost of Yotei? So I played a chunk of that, and I have complicated feelings about it. I don't know why. I think they nailed the first one so well that in a way I felt like I was enjoying this, but I had enjoyed a lot of this before. I don't think I connected with the character as much. I think the story and the voice work is really good, but I didn't feel as on her side as Jin, like, and the central sort of revelation that's around that didn't it was interesting, I think, and I had a slow build and maybe I needed to play more of it to connect with it. I thought the combat was great. I thought the different stances stuff was fantastic. The combat in it is immensely much better. But it felt a little bit like playing Far Cry 4 after Far Cry 3, where I was like, oh yeah, you go to the place, you do the thing, you do the stuff to do. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't have that fresh kind ofness to it. How did you find it?
Yeah, I think I played maybe like a dozen hours of it. I know it's a game I'll definitely like get hooked into at some point during a lull. I just wish it was like faster getting in and out of things, because it has the loop of like almost maybe even like Red Dead Redemption 2's pacing, where it's like, all right, you have to sit down, look at your map,
yes.
let's go over here, let's ride the fucking horse. Oh shit, it's a mountain. Which of the 4 directions I have to come across? I have to grapple. Like, I hit like that kind of thing like too many times of where the hell is the end? Sorry, I'm getting so coarse.
No, you're good.
Where the hell am I finding the entrance?
Jeremy
point
pissed
to
in
this
a
game?
bottle. You're fine.
Yeah, dude, it's all fucking
It's all on the
everything's on the table
table
now.
man.
But yeah,
Bottle
so
of piss,
it's like
everything.
I liked it. Like I didn't mind the friction. Like during once you're in the bandit camps, like, oh man, the like pairing, the combat, like
Yes.
even if you get killed, you maybe lose like 5 minutes of it's like not too far back, so I don't mind that. But like, this is the example of like where I like games like Ninja Gaiden more, where it's like, great, level after level after level. I think it's just the open world fatigue hit me. Whereas the first one I didn't mind. I also think the first one was maybe less technically like, ooh, look at you can I don't know, clap shit together at I hate all that PlayStation controller stuff.
There's a lot of that stuff in it. You can skip a lot of it, but like the fact that it, like, I wanted a button that says never ask me to make a fucking fire again.
You have to, every time it starts doing, do you want to skip this?
Yeah.
You have to hold
Yeah.
the button down. I'm like, just I get it. I don't want to do this now. I just want to go into camp, kill a bunch of ninjas, get their loot, and move on. Like, so again, like I just needs, and I think I can enjoy that more if it's not the end of the year. Like, all right, let's try to play every,
Yeah.
So
totally.
so it's totally a cool game. I platinumed the first one. I know this will be a good game to chill out with. Again, like I will say, like the unique things. I like the Kill Bill-esque like revenge plot. I'm playing it with Japanese audio, having Takashi Miike mode where it's like even more hyper blood gore is fantastic. Doing it with the Watanabe mode, which has like the lo-fi hip hop like soundtrack. It's such a cool blend of stuff. So it's just a game I have to come to when I'm in the right mood and stuff. Yeah, so it's good. But yeah, I wish it was just a little like, okay, yeah, just a little more accelerated and faster. So again, that's why I didn't beat Ninja Gaiden 4. I played Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, which is like the remaster remake of Ninja Gaiden 2. And those are awesome. It's just, yeah, I think it's the open world fatigue. It was like, all right, I get it. Let me just go into the camps and kill people one after another. So, but maybe I can play that game and with that approach. But yeah, some of the open world collectible stuff, because I had 100% of the first one, it was like, oh, I kind of don't want to do all of this again, but it's good. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel similar. Well, so it won't make the top 10. We'll put it in not for now, but yeah, it's a quality game. It's just, I'm like that. Open world fatigue is a good way of putting it. I think there just wasn't really enough there to keep me hooked in. Although I did enjoy playing what I played, I just kind of had my fill, I think, at a certain point. Let's go to Jesse. Pick one of these. Sure. This is I put Split Fiction in with yours. Did you play it? Because I didn't in the end. You did. Yeah. You enjoyed them, right?
Yeah. Well, so loved it's maybe a stretch. I remember
you love those Joseph Fares games.
Yeah, I love when he says the fuck the Oscars. It's so funny. Okay, here's the thing. Let me get through this one quickly because I don't think this will end up anywhere near the top 10. Okay. Split Fiction is the first one. What was the one that they made last? That one game of the year? What was it?
It Takes
Two. Thank you. I like that game so much. I can't remember the name.
Is it Takes Three?
It's I mean, basically it kind of feels like Split Fiction feels like every idea that they had left on the table for It Takes Two, they just kind of crammed into one game. Sometimes that works, and it means you get to do something weird, like you play as a pig who turns into a sausage, and then you roast the sausage. You're like, that's really cute and funny.
That sounds great.
And then sometimes it's just like
that's
gameplay co-op stuff that's just like very basic and straightforward. Like you jump and then the player makes a platform you to jump onto. We did this already, Like It Takes Two was great. You're just doing that again, but like it's clearly this is the stuff that either either you thought was really good and you just didn't have the resources to use, but now they're like, hey, make another one. And you're like, all right, sure. I don't know what the situation may have been in development, but that's kind of what it feels like from my perspective, just from playing it. I don't think it works narratively either. I think there were fair complaints with It Takes Two, especially when we were having the Game of the Year debate. I think the very first one that we had, I think you guys were all pretty harsh on the narrative, or at least somebody was. Dennis, I believe, was pretty harsh on it.
Was it Dennis on it?
Yeah, he was on the very first Game of the Year one. Yeah, he was like, the story sucks, dude. And I was like, no, I like it. But now in retrospect, it was kind of dumb. The story in this is bad. Like, it's so bad, it's actually distracting how bad it is. For a game about two writers who are authors who have published novels, the writing in this game is absolutely horrendous.
Does it have a funny book at least?
No, there's no Hakeem. What's the point?
It's the book.
Hey, your stories are as bad as my narrating.
That guy, It Takes Two, I was just like screaming, just get divorced already, the whole fucking game. I saw clips of Split Fiction and I was like, I can't play this. I feel so bad because I'll probably play it with Chelsea someday because she bought it and she was like, we should play it. And I was like, I don't want to be that guy who, like, I don't want to hate this game and I don't want to play it with you. And I neither want to be the person who's like bottling up my hatred, nor do I want to be just spewing critique of it while I play it.
Right.
But the clips I've seen of the writing are just like, I don't know, man, what they're thinking over there.
The thing is, it's still really fun. Like, despite the fact that it feels sort of like they're doing the greatest hits of the album that never came out for It Takes Two, like, it's still, they're the best at making this exact kind of game, this co-op experience that's asynchronous, where one player is doing something that is completely on a different visual style at times. Like, it's crazy what they do in the sci-fi world and in the fantasy world, the only two settings video games are ever allowed to have. And they go all over the place with it. Like, the side stories are really good. Like, it's all exactly what you would want from the follow-up to It Takes Two, which weirdly is like almost a knock on it, because it's like, I kind of wanted you to get a little bit weirder and not more straightforward with it.
In a world in which, like, there are, and like, this is not a knock on them because they, like, I've fair play to them, and I think a lot of these games I've tried to get into or tried to find someone to play them with. Me and my wife have like threatened to do this over and over and over again, and we haven't. I think the only one we played was the Prisoner one. We played,
Get Out.
Oh no,
Get Away.
and then back in the day, of course, I played Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. In a world in which we are constantly talking about these amazing games and then wondering why they don't sell, the fact that this game is a $50 game that has 20,000 Steam reviews that are overwhelmingly positive, these games are so popular. It's fucking crazy.
If you make a game that's designed, like, dude, multiplayer and co-op is like the hottest thing right now. Just make one of those for $5 and people will buy it. I love my friend Slop. But like this works because it's so good. It's just so good. Like, it's nothing else is this specifically co-op that's designed where both players are doing something different the entire time.
Yeah, It Takes Two was so mechanically polished that, like, despite the fact that the writing irked me the entire time, I didn't like any of the characters, and I didn't care about the world, and like,
other than the fact that it was bad, it was great.
And the fact that it sucked. No, it didn't suck. It was, in spite of hating basically everything about it, I had a wonderful time with it.
Wow, that's exactly
like,
how I feel.
That's how mechanically
on the
strong
box.
it was. Yeah, that's a terrible box quote.
That's amazing. That's fucking incredible. That should be one of our categories. Game I hated.
I hated so much that I liked it.
So, okay.
Yeah. So Split Fiction and then and Roger, I want to get through quickly. Danny, you and I sort of talked about this off the pod. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think I did not do a spoiler warning at the start of this podcast. I probably should have, but I think we have actually been fairly restricted. We have not really spoiled anything. If you want to play on Roger, there is no way of talking about this game without talking about the biggest spoiler in the game. I'm sorry. So like that's just going to happen. So please skip ahead 5 minutes. I will also actually put a trigger warning on this one as well, because it deals with a very particular mental health issue that sort of, and we're now entering spoiler modes, affects people of a certain age. So if that sounds like something you want to get away from, just knock ahead 5 minutes and we'll talk about it. Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, and Roger is like, it's a mechanical version of dealing with somebody living with Alzheimer's. Where it is like a first person experience to some extent, not like literally the camera, but you are playing and making actions for a woman who is living with Alzheimer's, and like the mental state that she's in from start to finish. It opens as if you're playing one game, telling you a story that is something that is not what's going on. And from the player's perspective, your lack of understanding is what makes that work. And then you figure out why you didn't understand what was going on. And all of a sudden, all the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. There were moments throughout this game where I found myself performing an action, not out of a mechanical desire to advance the story, out of desperation. And the game reflected that. Like, it was leading me along this journey to do something, to move the mouse in a certain way or a button on the screen to do something. And it was reflecting my own feelings. Like, it's such a good, it did such a good job of directing me to feel a specific way. And maybe that's, again, because part of it is like, I don't know anyone who's lived through this. I don't know how that feels for some people. So it was a totally novel experience for me, in seeing how that plays out. And like, I had no perspective on it. I didn't see it coming whatsoever. And that worked for me. And it made it stick, I think, more than if I had already known what that experience is like for some people. But Danny, we spoke about it off the pod, and you were saying like, you've seen this coming. Like you saw the story coming, and it didn't land as well for you.
Yeah.
For that?
I think time has helped with this. I think this is a piece of art. This is one of the best games probably of the year. I wanted to talk to everyone about it before, because you had it down on your list. I mean, mileage is going to vary on this one. I have plenty of people in my life who have had Alzheimer's, died from it, who have Alzheimer's, and we recently had a diagnosis in not in my immediate family, but someone very close to us is dealing with early onset. She's about a year and a half into it.
Sorry to hear that.
So I don't know if it's something that happens a lot back home or something, but like some of these people are also over here. But like, it is a disease that I have some degree of familiarity with. The game opens with you playing as a young girl who wakes up in like a strange house, and there's a strange man on the at the table or whatever in the living room. I think it was the third screen of the game. I went, oh, this is an old person who has Alzheimer's. So I immediately got it. And I think because I did, I felt like I had to sort of cosplay some of playing this game, because I think I wasn't meant to figure it out that early. I think there's probably a big scale. I think there's people who probably like have a revelation at the end. I think there's probably a lot of people who get it in the middle. You know what I mean?
That was where
like,
I got it.
So I think that's probably where you're meant to feel it. And there's a sorrow in that, because I do think that like, it's not, I don't think it would be as fun a game if at the end it's like, would you kindly have Alzheimer's? You know what I mean? Like if it was like doing we gotcha.
Hey, you didn't see that coming, dumbass.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think it works then. I think like so much of the game is about you feeling like understanding what's going on more than your character does. And that's like really sad. So I felt like a little bit annoyed that I'd sort of tweaked it early. But it's fucking really affecting. Like it's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. It's beautiful as well, and then it's heartbreaking. Like it like there's a moment in this game which could easily have been the end of the game, where you have they do this mechanic with the controls where it's all basically about like, the problem with Alzheimer's is that there are two victims. There's lots of victims, but in most situations with Alzheimer's, the person who has Alzheimer's is the initial victim, and their caregiver is the second victim. And oftentimes and it's not maybe the case in the character you play, seems to be quite tormented. I know most people I know who have had Alzheimer's have sort of not been that tormented. Like they have maybe gone very quiet in the other direction. It affects people completely differently. And then, which can be the case. And then basically the person who's the caregiver has to sort of watch their partner disappear in front of them, and then kind of go while still being alive. And that's really horrible and traumatic, and is something that, you know, I've seen and we're going to have to deal with again over the next couple of years. And I think the way the game handles the color, first of all, like the color they use to signal who is who and what is what, and then the way in which your characters like, there's a whole thing about like, you know, silly things. Like I think there's a part where she's cooking and the husband has left notes around or like drawn outlines of where the spoon should go, and she in her head is saying, why does he do these things? Like, what is the...
He's so silly.
You know, he's so silly with his notes, you know? And like, you don't know that, and it's so...
And if you know, if you know what's coming from your perspective, I can't even imagine what that feels like, but I didn't, right? So I was like, yeah, that is a quirky relationship thing. Like that's, I figured something was going on, but the way that the story's told non-linearly, I was like, oh, maybe this is just like something traumatic happened early in this character's life and you sort of see it play out, but you realize obviously later that that's not the case. So thinking back on that stuff made it hit a lot harder, but in the moment, it's like you're drawing your own conclusions as things are happening in a way that is almost unfair by the end, because now every conclusion that you've drawn up till that point crashes in and you're like, oh, that's what that was. I can't believe I thought it was this. Oh, that
and
moment
I wish
where
I
this
had that experience.
But I love that you have this experience. Like it's a totally different one.
Yeah, I think my experience was probably much sadder earlier.
Yes.
Which, you know, because it's, especially with a child, like it's she's about the same age as my daughter.
Oh yeah.
Like she's scared. She runs across to the bakery, but it's weirdly familiar, you know? Oh, it's like, it's really
it's the saddest
tough
game
stuff.
of this year, 2025, no question.
And also has these moments of absolute beauty and celebration of life.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
selflessness and like what you're willing to go through for the people that you love. Like it,
like and really honest parts, like when he loses his temper and when he can't deal with it, and it's fucking it's you can I don't know who made it. You can tell they are very intimately aware. You know, I'm not. You know, this a lot of this was like ants and things like that, right? Like, one of my best friend's mom was diagnosed incredibly young, like 8 years ago now, in her early 50s, and is still around. But it is a disease that eventually kills people because it just affects your brain's ability to do anything. One of my I know somebody who fell down the stairs, and the problem with a lot of this stuff like dementia and Alzheimer's is that you often can't relearn things. So you just don't walk again because you broke your ankles for a month and then you forgot how to do that thing. You know what I mean? Like it's bananas. So yeah. I think it's great. I think for me, it's a top 10. I don't know about you, Jesse.
No, I agree.
We'll put it in for now.
Yeah.
And sorry for spoiling that game to everyone else.
Yeah, welcome back from spoilers. We're done.
Welcome back from
no more
spoilers.
spoiling.
We're done. No more spoiling any games. Frank, there's a couple of good games on here.
Yeah, we should talk about Despelote if we're getting games in the top 10.
Oh
shit. Okay, that wasn't even in your. Okay,
Frank,
he's stealing one.
are
I
you
love
top
it.
10
Let's
in
go. Let's
Despelote
go.
right
Let's
now?
go. I didn't know. When did you play it?
Over the holiday. I mean, I can look
Hell yeah.
I forget.
Did you stream it? I feel like I
Yes,
saw you stream
yes.
it. Okay.
Well, I have a friend. I mean, like, so my stream is like international audiences. So like, we're always like trying to speak Spanish or Japanese. So like, anytime we find something that's so culturally unique, like I have a friend who lives in Colombia, which now thanks to what was it, Pluribus? There was a whole episode like so much of that show.
all right.
What?
I haven't watched it yet. I want to watch it.
All right.
South America's cool. I want to go. It seems terrifying, but I want to go. Yeah. But Despelote makes it seem so warm and inviting. But I don't know. I just want to. Should I take the throne? Like, Jesse, who wants to talk about?
No, go for it, Frank. You picked up the ball as it were.
Yeah. So Despelote is incredible because it feels like the video game that's most like a documentary. It is such a genius way of making a game, making an art. It's incredible. So the context, Despelote is a hyper-specific game that takes place in Ecuador during the 2002 World Cup.
Is it 2002?
Thanks. Or it's like to qualifiers. So maybe it's earlier. 2000.
I thought it was the 19.
Is it 98?
Oh, whatever. I'll look it up.
So yeah, it's like you and your classmates. Everyone loves football. And in your classes, you're daydreaming of football. As soon as the bell rings, you're out in the field playing football, and like it's such an adorable game because it's just like I don't know. I mean, almost, maybe a degree is kind of like Frog Detective to me, like what it scratches this itch. Like there's so many cute, unique characters, and there's like running gags and callbacks throughout the game. Like one of my favorite details is like there's a couple on a picnic that you encounter a few times, and every time you like kick the ball and like break a wine glass, and the couple starts arguing. Like, why would you like? It's so cute. Yeah, and like again, everyone's speaking Spanish, and it's just like hola. Like it's so like there's even a button, like an hola button. It's so cute. And they're making like they're making, I forget the specific cuisine, but it's like they're selling food on the vendor carts and stuff like that, and there's TVs with football. Everyone stops to watch. Your father, who is an actual filmmaker, has a video store, and there's like Pulp Fiction VHS cassette tapes. There's like so much rich texture in this video game. Also, the game shows off like the geometric mapping, how they like. There's an element of the game where it like shows, oh yeah, we actually went down to Ecuador and scanned this game. Like it kind of like is such an engaging piece of media. Like, it's a video game, but it feels like a documentary of this kid telling his journey of just being in football obsessed Ecuador in the 2000s, but also reminds him of his family and just like the joy of being a child and playing that experience. Like, my mom would take me to Russia in the 90s and 2000s. And again, being in America, like, we barely care about soccer, but now when you're in Europe, it's like, oh shit, football's everywhere. Like, I noticed like when we went to embark for the Arc Raiders, as soon as we got off the plane in like Sweden, there's like an HD TV ad, and they're advertising like football looks the best on our TV. So it's like, oh damn, I'm in Europe. You're like, holy crap. So yeah, Despelote was fantastic, and it reminded me of also being in Russia as a kid and like everyone being obsessed with football. I think I was in Moscow like during the 2002 World Cup, so everyone was watching it on TV. Like, I think so it's kind of funny to see, even though I was at a different continent, almost having the same identical experience of just being in a different country where everyone's obsessed and talking about football, seeing on that TV. So it reminded me of like my childhood going to Russia and experiencing different culture. So that
would have been your favorite World Cup ever. It was in Japan and South Korea.
Oh my god!
Oh man!
God.
See, this is what I love about Despelote. It doesn't matter who you're talking to. Once someone has played it, immediately you get flashbacks to what sports is like for people. Even if you're a sports ball motherfucker, like even if you're like, I don't care about, what did they get, a goal in hockey or something? Who cares? Like, you realize that sports is about people. Like, it's about the way that everyone comes together and becomes excited for something collectively. It's like a sport or an event or anything. Like, even if you, again, don't care about sports, you realize the human impact. You get on that bandwagon. You go to Russia with your mom and you learn about sports again, and you see the impact of football. Or like, I think back to, when I was a really little kid being in the Dominican Republic and like kicking a football around with like the kids there who had nothing to eat. We'd like bring, like, my mom always tells stories about bringing them jars of peanut butter and macaroni and cheese, and they'd be excited for just to kick a football around with me. And like, I didn't speak any Spanish, so they would like teach me little things like hola and all that, nada and all that, like very simple, like Dora the Explorer Spanish, but still that's all I remember anyway. Like, this game has this superpower where like no matter who or what it comes into contact with, you get immediately introspective in this way. Like, even they made a new trailer for it. Panic, I think the publisher, right, made a trailer for this game that's 6 minutes long, and it feels like a John Boy's documentary about the creation.
Oh, that's crazy,
of the game.
Really?
It is, Danny, you need to watch that doc.
Okay, I gotta check that out.
If you were in marketing and not in, well, I guess you are in marketing.
I was about to say it, but you beat me to it.
Then that is what you would make. It's so cool. It's such a powerful game.
Yeah, I love it too. I talked before about the Irish 1994 World Cup and how it basically took over the country. This was very similar, obviously, for Ecuador. I really love it. It's great. It's been a while since I played it, so maybe some of my high emotional feeling about it has somewhat dissipated, but love the art style. The ball control is weirdly good for a weird little first-person indie game.
It should be a multiplayer game. Maybe make that. Where's that?
That's Rematch. We're going to talk about that soon.
Yes.
It also does this, like, there were times when I was playing Despelote where I felt like I was playing a first person, like, computer RPG in a weird way. Like, there were moments where I felt like I was playing 2002 Ecuador World Cup Oblivion or something. There is a way in which, especially games told in first person, can do this thing where they function sometimes just in pockets. Sometimes it's not the entirety of the game, but pockets of games like that can function as almost as like interactive museum exhibits. And there are moments where Despelote feels like I am like I'm walking into a museum that has elaborately recreated a specific time and place, or like when you go to like old like Plymouth Plantation, and there's like the people who are like, I'm the blacksmith, and today I'm like, we're making Johnny cakes today, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. This is like how they lived. Despelote very effectively translates that experience of like the period costume actors into interactive video game place. and just being able to like walk around there. The game feels so much larger than it is because of the degree of freedom. The sequence where your mom tells you to wait on a bench for her to come back,
so
and you can check your
loved it.
watch, and you can just like go off and wander around. You can kick the ball at bottles and get yelled at and stuff. You can ruin the picnic. Like, this game feels way bigger than it is, and I think the extent, the specificity, and the texture of life and the degree to which these things are realized is done in a way that is both like, it's both minimalist and maximalist. That I think the sort of like 3D scan of the area that they translate into this sort of like dot matrix looking dithery thing. It is like a very effective way of creating a world without having to like hand model and detail a million fucking art assets to yeah.
I wanted to ask you something about that, because this is something that I was thinking about just as I think Frank was talking about the game, that is a very effective like production and budget solution. But I was thinking about the voice acting. And obviously the voice acting, we know, we talked about before, you know, he just got his parents, who I think have subsequently broken up or something maybe. He got them to like speak, not subsequently, but like years ago actually did. I think so. Am I wrong about that?
That sounds right. I feel like you've talked about it before,
so.
At least.
Yeah. Maybe it comes up in the game. I forget. It's been so long since I played it. But he got them together to basically like just chat like you were in the car in 2002, and I'll record it. And it's so naturalistic. But the other thing is, it sounds like it was recorded on like in a place. Like the game has this rough documentary, like Frank said, style to even the recordings, and the way the world is done with this like minimalist, dithered, colored world. I think if they had attempted to do stuff with like, you know, recorded audio in booths or this or like a more realistic attempt to look at the world, it would deny you the ability to imagine the world in your head. Like it does that thing that old games did, where you have only a small version of the character and your brain fills in the rest. And I think that's why it feels big, because it hands it over to you. And like, I know lots of games that have done the like lo-fi aesthetic thing, and it almost always feels like it's probably a shout out to something in the past or a budget thing. And that's totally fine. This felt like an NYU game because of this. This was one of the first games I played that felt like, they did all of this to trick you into thinking you're in this place, like to really let your brain take over, which I think is such a daring design concept, to basically go like, we're not going to do it. We're going to let your brain fill in the blanks. Like, I think that was so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game. It's a really just like affecting piece of media that is also just kind of like a delightful experience. You know, art can sometimes be like Anne Roger, where it takes you through this like harrowing experience and makes you feel deep things, like the type of things where you like, you know, call your loved ones afterwards and whatever. And Despelote does some degree of that, but like ultimately I think it is a real like celebration of life and of social fabric and connection and shared interest and community.
Yeah. All right. We'll stick in the top 10. All four of us enjoyed that one. So there we go. We can't go anywhere else. Let's do a couple more games and we'll take another short break. Jeremy, you've got a couple of ones here.
Yeah.
What are you thinking about some of these?
Oh boy. Let's talk about Consume Me briefly. I really liked Consume Me a lot. This is a life simulator kind of visual novel-y adjacent, but more like life sim game. You play as a young sort of like bouncing between like overachiever and underachiever, very like high pressure from your parents to achieve, but also like sometimes you're fucking up, and it is left up to you to adhere to these like very lofty goals for in part body image, like maintaining your diet and exercise routine. Part of it is grades. Part of it is like trying to impress a particular guy or maintain a relationship, things like this. All of the pressures that young people go under, and it so successfully gamifies the stress of that it is like it's almost like a horror game for someone who was like in a lot of like AP classes as a kid, and like, you know, someone who suffered from a lot of that pressure of people being like, we know you're capable of this, so like only A's, right? And it's like, I guess so, like I'm gonna do my best, but it's like, what the fuck, what if I fuck up a little bit? What if I get a B? Is that like, yeah, I don't know. And I think that somehow, even though that pitch sounds like it would be the most stressful game ever, it is also like, it's just silly and delightful and weird. There's like there's different outfits with different modifiers. One of them is called Eggbo, and Eggbo has like a egg character on it. And it's just like, when I put on Eggbo, I like, not only do my stats change, but in real life, I'm like, I'm fucking rocking Eggbo today. I can do anything. There's a real sense of personality that shines through in this. And yeah, it kind of feels like playing a very personal sort of like slice of life manga or something a little bit.
Right. Yeah.
There's an element of that to it, but it's also very systemically, mechanically rich as well.
Yeah, and it's a game that I think the UI design in this game is like second to none. It is incredible. You know, there's that juice again. You know, just everything really pops. And it has the sort of you know, this War of Mine feel to it as well, where you kind of can't win, or Cart Life, right? Where it's like you kind of can't win it. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna fall down somewhere. You know, you're gonna try and get all the right food and do the puzzle and all this, but like it like balancing a healthy existence, especially as the character is based on the lead designer, so a young Asian American woman, is you know, there's so much expected of you, and like it's kind of impossible, and sort of like a horrible thing for a adolescent to have to worry about, or a young adult, you know?
Yeah, kind of like we were talking about with baby steps. I think that the mechanics in this game are such a profound expression of the themes that to min-max effectively enough to do well in this game and to live up to the standard that you were supposed to live up to as this young overachieving woman is to destroy yourself in the process. And I think that is so beautiful, that to live a healthy, normal, balanced childhood is almost kind of the fail state for this game.
Yeah.
And to destroy yourself in the pursuit of like, I have to become like a doctor, and I have to have like a boyfriend, and I have to be skinny, and like to achieve all of these things is to like drive yourself fucking insane. And I think there's a real tension. The game sucks you into that fantasy as well, where it's like you want to live up to these things.
Yeah. You don't want to min-max all your stats. You don't. What are you, a loser? You're playing a video game, dork. You're supposed to win.
Bad gamer.
Yeah.
It is sort of like an expression of, it's always paired with a Sid Meier quote, but I don't think it's actually a Sid Meier quote. I think there's two quotes that often are said together, but it's the idea that if you give players the ability to optimize the fun out of a game, they will. And so the designer's job in some sense is to protect players from themselves. I think that Consume Me, part of the brilliance of this is that it cuts sort of the opposite direction, where it's like it invites you to hyper optimize to such an extent that it's like it shows you the harm of min-maxing as like a gameplay style. Yeah.
It's funny actually how much it, and I hadn't considered it and baby steps being interesting experiments in being men or women.
The men version of that is going out into the woods in a onesie and falling on your ass, and the woman version is just like learning how to get over your eating disorder.
Exactly. Men have to go for a walk.
Yeah.
That's what we do to solve our problems.
Or clone ourselves
to take a break
in the altars. Why not?
Or clone yourselves a bunch, or take a break between what game was it? Monster Hunter games. Is that what it was?
Right. Yeah.
You went for a walk in between?
No,
was that what it was?
Death Stranding.
It was Death Stranding.
Death Stranding.
He went on his own Death Strand between Death Stranding.
Exactly, he did. He found his own Princess Beach.
He pissed in his own bottles. Oh, that's Jeremy. Sorry.
Actually, what? No, it's blood grenades.
Oh, it's blood grenades.
In Death Stranding. Are there pea grenades, Frank?
They call it just piss.
So when you go to the shower, it collects your piss, and then when you go to the bathroom, when you go to the bathroom, it collects your pee and poop, and then you use them as grenades to throw. And you can.
What if I pee in the shower? What if I poo in the shower?
Don't do that.
I forget the reason why you pee. I think you just generally have like a bladder meter. So you have a hydration meter, and then like a bladder meter. And you have to piss, and when you pee, it leaves like mushroom, it grows, and then you can see other people's like piss puddles in the game. Yeah,
you guys thought I was gross, but I'm just a Kojima level genius.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
You guys thought I was disgusting.
You're playing
but
a
actually I'm
Strand-like,
genius.
brother. It's fine. It's different.
Yeah, I'm just Norman Reedus, and you guys can't handle that.
And if Jesse gets to it, there's a great scene in Metal Gear Solid 2 where Raiden gets pissed on. So
Okay, well, now
piss
I'm
is
in.
an eternal thing. And
Did you not remember that? It's been a long time.
A guard who needs to take a shit, it seems like a must in every Kojima game.
It's him and David Cage. They love when there's a scene where someone takes a piss or takes a shit. What's that about?
Kojima should make a real quick time event sex scene. I'd probably watch.
There's probably
that.
something in
David Cage,
Snatcher.
stop hogging him.
It's called Snatcher. So
I was nice.
You're welcome.
That was great.
Yeah.
Consumi top 10. What do we think?
I
For
think
now?
I would say it's a strong candidate for me. It's probably in my top 5, so I'll make a case for it.
There you go.
Okay, let's put it in there. Won the IGF as well, Seamus McNally. So it's got it's going to win the big prize today.
We have to check those lists before we make our own list just to make sure we're adhere. We don't want to be seen as tasteless.
Exactly. Although I think GDC now is washed. Is that what we're saying?
Festival of
Is that
Gaming? Yeah, it's washed.
The Festival of Gaming?
Yeah.
The Festival of Gaming. I got an email today about all the speakers, and the first 5 were AI talks. And I was like, great. I'm not going to see it.
$600? I'll be right there. You got it.
I got to, can I say this publicly yet? I don't know for sure.
All right.
I'll talk about it some other time. I think they're announcing it soon, but I'll be at DICE. I'll be at DICE doing something. That'll be fun.
I just went on their website. It says about 30,000 attendees, but I thought it said minus 30,000 attendees. And I was like, yeah,
Wow.
I bet, fuckers.
That's how much they're down this year.
I think at least 5,000 of those are homeless people in Soma, though. So I don't think they're like feet sellers, I think. No, I don't know. I love GDC. I just wish. Feet. Did I say feet sellers? Did I?
Maybe I'm
they sell everyone's feet.
Oh man!
I was thinking about if I've been watching too much Golden Globes and Oscars prep shit, and people.
You were saying seat fillers. I was like, what the fuck is feet sellers?
Okay, all right, good.
Sellers.
No, I didn't know. I thought that was like a word that I'd never heard.
Feet sellers.
I thought that was Gaelic.
I came back with so many fucking idioms. Apparently, we had friends over on the weekend, and I said like 3 times I said something, and they were like, "What? Like, what the fuck does that mean?" Well, one of them was I gave it full beans.
Nice. I like that.
Do you know what that is?
No, but I would imagine it means like give it your best effort.
Yeah, giving it full beans. All exactly. Right. Yeah, it's like yeah. So, but they're like full. So apparently, I've like re-Irished myself over the past 5 weeks. Apparently. So yeah, anyway, full beans. All right, we'll stick Consumi in there. Let's do one more before the break. Frank, you got 4 here. Do you want to grab one of these and chat about it?
Yeah, I guess I'll mention Beatmania 33 is the 33rd iteration of annual franchises. So Beatmania is the original DDR. It started out as like a turntable like keyboard game. And same thing like DDR. As a kid, it was so intimidating. I could never play it. Even now, it's such a hard game. It's like if you look at to high level Beatmania players, it's like it's so many input commands. It's crazy. But throughout my DDR research, I'll play DDR. I'll get tired, and then I'll go recover stamina at the Beatmania machine. And I've gotten better at playing. And so every year they just update the software. The cabinets are the same, and they send like marquee kits, and then they upgrade the hard or whatever. But it's an always online game, so like every week there's brand new songs. If you have the Beatmania card, which is the same thing you use for DDR, you're unlocking new songs. And so it's the kind of thing where it's like I wish there was like a home, like the Guitar Hero and Rock Band killed like the home peripheral market. But it's like I wish I could play the new Beatmania at home instead of just arcades. But like. Yeah, it's fantastic. Again, annual iteration, but oh my god, Beatmania is so good. And this was the year both DDR and Beatmania I finally fell in love with. So Beatmania Sparkle Shower. I don't think any other media outlet is talking about it, but it's such a good game. It is at round 1. It's in Japan. There's dedicated floors just for Beatmania. It's such a cool game. I wish I could play it 24/7, but I just have to go to the arcades.
Well, keep your eyes open for Frank's documentary on DDR or his video on DDR. I don't even know what to call it. It's fucking great stuff. I can't wait to get that out there.
And then it's worth mentioning Battlefield 6. Again, I always love like Call of Duty and just like the generic military shooters of the year. They're always fun to play with friends. It's always fun to see what like the online gamer spheres like, what Xbox Live gamer tags are still unbanned and unfiltered in 2025. You know,
I think
like
I saw Feet Seller earlier. Yeah.
You always, it's like there's something, it's like the juvenile elements. Like it's so fun just playing these games. So Call of Duty this year, whatever, Call of Duty 2025 was not good. It was like Black Ops 7. It just immediately like not good. But Battlefield 6 kind of picked up the slack of like, oh, this is fantastic. Again, did play with friends. I played solo queuing up with randoms, but always a good time. It kind of was my podcast game for like 2 or 3 months. Yeah, great game. And with these games, they always add more maps. What I really particularly liked about this one is the first season was all Southern California theme. So the Battle Royale mode is just Southern California. They then isolate a few of those environments as levels. So it's so funny, just like, I mean, it was the same reason like when Last of Us 2 came out, like the last chapter is like Santa Barbara or SoCal. So it's like, oh, this just looks like outside my house. This is awesome. So yeah, I really like Battlefield 6. Just yeah, that's it.
Jeremy, did you play? You played a bit of this?
I played a bit of this. Yeah, I think it there's good game feel here. I think Battlefield is not for me anymore. It's changed sort of like scope and pace and shape. I think that it's an impossible experiment, but I would be interested to see, well, maybe it's not impossible. I think if they slowed down the pace of schmovement and they just literally put Karkan from Battlefield 2 in this game, I would be so interested to see if I played that and was like, this is a good game. Yeah, if it was like 16 on 16 infantry only Karkan and there was no schmovement.
You're so unk.
I know. That is probably the unkest shit I've said on this podcast.
They should make it like Battlefield. They should have Fortunate Son and Huey's. That's
now, have you ever heard of the Atari system? Yeah, I don't know. Not for me. I get it, but it's just it's just like a shifting of, there are people who play Call of Duty now, and then if they went back and played COD 2, they'd be like, what is this grandpa shit? What is this, a Ken Burns documentary?
Medal of Honor 1. Yeah. Or Call of Duty 1. Call of Duty 1. Yeah, exactly. What's a Ken? Yeah, you're like storming the Reichstag and they're like, oh, I hope I'm going to get a perk when I get to the top. When I wave the Russian flag again, I hope I get a fucking sick scope for
Medal of Honor is
hope I get a Snoop Dogg skin once I release all these concentration camp prisoners.
If you're like 18 or 19 and you love Call of Duty, I feel like Medal of Honor feels like Despelote to you.
You're right. God, yeah, probably. Shit. That's why we love it. That's why we love Call of Duty, because it's just fucking. It's gone full freak mode. It's like Fox News. It's untethered now. They can just say whatever the fuck they want.
That is a good comparison, but not in a good way. No. Like it's a damning but accurate comparison.
It was a lot of people in the Discord were super excited about Battlefield 6 and really enjoyed it, and I thought that was super awesome. For me, it was weirdly the problem I had with it was that it was like pacing. It was so intense all the time.
Yeah.
It's like fucking, and I see how Frank with his abilities will be able to sort of like, get in sync with that. But for me, I just, washed up old man O'Dwyer over here. I was just like, after like 4 games, I was like, I'm fucking wrecked. I need to put this thing down. It's like non-stop explosions and fucking shooting people, and the time to kill is fast, and the respawns are pretty generous this time around. And it's just like, so I think it works. I think the gameplay they've decided to choose, because there's so many lanes you can do it with the style of action war game you want to go with. I think what they picked clearly resonates with people, and that's good. I just personally found it like, I'm like, I need to go pick some fucking candleberries for a while sometimes. I just can't. I can't deal with that.
I would like to recommend another article.
Cool.
What's wrong with AAA games? The development of the next Battlefield has answers. This is on Ars Technica. Okay. I will also submit this link for the description. This is about the making of Battlefield 6 and the amount of the loss of identity that this studio has experienced in being owned by like American corporate interests.
And now Saudi corporate interests.
Yeah, true. Regardless, though, like sort of like foreign money people telling them what to do with this like
that's
genre that they
interesting.
basically invented. And
Well,
how that leads.
maybe they didn't invent it, but a lot of people who worked at DICE years ago invented it.
But I mean, if you go to work at DICE, it's like,
Yeah,
you know,
wanna
there's
do
an
that.
there's an identity that you are like, I'm coming on board because I want to be part of the group that made this or whatever. And so and also the expectation was for it to make like $1 bajillion, and that leads to a certain type of product, and the pacing is directly a downstream effect of needing this game to be like gripping and to not let people go. The round ends and it's like, okay, what's my score? Oh, we're in the next match already. Holy shit, I guess I will just play another one.
Interesting.
So a lot of those design decisions feel tied to the finances of it to me.
Cool. Thanks, Jesse. Can you stick down the description as well?
Yep.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Jeremy. Got some good reading going on here. Okay, well, let's take another quick break and we'll be back with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games we haven't talked about yet. And then we have to do the awful work of finding out what the top 10 is. I should say we already have 10 in there. So
no one push anything up there and we can leave and all have dinner at a respectable time.
go
all
home.
right?
I don't know. I can see a couple that might make a case. We'll be back in just a second. And we're back. Okay, I'm going to do one. I'm going to throw one in the mix here, which might enter the top 10. Who knows? We'll see what Jeremy has to say about this one. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the second Kingdom Come Deliverance game. This is a type of game, I think, that when in the early aughts, or maybe in the late 90s, when like fantasy games and open world games were being made, that like I thought we'd get sooner. Like this is appealing to a type of gamer and a type of game that is like not full sim. It's like a fantasy game with a story, but with so much reactivity that I think was sort of promised to us in games like Oblivion and Skyrim, which ultimately I think probably due to the constraints of their engine, and I think you can put Starfield into this as well, and maybe any, you know, I think Fallout gets away with it because they changed their look quite a bit, but you know, and different mechanics and stuff. But Kingdom Come is like an evolution of this genre that I think players were screaming out for. And the first game I dabbled in, and I don't know why, but it just never sunk its teeth into me. And so I was a bit anxious about starting 2 because it literally starts from the end of 1. But I still haven't played, you know, past the first few hours in 1, and I felt this is like, you know, Frank was talking about how Despelote felt like a documentary, right? Like you felt you were in a place. This is the most I felt like I was in. Like this is like Pentiment levels of, you know, levels of I am here in this place during this time, and I have time traveled, and I need to figure out how shit works because I don't know. I have to get a job. You have to get a job in this game. They do the whole, you know, make you the level 1 player thing in such a funny way at the start of this game. And then you have to go and get a job as either, what is it, a blacksmith or what else? What's the other one?
Miller. I did the blacksmith, so I don't know what the miller is like.
Me too. And you're just making swords. Shit.
And it's so elaborate too. Like that. When talk about frictional game design, it's like the amount of time it takes to brew a potion or to make a sword it's so fucking long, and it's like it is a bold type of game design decision that is I think if you were in a room with a sufficient number of people and a sufficient number of those people were like money people, this is the type of thing that would never make it past the ideation phase, because 100%. They'd be like, who the fuck is gonna want to do that? Like, who's gonna want to boil the wine and grind the chamomile? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is like, we're talking about like video games, right? Like, this isn't like old Sturbridge Village and everyone's in a costume. Like, what are you talking about? And it pulls it off so well though, too, because
that's the thing.
It does this thing that I think sandbox RPGs are specifically capable of that is very rare in other genres. I think Colony Sims can pull this off to some extent. Like especially like RimWorld, this is an express sort of design intent of it and ambition to be narrative generators. And the types of things that happen emergently and systemically in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 are so like funny and weird, and like it has this level of emergent social role playing where I'll just say a thing that is non-spoilery because even though it ties into story.
Yeah, you can. I think we're fine with maybe main quest spoiler stuff, but I think we're fine with spoiler stuff. Or, just whatever.
I mean, I don't want to spoil past like the first 10 hours anyway because I'm still playing it, but I was in a new place and talked to someone about doing something, and they were like, all right, well, tomorrow we'll go do it. We'll ride out at dawn. And I had gone straight there without doing a lot of side stuff. And so they were like, all right, well, like you have a horse, right? And I was like, I don't know. And they're like, oh, well, lucky for you, we sell horses here. There's a guy who sells horses. So go to the horse monger and like find a horse. And so he's like, all right, I'll see you tomorrow. And I'm fucking broke because I went straight here because like there's a bunch of other stuff you can do. And I think there's sort of an expectation that the player will like wander off and make a little money and do whatever. I was fucking dirt broke. And so I went out and the guy was like, I tried to haggle for the horse and the guy was like, you're the brokest man in medieval Europe. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So then I was like, oh, okay, well, like what's going to happen if I don't have a horse when we ride out in the morning and time is passing? So I'm out, like I'm picking herbs in the field and like shoving them into my like disgusting gambeson that I'm wearing. And I'm like trying to sell them to people. And I have a sword that I made, but no one will buy it because I'm in like the horse town. And they're like, what would I do with the sword? I'm either
I
like
love that.
It's so funny. And it's like, I'm selling all my herbs, but it amounts to like 2 groschen. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I'm going to get a horse. And like I sleep in the wrong bed and someone kicks me out of it, and I'm just like a piece of shit. And I think that's one of the funniest things you can be in a game because it's like anti-power fantasy. Anti-power fantasy is one of the best narrative generating forces in video games because power fantasy generates the type of stories that like every piece of media for thousands of years have been about. Like ancient Babylonian myths are about power fantasy. It's very rare to be like, and then I like forgot to put my pants on and everyone yelled at me. Like that's fucking hilarious. And I love that. And so the next day comes and they're like, all right, let's ride out. And I don't have a horse and I'm just like a dirty little man. And so the sequence happens where we're riding off to go and I'm just running behind the 2 guys on their horses and they're trying to have a conversation with me and I'm like out of breath. And they're like, so
do they reference the fact that you don't have a horse?
They very politely did not.
Oh, that's a shame they didn't.
I know. That was the only thing that was the only missing piece of the puzzle. If they were like, "Oh, this is going to be fucking weird for you," but it was so funny to me. I could contextualize it by being like they're being polite, but it was so fucking embarrassing.
But you kind of want to, right? It's like in movies and stuff. You sort of like you give over to the the world. You suspend your disbelief a little bit. I told a story about that exact same quest. Do you remember what happened to me? I had broken into someone's house 2 days earlier to steal something. And I guess I forget what happened, but there was a reason why. Oh yeah. When I was leaving, the guy woke up and saw me and I just ran out the door. But then I did this quest with the guys. I ended up getting a horse. I think I found my old horse at a different stable and shouted at the guy to give it back to me or something. But I went on the ride with them, but we went. The first destination on that ride is to like the like garrison of the local village where all the I don't know what you call them, the cops of this.
Yeah, the bailiff. You go meet the bailiff.
Yeah, but I was wanted in that town. So they put me in the fucking stockades.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so the whole quest that those guys do, which apparently is like a pretty long thing, I missed. I was in the stockades for a day.
That's so good. That's so funny.
And so I was like, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to go back and redo that quest. No, that all happened. I went back and they were like, where the fuck did you go? They were like annoyed at me. They were like, you abandoned us. We were like, we needed your help. We ended up killing this guy because we found the like supplies, I think it was, for the party or something, isn't it? For the wedding.
It's like a cart from the blacksmith that was intended for their town that went missing.
So they were super pissed at me, but they had lines for it. It was fucking brilliant. And you're trying to enamor yourself to that guy like the whole time. And do you remember have you done the wedding?
No, that's like where I am right now.
Absolutely fantastic. Absolute cinema. It is. The game is like, it does things like it mechanicalizes, here's a word, like drinking in really interesting ways. And like, there's a bunch of like, what would you call them, like sort of troubadours, I guess, that are in this one place, and you can do a bunch of jobs for them that involves like stealing loots from people. I think that's actually what I did with that guy. Or like you try and intimidate somebody, but you realize you're wearing like your fancy Dan clothing, and they're like, shut up. Or like you try and flirt with a girl, but you forget that your pants are covered in mud and it doesn't work. And oh man, it's such a good, the social role play in that game is so fun, because you're like, I'm gonna say the cool line, and then and the voice acting, your character, I love his voice. He's like common as muck, but he's like trying it on, and he's really trying, but he's sort of a bit of a doofus sometimes, and other times he's confident. Like I love it. I loved all that stuff.
Yeah, I was shocked how much of the immersion for me was the social role playing stuff, because I imagined this would be way more of like a like a Morrowind or like a Elder Scrollsy kind of thing, where it was more about the adventure and the finding a new sword, and now I'm an axe guy. And for me, I like the majority of my delight with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is just the reactivity of the world, people being like, you don't belong here. What are you doing here? And I'm just like fumbling around like the village idiot. It's so funny. And it's like, it's funny because it's not supposed to be really funny. Like I obviously there is a bit of accounting for people being shitheads, and like the game reacts to it. So it's built into it, but it's like, it's funny because it's like, the game has this very austere sort of medieval European, like this is like history, and it's like King Wenceslas, and these are like real things that happened. And then I'm just like the guy who is bumbling around, and I laughed so much playing this game, and I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, it also has like the sort of consume me level of, I can't get all these jobs done. Like you're constantly having to like do your day's work or like do something for the king or whatever it is, and you're like, fuck, I'm gonna mess this up. Like you with the horse, you're like, shit, they're gonna be so disappointed. Like you're not scared not to do it because like you won't get the reward at the end. It's more like the embarrassment, or like, fuck, maybe I won't unlock that quest if I don't get this done. Yeah, I get why they don't make these. There's like, I feel like with making these types of games, there's sort of like, what's the word when a line goes up at twice the rate? They're like the
exponential.
Yes, it's exponentially difficult to make complexity in games, because the more you add, the more all pre-existing complexity there is right underneath that level of higher complexity, and so it's harder and harder to do, which I think is. That and the engine stuff is probably why maybe Bethesda hasn't done much of that, and they've stayed pretty similar to their previous games, and have just sort of like bolted on modules of other things that are equally as thinly complex. But yeah, this game does so much of that, and it's so cool. It's so unique.
The limited saving stuff, I think, is also a great frictional choice, because
I
think this just as easily could have been a game where you're save scumming every decision. It adds a real sense of weight. Like, I'm like afraid to fucking gamble and play dice with people because I don't want to like lose all my money. And I think you would lose so much of that heft, that like feeling of real stakes, if you could just save scum and stuff. So I think that's one of the most brilliant things in this game, is that
how do you save again? Is it bed?
You have to sleep in a bed that you own. Or you have to brew drink a potion that is like pretty elaborate to brew. The savior schnapps.
And the brewing is very funny. It's like fun and weird, and there's like different, like the alchemy, I guess, thing you do is like it's all like what you put in, how much you put in, when you boil it, how big the flask is that it goes in, but you can just find, like, I've heard so many on the Reddit, there's like so many things of like people finding weird, like a scrap of paper that just has like, this is what this potion, and then you like look at the paper and go, okay, I think that's what that is, and then you find the stuff and then you make it. Or there's like an ancient sword you can get in one of the side quests that somebody realized if you smash it to pieces and re-smelt it, it'll work.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's
that's
all
really
this.
Cool. Yeah, it's like, it's just. There's a weird cycle, I feel like, in RPGs where I feel like both of these types of RPGs are being made all the time. But in terms of what's the predominant force, it feels like RPGs vacillate between like they get very hardcore, and then you because they're so inaccessible and hardcore, you get like a Diablo that breaks up the thing and makes it accessible to everyone, and then everything emulates Diablo, and then you get like more hardcore RPGs because that's what people are thirsting for. And it feels like this game to me is correcting for the fact that Elder Scrolls, which is sort of the predominant first-person fantasy, giant RPG, systemic emergent world sim game, went from Morrowind to Oblivion, which Oblivion is very systems rich and incredible. Like, it's a great game, but I think when Oblivion tapped into this like Xbox 360 mass market, Skyrim went even further in that direction and further away from this sort of like hardcore Daggerfall sandbox world sim shit where they started. And so Kingdom Come Deliverance feels like it's delivering on a promise that that hardcore RPG enjoyers wanted back in the day.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think that's also why people have really warmed to it, is because I think there was such a long thirst for this one. I mean, we're talking about it like it's in the top 10. Does that feel like it's what the rest of you guys think?
I think the only reason you want it in the top 10 is because it has "come" in the name.
I can't believe it's taken this long to make reference to that.
Wow.
I think it belongs there. I have played like a dozen hours of it, and I feel like I'm barely scratching the surface. But it feels to me like if I were to trace the trajectory of my enjoyment, it feels like it's on par for top 10. I'd be curious what you feel.
I have played 30 to 40 hours of it, maybe. I've done a lot of side quests because I just enjoy. And I don't want to get into spoilers. The wedding is, I think, that's the first big great moment in that game. Like really great, like set piece. That it reminds me of something from The Witcher. Like it's that level of like, because the actual quests and the writing is really good. Like the characters, the world building, it's all very believable. There's interesting relationships. People seem authentic. There is a quest that I did that I want to say is not the main quest, but it's a pretty long one that involves a bunch of Romanian gypsies, and I thought the way they were portrayed and explained, and why the way people treated them back then and largely do still treat Romani gypsies this way, I learned so it reminded me of Pentiment, where I learned so much about this culture through this stuff that and that's come up a few times, or women who are have moved somewhere to find a husband. Like there's all these weird little historical social things that I didn't really understand or wanted to learn more about, that the game delivers on, that I think you'll probably really enjoy as a history and a religion buff. So yeah, I think it's very, very good. Frank and Jesse, have you played it at all?
I played like 4 hours of it. I wanted to play more, but it was a very busy December, and it was the last one that I got.
Yes.
It was really, really good. I was surprised how many, I mean, like you guys have basically said it all, but I was surprised how many systems there are so early on. Like I remember how hard I found it to try to feed the dog, like getting into the inventory and finding the way to feed him. I was like, do I just put food in front of him? Like that is not a complaint. That is more of a me going like, it's been a long time since I played a game that's that large, has that much going on, and is still that fiddly. Is like, you can't just wear armor. You have to wear the gambeson or whatever underneath. You have to wear the cloth underneath that. Like you really have to care about all of the parts of this in a way that most open world games are like, nah, just press this button and you're wearing the armor. This is level 47. Like I like that it's so specific, but not like a sim level thing. Like you said, it finds that good middle ground. Just the opening alone, I was like, this is great. I do feel like I need to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 to understand what's going on, but from the sounds of it, you could still play the game and just be a little confused for a little bit, and then eventually you're just playing a new story.
Yeah,
I think
that
this
is
like, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that is the one thing that I haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. I'm familiar enough with sort of like the opening and the premise and stuff of it, so I recognize that a lot of the stuff happening in 2 early on was like flashback to set up the story. It feels there is a lot of exposition that has to be dumped in the beginning of this game. That was the only thing that felt a little clumsy to me, but not in a way where I was like, I didn't see an elegant alternative solution other than to just have them say like, fuck you, figure it out. Like I don't know.
I also think they're doing the thing where some players would have made decisions in the last game, and so they're asking you like, "What did you do next?" And then you are selecting the one that you would have had done in the first one. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't import your save, I guess,
no
or
Mass
whatever.
Effect sequence.
Right. Yeah.
100%. Yeah, I think that opening horse ride, I think, was that stuff. Rather than like a quiz, if that makes sense, about what happened. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I will say as well, I love the UI in this as well. Great year for interfaces.
Yeah,
I
really
think.
cool interface.
Menu is fantastic. And a lot of that stuff, like when I first opened the menu for the first time, I was like, oh no, I'm playing the wrong game. This is like, there's way too much going on here. But you do figure it out. It's not as crazy. And you can hot swap between outfits, which I really like, because the
cool.
outfitting stuff takes a while, so you can just like kind of hot swap between three
Have
of
your
them.
fancy man outfit and your fucking I'm ready to fight outfit. Yeah, it's cool.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to say about it is something that you alluded to briefly, so I won't go on about it. But the writing in this game is really
it's
good,
really good.
because it is so. It's just like I find a lot of video games writing to be like overwritten, to that they're like trying to do almost like theater. Well, you know how in theater you have to deliver your lines to the back row of and it's like if you're sitting front row you're like, whoa, fucking relax, man. I find a lot of video games, not the performances but the writing and sometimes the performances, to be a little, melodrama is the wrong word, but like overacted, overwritten. This is so fucking like grounded and real, and the characters are like distinct and recognizable as having unique characteristics, but they're not like caricatures of people. It's there's this guy and he like wants to fight and he has this accent, but you don't walk up to him and he's not like has like a huge giant mustache so you recognize him or whatever. It's just like they have tangible personalities that feel grounded. I was just
like,
shocked by the writing.
Here's Billy the farm boy who like the dad has been trying to like get a wife for years, but he's an alcoholic and he just can't like put it down. Or like here's the man whose wife died, when he was in his 40s and he's been he's a hermit now. Or like it's like it celebrates people with simple lives in a really interesting way. And like a lot of the quests that you run into, the side quests, are kind of simple ones, like, oh, there's wolves attacking my sheep, or somebody's gone missing, and then you find out, maybe that's a murder mystery, but then the reason why it happened is actually like this just small town quarrel that went too crazy. Like it plays around in like the simple lives of regular people, of people working the land, which is like 99% of these societies, right? It was like that, or you're in the army, or you're in royal, you're part of the upper class, but that was such a sliver. And also how like all of the social you can understand the economics and social stratas of these towns like really fast, and like how much the war is impacting them as well, because they can't like get stuff, or like white people commit crimes. It's like it's just like it's weirdly like a sandbox for class inequality or something as well, and like you notice it when you go in the kitchen of the the peasant in the town, and then you're walking through the banquet hall of the king. It's like you can feel it, you can smell it.
Yeah, I've to tag on to that briefly. This will be the last thing I say about
Sorry,
this game,
I've realized we talked about this for like 20 minutes now. Sorry.
I think it is a profoundly like ambitious and interesting game, so it yields interesting discussions. But the thing when we talked to Josh Sawyer about Pentiment, he was saying that that folk history was like this thing that had a resurgence in the 90s, because it was sort of like the lives of common people were not documented as well, both because of economic reasons, and also it was seen as like it was boring, it was uninteresting. No one was like going out, or fewer people were going out and writing about the lives of just ordinary people, because it was seen as like you take it for granted, because it's like, yeah, you're a sheep farmer, what do? Shovel shit? That's cool, I guess. But just walking around the world in this game and like just like seeing what's on the stove and shit, and like what's hanging around, and it's the ambiance of these places, it feels very like it feels like a folk history of a time and place. And I can't speak to how strictly accurate it is,
exactly,
but it feels accurate, which I think is at least the sort of like that's an achievement of its own. Whether or not it's like historically accurate is a separate conversation, but it feels to me like I'm experiencing this time and place.
Yeah, you can tell you're playing a game that the people gave a shit about respecting the history, if not, mirroring it exactly. So yeah, give it its due. Although the guy who runs that studio,
yeah, that is a separate conversation.
All right.
Okay, we'll stick in top 10. I think it seems like it's cleared the barrier for the moment. Let's go down to Jeremy. You've got a couple here.
Yeah, I can be quick about one of them. Formless Star, I think, is such a special game. I'm not going to fight tooth and nail for it to be in the top 10 because I think it's a difficult game to compare to a lot of these other games. I think it is more of sort of like an experience. I think it captures the feeling of playing an RPG, like a larger RPG, but ultimately it is a very simple, beautiful, elegant little experience about going around and finding different creatures and experiencing this world. I am not going to fight tooth and nail for it to be top 10, but I would say that everyone listening to this should go check it out. It is a little experience you can have in a short amount of time that will stick with you.
And we did an indie rec for it?
We did an indie rec for
early
it, yeah.
one, right? Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's beautiful, amazing character writing, amazing art. Also, go play. Is it Franken? Jesse, back me up on this.
Franken?
No, not Frankenweenie. Is Franken the? No, not Franzen. That's the Scumhead dev. Franken by Splendidland, same developer as Formless Star. Franken is fucking brilliant. Go play Franken. It's so short and good.
Okay.
So I'm a big Splendidland
Frank's always Franken
fanboy. Yeah, that's true. And let me rattle off another one here. BIRDCAGE, I adore. I think again, it's a difficult game to like. How do you compare a fucking really cool, narratively ambitious, beautiful, artistic shmup to like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? It just feels like it's doing a different thing. Video games is too broad of a label for what these things are.
Yeah. Well, the categories will hopefully scoop up some of the. I feel the same way about like Sectori, for instance. It's like, I'm sure Jesse feels
number
that way
2,
too.
but whatever.
Yeah.
Have you put it on yours? You didn't put it in your.
No, because I mean, it's fine.
The same reason as BIRDCAGE, probably. Yeah.
It's like
is that your rationale? That like a similar thing that it's like.
Yeah, like it's a fantastic arcade. I think in Sectori's case, it's probably even more particular that it's such a good arcade shooter. And it's trying so specifically to do one thing that it's doing it so well that it's like, that's praiseworthy. But yeah, it's like, did it make me feel things the way Anne Raw? I guess it kind of did, but it's such a specific, particular feeling of like nostalgia and brain mushiness from just so many colors and particle effects. BIRDCAGE, though, has like narrative beats to it that I think land a lot better than the few that Sectori is trying to do. And like, it's not just mechanical significance. It's also like, what story can you tell in a vertical shooter? Like, what can you pull off in that space?
The story is dense and small because this is a short game, but it does this like Xenogears, like Jungian, cosmic, psychological, like the fact that like Jungian is a word that I'm using to describe a game that takes a few hours to beat and is like a top-down shmup is like that speaks volumes to me. Again, I don't know where it fits. I think it's like cusp top 10. I think if it's in my personal top 10. And so I recommend everyone check it out. It's not that much money and it's very fun. And I don't play these type of games and it made me want to play more of them. Excellent.
Okay. So we'll stick it there for now. I feel like some of these last ones, some of them might come down to ones that we hopefully get to give them their flowers somewhere else. Ideally the ones outside the top 10, I feel like. Do you want to, let's just finish yours off because I feel like this is a big one for you.
Yeah, Angelina, I adore this game. I had a tragedy occur where I don't know if it was a Steam Cloud sync issue. I lost a lot of progress in this game.
Bummer.
I'm almost positive it was not the developer's fault. I don't know what happened. I played a shit ton of this and then I uninstalled it to make room for other games. I made sure Steam Cloud was synced and everything, uninstalled it, played a bunch of other games, came back to it and was like, all right, this is my victory lap. I get to come back to this game that I loved. And I lost like, it was like 5 hours at least of progress.
Oh boy.
So the game does allow for sort of like there is some degree of non-linearity, so I have been able to recoup a bit of that progress without just having to do one-to-one the exact same pathing. But it's very hard for me to replay games. It's hard for me to recoup the initial spark. But I do not want that does not reflect poorly upon this game. It is just like an unfortunate circumstance that happened to me. I think it was probably a Steam Cloud thing.
Bummer.
That being said, so I would have finished this game had that not happened, is what I'm saying. I have gotten pretty far into it, probably about halfway now that I've redone a bunch of it. And I think it's brilliant. I think it captures a lot of old like action RPGs and a little bit of like JRPGs and a little bit of like N64 games and Super Nintendo games, and it does so in a way that is not nostalgia baiting. It does so in a way that is like a continuous cultural lineage from those games, and like tonally, it does things that I've never seen in games about like weird shit that evokes like human sexuality and like weird emotions that people have about like the character, the protagonist is religious, and then there's like a sequence where you're seeing their like a wish fulfillment chamber, and part of the wish fulfillment is them like saving other people from like hedonism or false promises of deliverance, and it's like that's like heavy shit. Like there's a fucking bit like a codex entry about Martin Luther in this
is
game.
A Danny O'Dwyer ass game, just to be clear. You would love this game, dude.
It's I hear it's also like Irish.
It's very Irish.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very, very like pagan and Irish, and about the tension between like sort of paganism and Christianity in some ways.
Oh,
and
cool.
Stuff.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
It's not like a historical, it's not like a pentiment about that topic, obviously.
No,
it's more sort of capturing that in a fantastical world where angels live among people.
Jesse's like, my Catholic guilt will
Oh, you'll love it. Yeah. You'll be all over it.
Sing with this.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's got a little bit of that like Majora's Mask darkness. There's like fucked up shit happening, but like that contrasting with this sort of like cutesy retro low poly aesthetic is very evocative. And every time it does something deeper and ambitious, it sideswipes me because I forget that this game goes places like this.
Okay.
It's also just fun as fuck, and it does like weird game design shit where sometimes there's like a side scroller level, and it's funny, and it's like I think it's fucking brilliant. I feel sad. It's in my top 5 for sure. I think it. Let me reference the top 10. Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying not to say what they are yet until we get to the end for everyone.
I'm not gonna read them off. There is a game on here that is a me game that I think this would swap with.
Okay, so we'll stick it in there for now then. How about that?
It's really good. I feel sad that I didn't finish it because of that weird technical snafu. So I wish I could have spoken from a position of having finished it, but it's just I played 1,000 hours of video games over the last 2 months.
Yeah, I know it's been we've spent a lot of time playing games these past couple of months to try and prepare for this. Awesome, thanks, Jeremy. That is all of your games. Let's finish Jesse's last one, Blueprints.
Yeah, Blueprints.
Blueprints.
I'm repping No Caps here. I think this is also her favorite game of the year, or one of them anyway. Nice. Blueprints is phenomenal. It's funny because when it came out, I feel like a lot of people bought it hook, line, and sinker. They saw Jason Schreier say it's one of the greatest games of the year. It got good review scores, and they were like, I'll play a puzzle game. Your fault. You know what you don't like. This is awesome. Blueprints is, I played this game and I finally realized what it's like to be a flat earther. I've never felt so distinctly turned into a conspiracy theorist in a video game than like I have with Blueprints. Blueprints is basically a first person roguelike puzzle game, but puzzle feels like the wrong word. It's you're basically building a house where all of the rooms are created when you approach a door. You have to choose one of 3 things. That's how you know it's a roguelike. And then you pick what room is going to be the next one. And your goal is to get to the end of the house, enter the 46th room, a room that supposedly shouldn't exist, doesn't make sense in the physics of the world. You're trying to get there. But the process of learning how to get there is like, it sounds like that should be simple. Just make the rooms in the right order. But there's dead ends. And there's stuff to learn along the way. There are items that you need, and you can only get those items when you know where they are, or what they are for that matter. But it uses information within its world. And this goes to what I was saying about Ooh and Animal Well and games like that, where it recontextualizes your whole understanding of the space that you're in constantly. Things that you don't understand when you enter a room for the first time, will be important 40 hours later, or something that you learned you may never see for another 20 or 30 hours. Now that sounds like hell, but if you can get into the mindset of having fun with that, if you can like become obsessed with it in the right way, feel like you want to know what the next bit of it is so extremely special. Nothing else has ever done what Blueprints has done for me in any other game. And I play a lot of stuff like this, right? I purposely look for games that are trying to do this thing of like I tried Void Stranger, and I think it's in the same realm. But Blueprints is like, I think I talked about this in my Game of the Year video. I was obsessed with scratches in the wallpaper in Blueprints. I was keeping track of it between different rooms and seeing how they order, and like maybe there's a pattern to it. It's on that level where like it demands that of you.
I think what I've enjoyed hearing people, because I played maybe 5 hours of it, but it was like my first time playing it, and I played a bunch that evening. But the thing that whenever I hear people talking about it, it sounds like it's the type of game that like teaches you what it's like to have an obsession or something. It's like an obsession simulator, because people are, I'm just gonna go in, I'm gonna figure it out this time, I'm gonna look at the fucking light bulbs, I'm gonna, you know what I mean? Like, you're just like, Jesus fucking Christ, calm down.
It's like a Stockholm syndrome game where you're like, I want so badly to, or not, maybe that's not the right comparison, but like I want so desperately to understand what's going on here, even though I don't. And every time you get another little nugget of information, just like nothing, maybe even something that isn't valuable, you feel like you've opened up a whole new possibility space. Right. Like, oh, this thing from earlier, that's what that was. Okay, I'll go try with that. But you got to wait for it to show up in the roguelike space. There's a lot of frustration there. I think that's going to be a big barrier for anyone, and probably most people, is like,
the drop rates on rooms is bad.
It's trash. What's the loot table on these rooms, dude? I can't keep track of this. There's no epic rooms. It drives me crazy, but also in the same way that like that's the goal of the game, is to drive you crazy, is to make you feel like I read The House of Leaves for the first time before playing this game. I did not do that on purpose. Someone recommended me the book. I saw a review in Indigo, our version of Barnes and Noble. And I was like, this is awesome. I need to read this. And then I did. And then I played Blueprints, and I was like, oh my God, no, they made the Navidson record. It's real. I'm living in it. I'm on Ash Tree Lane. And that was like, it's just such a weird experience to have those back to back. But yeah, Blueprints is just, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it in a way that I don't think you could make anything like it again. Like, you would just have to straight up copy it. Anything like this is just going to feel worse. It's like if you make another Obra Dinn, it's like you can't really.
So they can't make another Wolfenstein.
Yeah, they couldn't make another Wolf. What are they going to call it? Doom? Or the other way around? No, I guess it wasn't that way around. Yeah, never
mind. Anyone else played it?
Similarly to you, I played a bunch of it one evening. I thought it was interesting, but it didn't really land for me. But not in a way where I was like, I need to go on the internet and tell people they're wrong about Blueprints. It didn't click for me. But I admire what it was trying to do. I think Seance of Blake Manor was sort of more of the type of game.
Yep.
These games feel like cousins.
Yes.
I think I said that in our indie rec. I think I was like, this is what people wanted Blueprints to be. Oh, really? Like narrative version of a puzzle experiment where you're like learning about the world and seeing the nooks and crannies and opening doors that don't exist.
That's funny.
And also it is also very funny because like people, that sounds like a sort of a rote comparison, because these games might have the most similar art style of two games in 2025. Yeah. Like they are, it is easy to mistake one from the other if you're looking at screenshots. But no, it is funny how, mechanics wise, it's also, there is a weird like, I thought Blueprints was going to be more like that. Or what was that? What was the other game? Jesse, it was last year, I think it came out. There was another mansion that you go into. Yes, Lorelei, exactly. Lorelei was sort of what I was also thinking Blueprints might be.
Yeah, I think when people said puzzle game, that was the wrong word to use. Is why I was even hesitant about saying that, because it's not really a puzzle game. I thought, like, I went into it being like, where are the puzzles, jackass? I did some math, and I did a process of elimination Monty Hall puzzle. Like, give me something to do.
It's a notepad game, right?
It's 100% a notepad game. You are going to look like Jim Carrey in the number 23 by the end of this game, man. I swear to God, your room is going to be covered in numbers and shapes. I played this in.
Did you hear they're making a sequel to that?
Number 23? What's it called?
Number 6-7.
I was like, yeah, he's going to do a 6-7 joke. That was great. Well done. You're so good at this. I'm so glad you're back.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to set up the first line to deliver my punchline. That's how good I am at jokes.
That's how you know it's a good joke.
I have to say both part of the joke.
Exactly. Yeah, it's exactly my kind of game. It's Tunic, right? Again, same sort of thing where like you're writing stuff down. Once a game escapes the screen and is on a piece of paper or on my phone or on my iPad, that is when I am in love with it, and I'll never forget it because it's literally physically going to stick with me until I throw the notes in the garbage. So that's big for me.
Jesse is to notepads as Frank is to dance mats.
That's
what
right.
I'm learning this year. It sounds like it's contender for top 10.
I mean, I would want it there. I would say that No Caps is saying that in my brain. She's saying
So that's the other thing. I am conscious of her. I'm like, we should make sure that there's some No Caps. It's not that she's not allowed on the podcast. She just doesn't really do
want to hang
podcasts.
out with four guys. I get it.
She doesn't hang out with four guys. She doesn't do too much live stuff. She's been testing it out though. So we'll hopefully get her on at some stage in the future. Okay. Last two for Frank here. Want to knock these ones out, see how we feel about them?
Oh, yeah. Rematch is, so that was the soccer multiplayer game that came out from the team that did Sifu. So what made Rematch unique, it was very Rocket League, but very, very physics based. And I never really played any soccer or football games, and it was very funny this year. We had
played two.
Yeah, Rematch and Despelote. Rematch to me felt like this was my Arc Raiders. Every time you queue up, you are teamed with a random teammate, and within the game, you're gonna find out if that teammate is on your side or if they're a psychopath who will rage quit or troll you. It is like, I don't play MOBAs, but I know like League of Legends has the the worst online community. Rematch, it brought me back to like Xbox Live Call of Duty days. People screaming at each other. People like if someone misses a shot, everyone sarcastically does like good play, good play, good play, good play. Like it is. So playing it with my friends, like we were screaming, laughing. Also, like I feel like we would end up like playing with a lot of like Europeans, like soccer people or football people, like. So you'd have like little British kids being like, "Oh, pass me the ball!" Like it was like I'm just like we were dying, screaming, like playing it. Like this is like the same joy I had playing Fortnite like 5 years ago. So Rematch, like the soccer gameplay, genuinely was very funny. Playing with friends was good. The only thing that sucked was like they didn't have crossplay at launch, and I think that hurt them because the game was so good. I only played it because of Game Pass, but it was that hard sell of like, this $30 soccer game. Oh shit! Like it was hard to get a few people in. Once I had enough friends, actually, I had friends do the like the $1 Game Pass. Like the first time you set up for Game Pass, it's $1. So I have like one friend who just makes a new email address and gamer tag. He doesn't care about achievements, so like he'll just make a dumb, So like for like a month, two of my friends had Game Pass and we played it, and then like 5 months later they added crossplay. So I had another friend get on PlayStation, but by the time new friends got on crossplay, the skill ceiling was so high that it was like, this is kind of hard. Like it lost that like there's every time a new multiplayer game comes out, you're playing with lots of beginners and it's even. After a few months, everyone either like believes or sticks with it, and then you just get crushed. And so it was
This
like,
the problem. If you played the finals recently, it is like, or like it's like Rainbow Six Siege. If you haven't jumped in a while, it's like, oh my god, people are so good at this. I guess Counter-Strike has a similar problem, but yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I really liked Rematch. Like it was such a funny, cool game. I'm hoping it has one of those like all multiplayer. Any game can have a magical resurgence. If this gets dumped on PlayStation Plus one day and it's like new friends jump in, I'm always happy to play if anyone wants to play it. But yeah, I really liked Rematch. Really funny. I just wish it was crossplay enabled at launch because the like 6 month gap, like oh man, it kind of like it almost, it's weird to say missed the window, but that like magic moment kind of passed. But in that magic moment, oh my god, it was such a fun game. So actually, maybe my favorite multiplayer like experience of the year. Again, I didn't dive into Arc Raiders. Battlefield 6, Monster Hunter I played by myself. So Rematch was kind of the thing, like late night, just screaming with friends, laughing. So it was a very good time, chaotic and fun. And then
on the single player side.
Yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was incredible. This was dumped like, I don't know, February, like early February, April, like early enough in the year. I never played. Actually, I think I rented Ninja Gaiden 2 on 360, like briefly. But so Ninja Gaiden 2 is from the ground up. I think they remade it in Unreal 5. Because they were making Ninja Gaiden 4 also, which also came out this year, which I didn't beat, but that was also pretty good. But yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, I never played it. I beat this from start to finish. if this was a brand new game, not a remaster or remake, I would say it's one of the best games of the year. It is so good, but because it's like this and Snake Eater, where it's like these are both awesome games, but they're remakes, but still worth highlighting. I thought Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was so good. It's always good when you get like a Game Pass game that like proves the value. I was like, oh, cool, hell yeah, this is awesome. Probably wouldn't have purchased it outside of it, but yeah, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was awesome. So I'm happy I finally played it.
Brilliant.
And, yeah, it was good.
I feel like there's games like this, like Monster Hunter WWE. We should have like a best franchise game or something. You know what I mean? Like there should be because I feel like the bar for annual games or for like these types of games, like even Katamari, it's like it's hard for them to win Game of the Year. But like when they do a really good entry, there should be like some sort of recognition of it. So maybe we'll add that to the list. You okay if these aren't making the top 10? What do you think? Are they ones that you're veg hard for, or
no? I mean the only two is like Death Stranding, maybe Donkey Kong Bonanza. I feel like I should have at least one game in the top 10. So I would say Death Stranding too. But yeah, absolutely.
And the last, sorry, someone say something.
No.
It's the voices
Somebody just
in my
coughed.
head.
Yeah, you're losing it.
Oh, that's what they said. The last one I have is Dispatch. This game came out of, well, I don't want to say nowhere, but Ad Hoc Studio, a studio that came out of nowhere, and has done insanely well. 93,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam. Wow. It has clearly hit a nerve, or like Kingdom Come, perhaps made a promise to people on certain, that maybe Telltale had started back in the day.
Yeah. They said an episode every week, and they delivered.
They delivered it.
Important promise.
So to that end, I have only played the first. How many episodes are there again?
5?
10?
Is it 10? No.
Is there 5?
I think it's 5.
5. Okay. I am in the third one at the moment. Jesse, you completed them all?
I'm Dunsky.
You done it? Jeremy, Frank, you played it all?
Not my cup of tea.
Jesse, I'm interested in what you think. You've completed it. So I was on my list. It wasn't on yours, I think, but I'm not sure. I might have added it first.
I think you added it, and I was just like, good. That means I don't have to. You're right. Sorry. It is 8. I don't know why I thought it was 5. It is 8 episodes.
So yeah, because I thought I had played more. I think I'm in the 4th one or something. Yeah.
I think I was thinking
I'm halfway.
Yeah, dude, Dispatch is really good. It's phenomenal. I think anyway. So like, I think the reason that it works is Telltale games are fun it's just fun to watch things happen. It's like making narrative choices and seeing how they play out over time, whether that's a little thing like what are you going to do to the fire guy when he comes up? How is that interaction going to play out? And then how does that show up later on? Like I remember when The Walking Dead came out, the argument was like, oh, well, when you actually look at it, it's all a funnel and like none of your choices really matter. And it's like, it's interesting because you made an impact on the plot in some way. Like you made small things that you get to remember and reflect on, jackass. Learn how to have fun. Dispatch for me worked in that same way, but like I think the character writing here is so well done. Like I really cared about these characters, even though they're all really characterized in such quick ways. Like there's a big cast, something like 10 to 12 recurring characters, and each of them is so distinct that I really cared what happened to them by the end of the story. I think because of the release structure of it being weekly, and like I never forgot who anyone was or what I did with them because it was so quick, and I had time to reflect on what they had done. So the structure of it releasing was really good. That worked on making me feel good about the characters. But then like weirdly, I don't like the dispatching, the gameplay part of it, where it's basically like this is the police, where you'll get a command, a call, and I know it's different for some. Like some people I've heard have loved it. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I think it works at the very least as a system for delivering character without having to have everything be a cutscene.
Yeah, seeing the assholes who. So yeah, the game is like you are, for reasons that we don't need to get into here, you're essentially working at a superhero call center where you dispatch superheroes that are on your team. Your team is like the worst superheroes,
yeah.
So it's sort of like the Z team. Yeah, so and it's mostly because they're all just like sociopaths. It's like it's not that they're weak. You know what I mean? It's not like that they have bad powers. It's that they're just awful people, which I think is great. Like they're all selfish or weird or whatever. Like the bat guy. There's this guy who's a bat, and he's just way into like he's a huge fetishist for like CEOs. Yep. Like that's his thing. He just loves tech bros.
Businesses and corporations. Of course, he's voiced by, oh my god, what's his name again? critical. Is that? Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah. Moist critical, right? Yeah. He's and he's obviously like clearly not as smart as he would like or thinks he is or whatever.
Yeah.
This is there are games we've talked about that have great writing. This is the best writing I've read all year for any game. It's you don't think so? It's the funniest, at least.
I certainly feel like they have, for an ensemble team.
And I haven't completed it.
That's fair. I think the conclusion is good. Like, it never really gets worse. It's just like the writing of it for me reminds me of like Superstore or St. Denis Medical or whatever that hospital, whatever that show's called. Like stuff like that, where it's workplace comedy or like The Office even, I guess, to an extent. It doesn't quite turn to the camera and literally wink at you, but like it's fairly straightforward. It's just enough character information for you to care about somebody and their connection to a different character in the cast. And like watching that develop or get worse over time, that is all really good. I think at the high level, the writing's good. I think the individual lines, some of it is like really bad.
Really?
There's a joke sequence that happens between the player character, whatever his name is. I'm going to call him Aaron Paul. And
it's voiced by Aaron Paul, by the way.
They have some really I believe big actors.
The character's name is Robert Robertson, I think.
Robert Robertson. Yeah, dumbest name, the third.
And they all take the piss out of you for it. It's great.
Of course. But then there's a scene where like he's arguing with Prism, I think is her name, the black character, the black female character.
Yeah.
And he's just like naming blacks, like female singers. And like the joke is
he's like calling her like Nina Simone
like
or
Cardi
something like that
or what's going on, Flo-Rilla or something like that. The joke I'm like, that's not funny. That's just you naming things. Like it's stuff like that where like the general concept of those two bickering and him naming pop stars for whatever reason on the broad is good.
Oh yeah, because she's trying to be a pop star.
Exactly, but the specifics of it, I was like, this isn't funny. It's stupid. Get it over. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of like, if I zoom out, it's great. If I look at what's actually going on, I didn't like the particular words being like the structure of it. You know?
Yeah.
It
could. This
totally
could be a
subjective,
taste thing.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, and I think like I'm not good at playing these types of games. I need games where I'm like running around and doing stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like I find, but this was able to hold my attention. I think also like the chapters are put together in a smart way for our sort of brain rotted screen culture where it's able to like break it up enough, you know? And I thought there was some moving stuff like him and the old guy who works in the archive, like all the back and forth between them and the dog and all that stuff. I
love
all
beef.
that stuff.
I will kill people for beef. I'll do whatever it takes.
Is that the name of the dog?
Yes,
Is this Beef?
Such a good dog. I love
Beef is a great name for a dog. The animals named after food is a normal thing, but Beef is a choice.
For a chunky little chihuahua. Is it chihuahua? I think so. Yeah.
Everyone in this game is also really weird looking or super hot.
Yep.
The romance at the core of it, I don't know how it plays out in the end, but the early flirting in that first episode is like
with
designed to get guys to want to play this, or people who are interested in women to want to play this game. Because like, are you kidding me? It's like, I felt like I was playing one of those fucking games I bought off Steam and have like invisible on my account when I was having chatting to her at the bar. I was like, is this what we're doing? All right.
I like it. I've seen a lot of especially women game developers, writers, especially I've seen talk about how Dispatch is essentially Twilight for men.
I would. Yes, that totally feels
right.
What
it is like
and you can
loser guy comes in
it.
and both the hot women love him right away. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. yeah, totally. Yeah. So, yeah, I think that's when it started. I was like, oh, I totally get why I'm sure a lot of men are playing this game. And I'm sure a lot of women are playing it as well for similar reasons and other reasons. I think like there's a good, the Dispatch stuff. It's a lot of narrative.
Yeah.
And I think I was prepared to hate the Dispatch stuff because you talked about it in the podcast before I had played it. So I think that actually helped me because then I went in and I was like, oh, this is fine. Yeah. It's just enough. It's like a timing puzzle kind of thing.
Yeah.
See, I don't know. I don't know if this is a top 10. It's the best of what it's doing, but I don't know. Looking at this top 10, there's some games in here that we feel more passionately about. I feel like. Yeah. What do you think?
I agree. I really like Dispatch. Like, don't get me wrong. I know I'm saying things that sound particularly negative, but it's just to preface the fact that I really, really like it. But I do think it has some pretty glaring problems, especially with the writing, at least for me. But I think overall, it's still there's really no one's making games like Telltale, and it's cool to play something like that again and to be sort of in the zeitgeist while it's happening, as opposed to coming back to it a year late. So that was fun.
And we haven't even mentioned the fact that this game looks like you're playing a cartoon.
Yeah, it looks like Invincible
a
or
high. Yeah, exactly. Like a high budget. It's gorgeous to look
it's
at.
really
Like,
good looking. There's a lot of sequences near the end of the
gosh.
game where you could see, that's where all the budget went for the last 2 episodes.
funny.
It's really good. It's
and also like not just the graphics, but the framing of it. Like I suspect a lot of people who worked on television worked on this game, because like the actual, the whatever composition, the color they use, the light, all that stuff.
I didn't check the animation studios, but at the end you can see there's a lot of studios involved in the visuals for this. It looks like it's a lot of studios that are for hire in the animation industry. So
it's funny, like I've talked about this, it'll be in the final episode of the Disco series, but like I have talked about whether or not there are some types of games that should be done in the studio format, or not the studio format, but in the Hollywood format of you have a small team, like with Disco Elysium, like you just can't run a studio that has 15 engineers twiddling their thumbs while the writers figure out the fucking game. You know what I mean? Like it's a disaster waiting to happen. Yeah. And so this ad hoc studios, by their very nature, sound like a studio that essentially, and they're based in LA. I actually met the guy who runs the studio by complete coincidence. We were filming our Hades 2 stuff, and his wife is one of the people we were interviewing. I think I forget actually, he might have been there with somebody, but he was there anyway. And they're based down in LA, and it sounds like or it seems to be the way they put that together was that the voice actors obviously were hired. The art teams animation studios were hired. I'm sure they had a core team, but like having it so that you can, like in Hollywood, small pre-production, and then when you go into production, that's when you hire all the labor to come in, all the union folks, and then make the movie, and then they all go away again, and then you have post-production, after that. So
which isn't
I don't
ideal
know if that's
for the workers, but it works for
it depends on
for sure.
Like I have plenty of friends who work as grips, best boys, camera ops, all that sort of stuff in LA. They fucking they get to take 2-month holidays. Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they load up their years.
I get what you're saying. You're right.
It's different. It's like if you work as the engineer,
yes,
it's probably not as beneficial. Yeah. But if you work in an environment, like I'm sure a lot of these people were based in LA, and that's just how business operates down there, right? So no, I hear what you're saying. It's not ideal for the vast majority of labor, probably, but
if you can find a way to do like 4 jobs at once.
Exactly. Yeah. And if that's something you want to do, which I think is sort of self-selecting, at least in those jobs, maybe not in, nobody's getting into being a doctor or a game developer.
Ad hoc doctors.
Freelance doctor.
Ad doc. Ugh.
Yeah. Okay. Let's, so we have it there in the maybes. Okay. So we have a lot of games here. Nothing is set in stone. We can chat about all these. But the current top 10 is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is what we have. So let's see how we feel about these. The Seance of Lake Manor, Death Stranding 2, Absolum, Arc Raiders with an asterisk, because I'm a shill, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, White Knuckle, this is a different named game, and Roger. It's not White Knuckle and Roger. Despelote, Consume Me, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Angeline Era, and Blueprints. What I want to do first is let's look at the maybes and see if anyone feels some way around these now that we've talked about the top 10. So the maybes are Dispatch, Birdcage, Donkey Kong Bananza, Mars First Logistics, Elden Ring Nightreign, No I'm Not Human, PIGFACE, Baby Steps, The Altars, Silent Hill F, and Formless Star. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I mean, there's some great games in here, and then I go up to the top, 10, the top 13 currently or whatever, and it's like I know I'm Not a Human is one of the best games of 2025 in my eyes, but am I going to debate for it over like, ooh, definitely not. So it is Yeah, it's sort of a process of elimination where it's like I like Nightreign I think is fucking great, but like I think the ways in which it is great are there are games that do things that I think are more impressive and more deserving of celebration.
Maybe we should. This isn't. If you don't speak now, I shouldn't have said that. If you don't speak now, it's fine. We're still going to go through the top 10 and sort of weight them a little bit, okay? But is there any other ones that are standing out to people? I know Frank mentioned Bananza as one that he feels strongly about. Is there any other ones that people feel like? I have a few in here, but I don't feel particularly.
Yeah.
Like I'm fine with PIGFACE, Mars First, and Dispatch not being in.
Yeah, nothing really jumps out as being like, I desperately want that up there, at least for me.
Okay, so Bananza's the one. Frank, is that fair to say? I don't want to speak for you.
No, yeah, Bananza is like I feel like it's so colorful, unique, and I want to see more games like that in the future. It's also like the only Nintendo game we have ever vouched for. A lot of people talk about Breath of the Wild, but I'm like, yeah, that's like my second favorite game of the year. But again, if it's not in the top 10, it doesn't matter. But I think DK Bananza is so bright and cool.
Okay,
So
we'll stick
get
it.
it up
I'll just
there.
stick it there so we can keep an idea on it for the moment. Okay, so let's weight these ones. Okay, let's go through them and see if we feel strong, medium, or
Mild, like hot sauce.
mild. There we go. Thank you. That's a less derogatory one than I was thinking. Strong, medium, mild. Well, unfortunately, medium and mild both use M.
That's true. Yeah, you could do weak, but then like no one would pick that hot sauce
Yeah.
because it'd be embarrassing.
Strong, medium, and flavorful. That's what I'm going to go for, okay? F is for flavorful. Because it's like,
that doesn't sound below medium. That sounds better than medium.
okay, flavorless.
It's gotta be. Maybe we can find it. Well, let's do mild and do a different thing for medium.
Okay.
Medium.
Like we could do like spicy,
Strong.
hot, and mild.
Yeah.
Which one's the best? Are we going by...
Spicy is hotter
the
than hot.
The hotter the better.
Oh,
in
yeah.
this scale.
Okay. Okay. We're going by
It's this-
spice.
we're
Okay,
doing
spice.
Scoville units.
We are. We're doing the Scoville units. Great. Make sure we lie on our hot sauce bottle so it'll be on a review channel later. Okay. And this again, we're just playing, folks.
It's very
We're just-
scientific. Don't fuck
We're just
around.
figuring it out, and we'll see how we feel about these. I kind of feel like we have a good idea of maybe where some of these are going to land. Okay, Seance of Blake Manor. Manager. Yeah, that feels strong. I think. I would say strong. Jeremy, strong. Frank, you've not played it, right?
No, but like universally, everyone likes it, so it's
Yeah.
it's,
Okay, that feels strong. Death Stranding. I would say for me, hot. Frank,
Frank
strong.
I mean, 10 out of 10. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
Jesse.
You know what? I would also go hot. I will never play this game because it'll take me 400 hours to get to it. But boy, oh boy, I bet I would love it.
Yeah, I think that
Frank talking
feels.
about
Let's
it
go
having
strong / hot. That feels like it's probably one of the main ones.
Yeah.
Absolum.
I'm strong on it.
You're strong. See, it's hard because mild again feels like it's mean, but like I don't feel me. I love
All
this
good, baby.
game,
It's
but
video games. You can mild it. It's fine.
I'll do mild just because that's where. But I've not played enough of it as well.
All right.
Has anyone else? Okay. Arc Raiders.
That is strong. Fucking loved it.
Strong.
Still love it.
Strong. Okay. We'll just leave it as a S then. Clair, Obscur, Opposition 33. I would say strong.
You got it.
Yeah. Okay.
I do want to
Ooh.
say one
Okay,
thing
go
about
for it.
Claire. I wish it had a mini map. I just wanted.
That
I
is
know,
a very fair complaint. It gets confusing, especially if you're trying to explore. It's like getting back to where you were is tough.
That underwater area I got lost in a lot.
Oh, yeah.
That
Everyone.
was fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't cool. Ooh.
That's a strong baby.
Strong. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think I feel good about that. White Knuckle.
It's a tough one because it is strong for me, but I think that when push comes to shove, there will be other ones. Like some of the ones I've suggested will probably knock off some of the other ones. I don't
Jeremy,
know
if it makes you want to be a little less hesitant, I also would put this strong. The final level of White Knuckle is one of the most exhilarating things I've done this year or last year. Like it's amazing.
The feeling of completing White Knuckle was what is a
Transcendent.
gaming memory that I would tell grandchildren
Yes.
about if I wanted to have children.
Yes.
I might have children just to tell my
there a
grandchildren.
way
I'll tell
you
my
can
grandchildren
have
about you
grandchildren?
playing it. How about
Can
that?
I tell your
come
grandchildren
over.
about White Knuckle? Can I come over on Christmas? White Knuckle, yeah, it's strong. I don't know why I'm downplaying it. I don't know if it'll.
I hear what you're
survive.
saying, where it's like we have a couple of indie games in here that are hard to. Yeah, it's because then you end up comparing them against each other. Because what happens is in these situations is that you don't go White Knuckle, you know. It's not better, like for you, like you prefer it to Arc Raiders, right? Which is fair, but it's harder to make that argument, right? Than it is to look at another. So you end up like negotiating against yourself for something a little bit. So
Yeah, it's also just that like it's unfair for me to say like every game I've suggested survives on this list if other
Right.
people don't feel as strong. So if Jesse is also feeling strong, then I feel more confident saying strong. I just don't want to be the sole voice and be like, "Oh, my games have to be on the top 10."
Well, how many do you even have? Is it 4? I think these
Ooh,
two.
White Knuckle. I mean,
Consumi.
Despelote would have been on mine. I'm glad other
Right.
people vouched for it. Consumi, Angelinera. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like 4 that I feel. If Jesse is also on the White Knuckle train, then I feel like it's really just like, Ooh is the one I will not allow to fall off of this list. Consumi, I like probably about the same as White Knuckle, but it's kind of a hard one to compare because it's like, oh, did you like it better when the Red Sox had a come from behind win in the ALCS, or did you like it better when you saw that movie about like the marriage that ended?
That's why we're here. To kill ourselves with those stupid fucking arbitrary decisions. Or we could just do the thing we did a few years ago and just have 11. Remember we did that? We were like, fuck it.
Spinal Tap approach.
Rules are meant to, exactly, yeah. We'll come to that. And Roger. So here's the thing. I'm very strong on this game. I do feel like, I'd really like to have it in here, but I also feel like we can give it its flowers somewhere else.
Yeah, I'd be fine. I was gonna say hot. Like I love this game, but I like relative to everything else, hot. I'm hot on it for sure.
I to me it like deserves like a gameplay, like a narrative achievement, or like, you know what I mean? Like to me it's not like one of the best games overall, but it is very special and unique. And I think so I
There were a couple of good interactive moments, but for the most part, I was like, this also could have worked if I just watched someone else play it. For the most part,
100%. And there was a couple of times that were a little bit like, there was a couple of ones where I got stuck.
all
on
right,
a few
get to
times.
it.
was
I already
like,
played
come
Florence on my phone. Move on.
Yeah, how many? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. It feels very much like, is it
I think that's it.
same?
Isn't it Florence? No,
it's
definitely
different people?
Different studio.
Different studio, but it is very similar. Yeah.
I just have to share that
Okay, we've lost
as we're comparing all of these games, I just imagined an arcade with an And Roger machine in it, and I just had to share that image in my mind of like,
Stupid
there's, like,
thing! I gotta give it another quarter. Why did I forget
Simpsons
that?
arcade and then like And Roger.
How did I forget?
is the
I
machine
don't
next to it.
wanna, we're out of spoiler zone. I don't want to say anything.
What's wrong with this stupid kid? Why doesn't she know anything?
I'm fucking $12 down in quarters. Just remember shit, all right?
It's pissing me off.
Fuck it. I'm going to go unlock the Dr. Dre skin by pouring,
What?
by bombing Afghanistan.
My light gun's dead. You're playing And Roger. What are you doing?
My light gun's dead. And Roger got shot. Okay, Despelote. We love that game, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think all
strong.
4 of us
Don't we,
love that
folks?
game.
That's across the board.
Consume Me. I feel like this one's close.
This is cusp hot strong for me. Does anyone else have any feelings? Did anyone else? I know other people played it. Did anyone else complete this game?
No.
No. I have not completed it. I've played maybe a quarter of it.
It sticks the landing so fucking hard that I want to say strong. It does things at the end that I was like so moved by, that are like so different. And I won't say another word about it, but it's just like it takes you by surprise, and it's like it does things with it. Okay, I'm convincing myself it's strong. It does things towards the end that are like, holy fuck! Like this is why video games exist. It's strong.
Damn. Okay. All right.
Look, it won the fucking.
I got to the end
IGF
of day
when we got
4 and I was like, this is really good. I got to go play something else real quick.
Literally the exact same thing happened to me.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, I've gotten a good foundation on this. It's super strong. I need to go play more of fucking Clair Expedition. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yeah.
That's just the nature of Game of the Year. I would have loved to have played more of literally every game we talked about.
And just so people know, we do actually like dedicated work hours, everyone on the team, to go do this stuff. It's just that there were a lot of games and they're not very short. Like easily, like our document here this is of the games that we actually added in, has 70 something games in it. And these are only the ones that we thought were good enough to make it in. So like a significant amount of fucking playing games has gone about there. And then we also doubled up. Like I played a bunch of fucking WWE too. I have to stop thinking sue me so I can beat up Sheamus in a TLC game. Like that's what we're doing here. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
It feels like a strong to me. I feel it deserves it, and I know in my heart it deserves it. But it is a game that takes like 120 hours to beat, and I feel like I don't want to say that I'm the authority on it. But it feels, I don't know. After the first like 11 hours or so, I'm like, this is incredible.
I hear what you're saying. I think it's almost a shame you didn't just get past the wedding, because I feel like that would have really solidified the good vibe feel. But yeah, for me, it's super strong. It's like, I think the one thing it's missing, not to negotiate against myself, is that like the games like Oblivion and Skyrim and Fallout, because they created their own worlds, they have their own identity. And in a weird way, because this game is so historic that it sort of doesn't have much of its own sauce in there, I think, which I think is the thing that like stops the wider public maybe getting into this game, that it's not like curious to them. But I think for the people who've played it, it's like it's almost a shame the game is sold incredibly well, but it's almost a shame it's not bigger, like Witcher 3 levels. You know what I mean? It feels like it deserves that level of respect or notoriety, but it's almost so slavish to the era that it has sunk into the background a little bit, almost like Noclip, where we sort of like, we kind of try, our brand sort of sits behind the game a little bit. Like that's what this feels like a little. Like what I'm basically saying is I think this game is a lot better than people think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that I would love to see,
even though a lot of people think it's good.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because you said that right after being like, it's like Noclip. It's a lot better than people think.
Listen, we do great work that other people fund.
You just don't know about it.
I agree. I would love to see this studio paired up with, like the types of weirdo artists and writers and shit that were doing the concept art and writing and story and world building for something like Morrowind. I would love to see like a bizarro psychedelic fantasy world that had imagination behind it, because you're right. It all of the like, oh cool, these people dress like this and these people dress like this. At the end of the day, it is all like these people wear red tunics, and it's like, I want like a weird guy who's like, you don't belong here.
Green socks. We don't have a dye for that. It hasn't been invented yet. Pop up. The green dye was invented. No, it doesn't do that. But yeah, silly. Okay, strong. Angeline era.
It's like, again, it's so fucking hard to compare because I feel like it has the things in it that are like artful or artsy or whatever are so well executed, and it balances those so well with like, you could not give a shit about paganism or religion or psychology or any of these things, and you could just play this as like a straight up like, you could hand the controller to a child and they would be like, this is like fun, I'm having fun. It is like one of the most fun art games I've ever played or something. And I think that deserves a huge amount of praise, because as much as I like Analgesic's other work, I think that this is the most fun game they've made. And I think that is a perspective that I wish I saw more of. I feel like sometimes games are like, this is art, so it can't be fun. And sometimes games are like, this is fun, so it can't be art. And it's like, this game is like fun art. And I feel like that is profoundly interesting. And the last thing I'll say is, it's just like, it's so its own thing. There's nothing like it. It's just like, I don't know. I feel pretty strong about it.
The one knock against it is you're the only one that's played it.
No,
I
he's not the
know.
only one that's played it. I played the first probably third of it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What do you
Sorry.
did you like it?
Sorry, I agreed with you earlier. Yeah, I think
Yeah, no,
I love
I'm just
analgesics games.
sorry.
I think the way that's all right. I think the way that they tell their stories and write, even like side characters, like the NPCs in Angeline era, but also in Anodyne and Sephony and everything they've made, have these little subtle moments where they say something so profound and heartbreaking, and then they'll say something that makes you laugh your ass off in the next 30 seconds. Like I think I mentioned it on the pod when we talked about it for the first time. There was like these two characters. One was talking about marking on the doorway the height of their child as they were growing up, and how they were, well, not their child, but they were acknowledging the markings of a child growing up and their height changing over time. And then the character near them was like, they found a way to like store the encyclopedia on a stick if you shrink all of the text down into that size. And like the profundity of those two statements next to each other really affected me. And then right after that, there was another character who's like, did you know that like slime is sticky?
Yeah,
And, like, they
or
just
like you'll
pause.
break a treasure chest and it'll just be like, hey, it's okay if you failed today, because like everyone fails sometimes, and that's part of like getting good at
Yeah.
stuff. And you're like, oh my god, like I will be reduced to the verge of tears by just a breaking a treasure chest, and it gives me like one line of dialogue. And I think that like if push comes to shove, I think Angeline Era takes the spot from White Knuckle, and it is not because it is better in any way other than the fact that I think I have a stronger I have a higher value assignment in my brain for my personal tastes on this type of experience. White Knuckle gave me such a crazy peak experience of like executing mastery of like physical tactile mastery, but ultimately like Angeline Era is a more important type of game to me personally.
Okay.
How about Blueprints?
I love Blueprints so much. I think it is so specifically bizarre, but it's also so specifically bizarre for me. I would be happy for it to be off the top 10. Although again, we are sacrificing our no caps.
Exactly.
I'm really abusing that coverage. But no, I do really think Blueprints is like for a very specific kind of person and a very specific kind of play. Like there's a lot of people who it's not going to work. And it has been the case that they tried to play it and it didn't. But for me, it's like, I was able to fall in love with this thing in a way that very few games have successfully done, where I hated playing it for like 80% of the time, but man, the 20% where it lands, it works so good. It works so good. And I hated it because I wanted to understand it better. It was like I was in an abusive relationship with a video game. First time that's ever happened. It was so uncomfortable and yet enjoyable at the same time. And like, I look back over the photos that I took when we were in the Netherlands for my honeymoon, and like, it's so funny scrolling through the photos and seeing beautiful vistas
Screenshots.
and then screenshots of this game and me writing bullshit down. Like my photo gallery is all messed up because it's 50% those two things. Like I was on the plane playing that game, and I feel like someone probably thought I was trying to figure out how to build a bomb. Like I shouldn't have been doing that on a plane. It's Blueprints is gonna stick in my heart forever, or maybe in the sad, scary parts of my brain. But also, this is such a specifically me game, so I would understand it needing to lose a spot, so a game that the rest of us like could fit on there.
I mean, you're talking like that, then you're taking Angeline Era out with you. It sounds like
If anyone else was,
dangerous
no,
words.
if
Garasha.
anyone else was positive on Blueprints, I would argue to keep it up there. I'm also positive on Alien Era, so I think it's okay. It stays.
Yeah, the Blueprints, I do feel bad because of no caps in particular.
I mean, we could have the no cap, like one of the categories could be the no caps
Yeah,
game of the year.
yeah, that is true. That is true. Okay, we'll slide Blueprints down a little bit. So the only ones that aren't strong, because they all got strong. Well, they all got strong. Two of them got caveats for strong. Strong hot, which was Death Stranding 2. There's no fucking way we're taking Frank's only big game out. He's got Despelote on here as well, but like a lot of these are games so there's that, and Absolum is the other one.
Yeah.
That said, Jesse just sacrificed Blueprints as well. So I don't know.
A lot of
I
my
don't know
picks
where
are
we're
on
at.
here. I would not, don't do it for me. I'm happy. Like 5 of mine are on here. At the very least, or close to it.
There is an alternative option. We're down to 11.
Okay.
And one of them already has an asterisk.
Yeah,
on it.
we could have Arc Raiders in the shill zone 11th spot.
That's true. The shill zone is the 11th spot.
I think we did this before. We did 11 before, and we also came up with a justification for it.
There's some caveat.
I forget what it was. So we could do, not that it's in order anyway, but we could have our 11 again.
Our top 10 plus the shill zone.
Top 10 plus shill zone, plus arc raiders. We could do that.
I mean, that feels reasonable to me.
Well, you'll be very happy. You get to keep white.
Yeah,
white
no,
knuckle
exactly.
in there as well.
That's why it feels so reasonable to me, is because
Yeah.
it's my preference.
Does white knuckle feel like it's
It's so fucking great, man. It's like,
I mean, they're all great. That's not.
No,
the,
I know.
you know.
It again, it's like, I think it deserves to be in the top 10. It's just that that type of game to me and my personal value structure falls below. Games that make me think and feel will always take precedent over things that are like expressions of physical
Mechanics
mastery.
Yeah.
But that's just a personal value judgment.
And it's funny because I think I might do the opposite. Like, I was happy for And Roger, which was one of the most affecting games I played this year, or Without a Dawn,
you
which
love
I
that.
really love that. Yeah. But also Without a Dawn is like a 40-minute game, so it's not gonna kick off Clair Obscur.
Thank you for fixing that. You finally put the
Sorry,
colon
I
after
didn't-
Clair Obscur.
Yeah. It's been annoying you. Do I have to put the fucking umlauts over ooh at this stage, or are we cool?
If you want to, I can do it.
Those are
Right.
his
I'll do it.
ears.
Those are. That's the thing. I've literally made him deaf by not honoring the.
Couldn't hear all our
proper-
praise.
Oh, that's
There
sad.
you go. Now it's got dots on it.
I mean,
Consume me.
Consume Me is fucking really,
It's a
really
lock?
special.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, I don't know. To me, it's doing something that's so unique. It's so in its own lane, and it's such a like you can feel how much like time and like personal anecdote, like the lead developer shared that like the structure of the game of these like super tightly rigidly structured schedules for every single day are actual. That's like what her childhood was like. She has notebooks full of rigidly structured every day.
Yeah.
And it's like, I didn't even need to know that was true. I could feel that this was someone's real lived experience, and it's like, that's profound.
Yeah,
Like,
I think in that way, if that's what we're praising Despelote for as well, I think to argue that Consume Me could even come off, even though it's doing a lot of the same things in the same sort of, not the exact same things, but like reaching a similar spot of like being a documentary for somebody's life in some regard.
Okay,
is, like,
I
important.
think I have figured out a moral solution to this problem that we can all walk away in a minute feeling happy, that also doesn't make me feel like we've necessarily copped out, or that we're relegating arc raiders, which I also feel a little bit like it either makes it or it doesn't. I feel like the shill zone I like the idea of, so we'll keep that, right? So how about this? Each of these games is like a card, right? We can only have 10 cards in our hand at any one time, but because arc raiders comes with the shill zone, it basically sort of it incurs a sort of a not moral debt, kind of. It incurs a certain moral debt, which is that we get to add another game to the top 10.
All right.
This is a top 10. It's not 11, but there will be 11 games on it.
yeah.
But it's because the Arc Raiders card, because it's shill zone, that it's sort of like it's paying back to the gaming community,
He's put
the
a lot of effort
Noclip
into convince
community.
himself, eh? We already got
Yeah.
it. We're all down.
So what you're saying is you're using the money from the Arc Raiders project to purchase an 11th slot in the top 10.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I'm doing.
That's cool. That's a good cause.
Yeah.
It is, because like there's going to be white knuckle fans who are listening who are like, those motherfuckers better not take this game out of here.
Their knuckles
Or
are bright white as they're gripping their desks right
Exactly.
now. And their hands are strong. You don't want to fuck with these people.
they're terrified. The Howleyites are like, they're coming for Death Stranding. Frank, stick your sword. Get your sword ready. That
Get your
type of
piss
shit.
bottles ready.
Get your piss bottles ready. Okay, how do we all feel about that?
That feels
Cool
good.
with me.
This is the top 10.
I feel like Donkey Kong is a force of nature, and he would smash his way into the top 10 and not give a shit. Because that's how you accomplish your goals in Donkey Kong. You don't fucking read. There's no fucking puzzles. You put it in Japanese. You don't understand. You just fucking mash the X button, and it's the best game ever. So I think Donkey Kong climbs his way to the top.
All right.
Holy
okay.
shit.
All right. He comes in with the.
shit.
Fuck
From the
puzzles
top
in video
rope.
games. I hate him.
From the top fucking rope.
That was like, if you were watching the video version, you saw him rush the camera like he was running down the ramp from the Titantron.
Frank's been setting up a ladder outside of the ring for 2 minutes.
Shit. We almost had it.
Numbers are arbitrary, but I think Donkey Kong's nature is he would just smash his way up there. So I think he should still be in there. If it's top 12, that's fine. But
He's done
It's-
it. Frank's
it's so-
done it. It's like
there's
the
a-
fucking Stone Cold music went off. I heard the
The Hell in a Cell.
oh my
meme.
god, it's Howley's coming in with Donkey Kong. It's a slobber knocker.
It's so it's a sticky situation for me because I have not and cannot play it. I would love to play it, but it's wonderful.
I played it. I wasn't super mad about it, but it was pretty cool. It was pretty. I liked what it was putting out there. It was pretty awesome. It was pretty good. It was a pretty good game. It's a good game. It's a great game. It's a winning game. It's absolute game of the year. Maybe every year we just keep adding an extra game to the top 10.
It's like a little dividend that pays out off of the top 10.
Exactly. This is the interest payments on the top 10, which is like, but we always call it a top 10, even though it's got 12. And then eventually, when you're all as old as me, our top 10 will have like fucking 25 games in it. It'll be great. Here's the,
Frank, you
Do we give a
unlocked
shit?
everyone.
do we give a shit? How much of a shit after almost 5 hours of nonstop recording? How much of a shit does
If you give a shit, or you wouldn't be asking. We can get rid of Absolum. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. It was the most fun I had this year. Do I think that trumps some of the other stuff on there? Not really. I had more fun with it than I did with Donkey Kong Bonanza, but Frank sounds like he had more fun with Donkey Kong Bonanza than I did with Absolum.
Absolum?
Interesting.
We'll put it in no man's land down here.
Sure.
For a second.
The Secret 12.
The secret.
A baker's top 10.
Exactly. Wouldn't that be 13?
That would be
13.
Oh, no, you're
11.
right. Yeah, you're right. It would be an extra one. Yeah.
I'm just trying to like reverse engineer justifications for this. Yeah, I mean, I think it is more important to highlight the best games of the year than it is to adhere to rigid structure. That being said, constraint is important, but I think that if there's a little spillover, we'll just have to do the top 9 next year.
Are we back to 11? 1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jesse, I think that was a very graceful
Happy to do so.
sacrifice. And I feel better about this list knowing that we got 2 Howleys in here.
I agree.
Yeah.
True.
All right.
Top 10. Top 10 games.
Yeah.
It's 11 games because we have the Shield Zone card sitting in there, giving us that buff. It's like we're playing Inscription or something over here.
Extra slot for gems.
Exactly. Yeah. Slotted. Love it. I love the idea that our creators made way for another game, and that game was Donkey Kong Bonanza.
We need to support small developers independently published. Give them a break.
This is the Noclip 2 message.
There wasn't enough Japanese games on the list, so
That's true.
Yeah. Are like half of them Japanese?
Death Stranding 2,
Yeah. Ooh.
and Donkey Kong Bonanza, and Angeling. I think they're based in Tokyo.
Yeah, and Konsumi's in the diaspora, right?
Yeah. So we're
That's
getting
fair.
there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there. All right, that's it, folks. Let's wrap it up. Our top 10 games of this year are The Seance of Blake Manor, Death Stranding 2, Arc Raiders, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, White Knuckle, Despelote, Consumi, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Angeline Era, and Donkey Kong Bananza. What a wonderful melange of games we ended up with.
All right, now let's rank them.
Oh my God.
No.
Get me out of here. My wife's sick upstairs. I'm not sick, but we're all gonna have sore throats after this one. Get your Lemsip. Get your milky cream. Yeah, cream up your throat, boys. Shout out to all the games we talked about today. We have plenty more we have not talked about, and over the next 2 days we will be recording more podcasts, hopefully not as long, giving out some category within certain types of categories that we think are important, that we did have written down somewhere and I lost and now have to rewrite them in the next hour or two and then share them with you guys so we can get that all sorted out. But yes, we'll be giving more flowers out to more games over the next couple of days, and you will be listening to them post haste. So this went up on Friday. Tomorrow's podcast will be there'll be another one. The day after that there'll be another one. So massive thanks to all of you for listening, to Jesse for producing the whole thing, Jeremy, Frank, Jesse, thank you so much for playing all these games, let alone sitting here for 5 hours with piss breaks, with piss grenade breaks. And I'm going to go now before I lose the ability to talk. Noclip updates this week. Our Game of the Year videos are also up on Noclip 2. Go check those out. We've all done a video with our own personal games of the year. I think we might be one short by the time this goes live on Friday, but that will be up Saturday, I assume. Game of the Year pods, of course. Episode 3 of the Disco Elysium franchise series has now gone up. I just announced Disco Elysium 3 by accident there. Episode 3 of our documentary series is now live. It focuses on writing, and if you're an early access patron, you can also now check out the episode on art, which is pretty cool. It's got a lot of Alexander Rostov, who I think is a MVP Noclip interviewee. I think he's like top 5 interviewees.
One of the coolest humans on the earth.
Amen. Yeah, that guy he's got that riz. You know what I mean?
That is a swaggerly man.
He is. Is that a Steely Dan song? Was that?
Swaggerly man?
I want a swaggerly man. No, I don't know who that is. Patron show is also going up. I was going to record it today, but I don't think I can speak anymore. I'll record it tomorrow. Should be up as well by the time you're listening to this. Or maybe I'll put it up on Sunday. Keep your eyes peeled. And yeah, that's it. Thanks, folks, for listening. We'll be back tomorrow with more Game of the Year shenanigans. Let's hope this... Oh my God, we have to wait an extra 12 seconds so we breach 6 hours on this Riverside recording. It'd be really tragic if 6 hours was what it like corrupts.
It's only 5 hours. You want to sit here for another hour? We can do that.
Oh, it's only 5? Oh shit, no. Should we sit here for 5 hours?
1. Yay! Happy New Year! Although once I put this together, it'll be less than 5 hours.
Doesn't matter.
All right.
It felt good for us.